Some stories grip you because they whisper a truth we all fear. There are two sides to every secret, and someone is always lying. This is a third-person retelling of His and Hers by Alice Feeney, a razor-sharp psychological thriller inspired by the author's own reflections on fractured relationships, hidden pasts, and the dark undercurrents of small-town life. The core idea sparked while she walked her dog through the misty woods of Surrey, pondering how the stories we tell ourselves can twist into something deadly. First published in 2020, this multi-million-copy global bestseller has captivated readers worldwide with its relentless twists. Its author, Alice Feeney, is the New York Times and Sunday Times best-selling writer, known for gripping novels like Sometimes I Lie and Rock, Paper, Scissors. A former BBC journalist with 15 years of experience uncovering truths, she brings razor-sharp insight to every page. The story later reached an even wider audience when it was adapted into a major Netflix series in 2026, starring Tessa Thompson and John Bernthal. The visuals you'll see are created with today's technology. They might not be perfectly accurate to every scene, but they'll help you visualize the tension and immerse yourself in the world, so bear with my request. By the end of this tale, you may find yourself questioning the choices that define a life, and wondering which version of the truth you'd believe. Stay until the end for fascinating facts about the book, its adaptations, behind-the-scenes details from the series, and a few fun discoveries most readers never notice. The story begins. Anna Andrews stood in her quiet kitchen at 6 in the morning, the faint satisfaction of a new Monday washing over her. Mondays always felt like a chance to begin again, the slate almost clean, except for the faint traces of past mistakes that refused to vanish completely. She had grown used to holding unpopular views, shaped by years of watching the world from its cheaper seats. Even now, with better options available, she preferred the simple vantage she had earned, never forgetting where she had come from or looking down on those still below. She moved quickly through her morning routine, skipping makeup she knew would only be removed at work and foregoing breakfast entirely. Instead, she picked up a Tupperware carrier filled with homemade cupcakes she had baked late the night before after several glasses of white wine. She preferred red, but avoided it during the week to prevent telltale stains. Opening the fridge, she finished the leftover bottle straight from the neck before slipping it into her bag and heading out, noting the unusually full recycling bin of mostly empty glass. The walk to work felt calming under the near-empty streets. She crossed Waterloo Bridge, wove through Soho toward Oxford Circus, and listened to the Today programme on the radio, though she would have preferred music. The polished voices still sounded foreign to her ears, despite years of training her own speech to match. She still felt like an imposter presenting the BBC 1 o'clock news after nearly 2 years. Near a flattened cardboard box that had troubled her lately, she paused. A strand of blonde hair confirmed the woman inside was still there. Anna placed one of her carefully frosted cupcakes on the pavement between the box and the wall, then slid a £20 note underneath, uncertain whether the woman would appreciate the gesture or even be able to use it. She did it not purely from kindness, but from a nagging sense of moral debt, knowing her own life could easily have taken a similar turn. She switched off the radio when another politician's rehearsed lies clashed too sharply with the raw reality around her, then continued toward Broadcasting House. Inside her handbag, she found her security pass after first pulling out a tin of mints, popping one into her mouth to mask any trace of wine on her breath. She stepped through the revolving doors, aware of eyes turning her way, and slipped easily into the composed version of herself that people expected. She greeted everyone by name, including the cleaners, a sharp memory serving her well despite the drinking. Past security, she looked down into the brightly lit newsroom that felt more like home than anywhere else. The open-plan space buzzed with screens and tightly packed desks, filled with journalists she viewed as a dysfunctional surrogate family. At nearly 40, she had no children, no husband anymore, and no one else waiting for her. She had started at the very bottom nearly 20 years earlier, taking every unwanted shift and enduring slippery steps along the way. Patience had finally paid off when the previous presenter went into early labor 5 minutes before the lunchtime bulletin. Anna had just returned from her own maternity leave earlier than planned and was the only one with presenting experience on hand. They had rushed her onto the set, powdering her face while miking her up. She barely remembered the broadcast itself, only the congratulations that followed and the way her boss, known privately as the Thin Controller, had let her fill in permanently. Ratings had risen under her, and her temporary role had stretched into nearly 2 years with steady extensions and a pay rise. She expected her latest contract to be renewed any day. She took her usual seat between the editor and lead producer, wiped down her desk and keyboard with an antibacterial cloth, then opened the running order with a quiet thrill at seeing her name at the top. Newsreader, Anna Andrews. She began writing the story intros herself, as she always did. The morning passed in its familiar rhythm of shifting scripts, field correspondent calls, and graphics discussions. Reporters queued to request more airtime, everyone craving just a little longer. Anna no longer missed those anxious days of begging for slots. She noticed the team unusually subdued and caught the producer quickly closing the latest rota on her screen. Anna felt no concern. She worked Monday to Friday with no recent leave requests, unlike her stressed colleagues. An hour before air, she escaped to make up for the relative calm. Her hair was styled into a neat chestnut bob, and her face smoothed with heavy foundation. The process reminded her sharply of her wedding day, and for a moment she felt the phantom ridge where her ring had once sat. The bulletin ran with only minor disruptions: breaking news, a delayed package, a temperamental studio camera, and a poor feed from Washington. She cut short an overly talkative correspondent from Downing Street who always overstayed his welcome. As soon as the weather segment ended, the debrief began without her. She collected her Tupperware carrier, intending to share her homemade cupcakes and perhaps mention that it was her birthday, then crossed the newsroom toward the group. She stopped short at the sight of a woman with 2 small children in matching outfits. Shop-bought cupcakes were already being passed around. When the woman turned, her sharp red bob framing a pretty face, the recognition hit Anna like a physical blow. It was Cat Jones, her predecessor, smiling directly at her. Someone pressed a glass of warm Prosecco into Anna's hand as the Thin Controller tapped his glass and began speaking, his words tumbling out around crumbs. He welcomed Cat back warmly and thanked Anna for holding the position in her absence. Anna stared at the red-haired woman and her beautiful daughters, the sickness rising fast in her stomach. Anna Andrews felt every eye in the debrief turn toward her as glasses lifted in her direction. Her hands began to tremble. She hoped her face stayed blank enough to hide the storm inside. The producer beside her leaned in and whispered that the change had been listed on the rota all along, and everyone had assumed she already knew. Anna could not find a single word in reply. Later, in the Thin Controller's office, she stood while he sat and stared down at his own hands as though the right phrases might be written across his sweaty fingers. He thanked her for filling in so well over the last. She supplied the missing detail herself when he faltered. 2 years. He only shrugged, as if the time meant nothing. It was Kat's job, he explained. She had a contract. They could not dismiss someone simply for having children, even 2 of them. He gave a short laugh. She did not. When she asked when Kat would return, a deep frown creased the wide expanse of his forehead. Tomorrow, he said. Everything was already arranged on the rota and had been for some time. Anna would go back to the correspondent desk, but she could still cover presenting duties during school holidays, Christmas and Easter. The team all agreed she had done a terrific job. He slid the crisp new contract across the desk. Her eyes locked on the single line that mattered. News correspondent Anna Andrews. Stepping out of the office, she saw Cat Jones again, her replacement, though the truth was that Anna had only ever been the temporary stand-in. Cat stood laughing and chatting with the team, perfect red bob framing her pretty face, two small children in matching outfits at her side. Looking at that flawless picture, Anna felt a cold, private wish rise inside her. She wished Kat were dead. Detective Chief Inspector Jack Harper woke to the buzz of his phone at 5:15 on Tuesday morning, dragged from a dream he had no desire to leave. In it, he was not a 40-something man trapped in a mortgaged house with a toddler he could barely keep up with, and a woman who was not his wife, but nagged him anyway. A better man would have straightened his life long ago instead of sleepwalking through someone else's. He squinted at the screen in the dark. Tuesday. Stupidly early. At least the message had not woken anyone else. Sleep deprivation always exacted a price in this house, though never on him. He had always been a night owl. He should not have felt a spark of excitement reading the text, yet he did. Since leaving London, his work had grown as dull as dust. Head of the major crime team in deepest Surrey sounded impressive on paper, but Blackdown was a picture postcard village hidden behind an ancient forest that kept the place and its people locked in the past. Petty crime and the odd burglary were usually the biggest events, the kind of place people came to die. The message was simple. Jane Doe discovered in Blackdown Woods overnight. MCT requested. Please call in. 10 minutes later, he was dressed, caffeinated, and behind the wheel of his second-hand 4x4, which badly needed a wash. He realized, too late, that he did as well. He sniffed his armpits, but decided against going back inside. He did not want to waste time or face the disappointed eyes of the two people waiting there. He drove toward the crime scene with more enthusiasm than the hour deserved. Nothing this serious had happened in Blackdown for years, and the prospect left him feeling sharp and alive. Long years in the police had taught him to think like the people he hunted without ever being seen as one of them. One hand stayed on the wheel, while the other rubbed the stubble on his chin. He glanced at his crumpled shirt and wondered, for the first time in a while, what strangers saw when they looked at him. More grey than black hair, dark circles, a face that suddenly looked older than he remembered. It was the middle of the night, he told himself. Besides, he did not care what anyone thought. He reached the National Trust car park while it was still dark. Despite coming straight from home, everyone else had already arrived. 2 marked cars, 2 vans, unmarked vehicles, and the forensics team. Detective Sergeant Priya Patel stood among them, still bright and eager, ponytail swinging as she hurried toward his car. Her tortoise-shell glasses slipped down her nose. Her big brown eyes shone with excitement that the early hour had not dimmed. Her slim suit and polished brogues were already collecting mud. He found a small, petty satisfaction in watching them dirty. As soon as he stepped out, heavy rain slammed down, soaking him instantly. He looked up at the black sky that still refused to admit morning had come. Priya tried to shelter him with her umbrella. He waved her off. She began, DCI Harper, I. He cut in, telling her for the 100th time to call him Jack. They were not in the army. Her face froze like a scolded puppy. He felt exactly like the miserable old git he had become. She recovered quickly and reported that the target patrol team had called it in. He asked if any of them were still on scene. When she confirmed they were, he said he wanted to speak to them before they left. She started to offer early indications, but he stopped her. He would see the body for himself. They walked in silence through the wet carpet of fallen leaves and twigs. Autumn already surrendered to an early winter. His coat would not button fully because the top button was missing, so he wrapped the old Harry Potter scarf, initials stitched by an X, tighter around his neck. The fabric felt warm and familiar, a small comfort he had never quite managed to discard. His breath clouded in the cold air. He pushed his hands deeper into his pockets. They reached the white tent erected over the body. The moment his fingers brushed the shape of a child's dummy in his coat pocket, his eyes found the corpse inside. He gripped the pacifier so tightly the plastic bit into his palm, a sharp little pain he sometimes needed. He had seen dead bodies before, but this one felt different. Anna Andrews stood inside the white tent, rain drumming on the canvas above her. The dead woman lay partially covered by wet leaves, far from the main path in a shadowed corner of Blackdown Woods. Bright forensic lights now pinned her in place, making her impossible to miss. Jack Harper asked who had found the body. Priya answered that an anonymous tip had come in from a payphone down the lane. He appreciated the brevity. Priya usually talked far more than he wanted to hear. He stepped closer and crouched beside the victim. She appeared to be in her mid-30s, slim and attractive, her body carefully maintained through years of gym work, diets, and expensive creams. Her long, expertly bleached blonde hair lay neatly across the mud as if freshly brushed, no obvious signs of struggle. Her bright blue eyes stared wide open in frozen shock, and her skin suggested she had not been there long. She was fully clothed in expensive items, a wool coat, silky blouse, and black leather skirt. Her shoes were missing, unsuitable for woodland walking. His gaze lingered on the blouse and the lace bra beneath, both once white, but now soaked dark red from multiple frenzied stab wounds to the chest. A curious urge to touch her rose and passed. Then he noticed her fingernails, cut roughly to the quick. He pulled out the cheap reading glasses he hated wearing and leaned in. Red varnish spelled letters on the right hand, TWO. On the left, FACED. This had not been a crime of passion. The murder was deliberate. Priya was still reading from her notes, words tumbling out in a rush as she listed golden hour procedures, the lack of local CCTV, and efforts to gather high street footage. She sounded desperate to prove she could manage the case. He interrupted, asking if she had ever seen a dead body before. She straightened, chin raised, and said yes, in the morgue. He muttered that it was not the same. She continued speculating about the killer's message. He told her the victim had been labeled two-faced, pointing out the nails. Priya bent down, then looked up at him in open wonder. He avoided her eyes and ordered the forensics team to photograph the body from every angle. The camera flashes reminded him sharply of London street corners years earlier, reporters swarming for shots they should never want. He buried the memory. He loathed the press, then noticed the woman's mouth was slightly open. He told Priya to shine her torch on the face. Kneeling again, he saw something red glinting between the blue-tinged lips. His hand moved forward without thinking. Priya stopped him, reminding him they should wait for the pathologist. She said the word like a child showing off a new vocabulary term. He agreed and stepped back. Unlike Priya, he had seen plenty of corpses, but this case felt entirely different. As she speculated about the woman's identity, he zoned out. This felt like the start of something big, and he wondered if he was still up to it. No two murders were alike, but it had been years since anything close, and everything had changed since then, the job himself. Most of all, this was different, because he had never before investigated the murder of someone he knew. He had known this woman well. He had been with her last night. Tuesday, 6:30. Anna Andrews woke in total darkness, unsure what had roused her or what time it was. Her fingers found the bedside lamp. Relief washed through her at the sight of her own familiar bedroom. At least she had made it home. She was not the cliché who blacked out and forgot entire nights. Alcohol was simply her chosen addiction, like money or success for others. Memories always returned eventually, even if she was not always proud of them. She did not have to share them with anyone. The first clear recollection hit like a wound. She had lost her dream job. She switched off the light, unwilling to see anything too sharply, and burrowed deeper under the covers. She remembered leaving the thin controller's office, then walking out of the newsroom mid-afternoon. She had taken a taxi home, too unsteady to walk, and phoned her mother because she could think of no one else. Her mother had grown forgetful and confused. The call had left Anna feeling guilty for staying away so long. She had reasons for never wanting to return home, but they were better left unspoken. On the line, her mother had sounded normal at first, then fallen silent after Anna poured everything out. Finally, she had asked whether egg and chips for tea would help after a bad day at school. She no longer remembered that Anna was 36 and lived in London, or that she had once had a husband and child. She had not even recalled it was Anna's birthday. Dementia had stolen time from her mother and stolen her mother from Anna. Reaching for childhood comforts had been understandable, but unwise. Those memories were too unreliable. At home, she had drawn all the curtains, opened a bottle of Malbec, and drunk in the dark. Sometimes she preferred not to watch the version of herself that emerged when no one was looking. After the second glass, she had changed into old jeans and a plain black jumper, then gone out to pay someone a visit. Anna Andrews returned a few hours later, stripped off her dirt-stained clothes in the hallway, and stood there heavy with guilt. She opened another bottle, lit the fire, and sat wrapped in a blanket right in front of the flames, gulping the wine to drive out the cold that had settled deep in her bones. The logs hissed and popped as if sharing secrets of their own, while shadows flickered across the walls. Even with her eyes shut tight, she still saw the other woman's face, smelled her skin, heard her crying. She noticed the grime under her own fingernails and scrubbed herself raw in the shower before finally crawling into bed. Her phone buzzed again, pulling her awake. Early morning, the flat still pitch dark and eerily silent. Silence had become something she could feel crawling through her mind. No traffic, no birds, no boiler rumble. Nothing but the glow of the screen. The breaking news alert told her a woman's body had been found in the woods. The room seemed to darken further around her. Then the phone rang. She answered. The thin controller apologized for the early call and asked if she could come in to present the program. When she asked what had happened to Kat Jones, he explained that Kat had not shown up for work and no one could reach her. The broken pieces inside Anna began to knit themselves back together. She had rehearsed this exact moment in her head and knew precisely what to say. Of course, she would never let the team down. The relief in his voice was unmistakable. He called her a lifesaver. For a second, she almost forgot that the opposite was true. It took longer than usual to get ready. She was still drunk, but eye drops and hot coffee helped. She drank the coffee scalding to punish the ache, then poured herself a small glass of cold white wine from the fridge to soothe the burn. In the bathroom, she ignored the closed bedroom door at the end of the corridor, the one she never opened anymore. She showered, chose a new red dress still bearing its tags, and wrapped herself in her favorite red coat. Clothes could hide the woman she really was. Today, she needed to look like the version everyone expected. She took a cab to work, eager to reclaim her old seat. Less than 24 hours had passed, yet stepping back into Broadcasting House felt like coming home. As she descended the spiral staircase toward the team, every face turned upward like startled meerkats, exchanging uneasy glances. She forced a smile and gripped the banister tighter. It felt as if the floor might give way. When she reached for the presenter's chair, the editor stopped her with a cold hand on hers, shook her head, and looked away embarrassed. Anna stood exposed in the middle of the group, cheeks burning under their stares, trying to read what they knew that she did not. A luxurious, feminine voice came from behind her, smooth as brushed velvet. Kat Jones apologized profusely for being late. The nanny had cancelled. Her mother-in-law had crashed her car on the way over. Nothing serious. And then the train had been delayed, and she had forgotten her phone. She was here now. Anna had secretly imagined some small accident keeping Kat away forever, so she could step back into the role she wanted. Seeing her now, perfect red hair tucked behind diamond-studded ears, figure-hugging yellow dress, flawless smile, made Anna feel suddenly small and unnecessary, a spare part in a machine that no longer needed her. Kat greeted her warmly, as if they were old friends, and asked how motherhood was treating her. What age was her daughter now? The question landed like a blow. Anna's daughter would have been 2 years, 3 months and 4 days old. She had never stopped counting. The entire newsroom fell still. No one answered. Kat's tattooed eyebrows drew together in theatrical concern. She assumed Anna had been called in early because of her own lateness and suggested she could have enjoyed a morning off with her family instead. Anna gripped the back of the presenter's chair to steady herself and managed a smile that hurt. She told Kat she was actually looking forward to returning to correspondent work, getting out of the studio, covering real stories and meeting real people. Kat's expression stayed neutral. Then she suggested Anna might like to take the new murder that had broken overnight. A woman's body found in Blackdown, a sleepy Surrey village. In fact, she insisted they find her a camera crew right away. She glanced toward the corner where the general correspondent sat waiting for assignments, the place everyone dreaded. The thin controller appeared at Kat's side, smiling broadly, and agreed it was not a bad idea. Anna lied and said she had not seen the story. Inside, she felt herself shrinking. This was the one assignment she did not want. Blackdown was the last place on Earth she wished to return to, especially after last night. Some things were too difficult even to explain to herself, yet she heard her own voice, strained and strange, asking if there was anything else. When he shook his head, dandruff dusting his ill-fitting suit, she forced one last smile. Then she guessed she was on her way to Blackdown. The first kill came easily. She stepped off the late train at Blackdown Station, looking as if she'd rather be anywhere else. He felt the same chill in the air, but at least his old black jumper kept the cold at bay. Her red lips, blonde hair, and tight black leather skirt suggested the night was far from over. She ran a homeless charity, the kind of work that made her seem selfless to everyone else. He knew better. She was no saint, just a sinner trying to balance the scales. Blackdown lay quiet and empty at that hour, the platform deserted except for her. The listed 1850 station building stood unchanged, protected from cameras or modern upgrades, with only one way in and one way out. He could have ended it right there on the platform. But her phone rang. She answered and kept talking all the way to the car park, her voice carrying in the still night. He held back. In the shadows, he watched her slide into her Audi TT, the company car the charity had somehow paid for, along with designer coats, New York trips, and hair highlights. He had seen the accounts himself, pulled from an unlocked drawer in her home office. She had been stealing steadily, and he could not let her keep getting away with it. She drove the short distance to the woods. He followed easily. From cover, he saw her leave her car and climb into another. She tucked her blonde hair behind her ears and went down on the driver, an appetizer before she hitched up her skirt and slid her underwear down for the main act. She kept most of her clothes on, slapping away hands that tried to remove them. What mattered most to him were her collarbones, sharp and exquisite against her pale skin, the hollows between shoulder and clavicle, drawing his gaze like nothing else. He ached looking at them. He also liked her shoes, and decided then he would keep them as a souvenir, far too small for his own feet. He studied the way her face transformed when the man entered her. Then he closed his eyes and listened to the raw sounds they made. Two people knowing they shouldn't be doing this yet unable to stop, like animals driven by pure need. There are always consequences. Afterwards, her face glistened with sweat in the cold, color flushing her pale cheeks, her perfect mouth hanging open as she panted. Most of all, he savored the look in her blue eyes the moment before he killed her. Pure fear, an expression he had never seen on her before. It suited her perfectly, as if she already sensed the end coming. Tuesday, 7 o'clock. This was very bad. He stared at the body lying in the dirt, and felt the memory of being inside her the night before surge back. It had often felt as though he were watching someone else receive her attention, the whole affair too good to be true. She had climbed into his car, unzipped him without a word, and taken him in her mouth. Then she had let him do whatever he wanted, and he had, drinking in every small sound from that perfect mouth. He had wanted her for so long. She was far out of his league, and deep down he had known it could never last. Yet from the first late-night meeting months ago, she had allowed him everything. She was addictive. The more he had, the more he craved. She came and went like the tide, and he had ridden the wave while it lasted, both of them taking what they needed with no strings, no dates, no complications. She had mentioned a recent divorce, her husband having cheated. He had known he was just another way for her to feel better about herself, but he hadn't minded. Beautiful people like Rachel got away with so much. He had believed that as long as no one knew about them, no one would get hurt. He had been wrong. The only words she ever spoke during sex were a demand for him to say her name, so he had. Rachel, Rachel, Rachel. Sir? Priya was staring at him. He wondered if he had been muttering aloud again. Her eyes seemed fixed on the scratch Rachel had left on his cheek last night, those long pink nails with white tips. He glanced down at the body's hands now, nails hacked short with the words "two-faced" painted across them, then looked back at his colleague. "I'm fine," he mumbled. He made excuses and sat in his car, pretending to make calls while he tried to warm up and steady his nerves. He checked the back seat and floor for any obvious trace of her. There were none visible, though her prints had to be everywhere. They had done it in this car more times than he could count. It was as filthy as their affair had been. He would get it cleaned later. He didn't know what he had been thinking, getting involved with a woman like her. She was trouble, but that had been part of the pull. Meeting her had always been better than going home to nothing. Still, if anyone found out, he could lose everything. The rain drummed steadily on the windscreen, worsening the headache pulsing at the base of his skull. He craved a cigarette or a glass of red wine, but he had given both up years ago for the sake of the child, refusing to pass on his bad habits. He had no good options left. Best to stick to the plan. Priya knocked on the window. He considered ignoring her, but stepped out into the cold drizzle. "Sorry to interrupt, sir. Were you talking to someone?" "Just myself." "The big boss couldn't get through on your phone," she said, the words carrying a clear edge of suspicion. He checked his mobile and saw 8 missed calls from the deputy chief constable. "Nothing showing. Must be a bad signal," he lied smoothly, pocketing the phone. "Tell him everything's under control, and I'll update him later." The last thing he needed was a younger superior breathing down his neck. "Okay, I'll let him know." Priya's face brightened as she remembered something else. "We think we've got a print." "What?" "A footprint. Forensics are excited. Large recent boot print right next to the body, partly hidden by leaves. Want to see?" He glanced down at his own muddy shoes before following her. Even if they found one, it'll probably belong to someone on the team. The scene should have been properly cordoned off immediately, including the car park. Any tracks now will be useless in court. The smile dropped from her face. He felt a small measure of relief return. As long as no one connected him to the victim or realized he had been here last night, he would be fine. He needed to act normal, do his job, and make sure someone else took the blame for killing Rachel. His mind kept circling the same thought. He wished he had never come back to Blackdown. Tuesday, 7:15. She saw no point in dodging the return to Blackdown. Avoiding it would only raise questions she couldn't answer. So she went home, packed a small suitcase with the usual kit: clean underwear, non-iron clothes, waterproof jacket, makeup, hair products, a bottle of wine, a few miniatures, and a novel she already knew she wouldn't open. Then loaded it into the back of her red Mini convertible, the car she had bought the day her husband left. She fastened her seatbelt, the cautious driver she had always been. A faint worry lingered about last night's alcohol, but the breathalyzer in the glove box flashed green. Clear. She needed no sat-nav. The route was burned into her muscle memory. The drive down the A3 passed without real trouble, the morning rush flowing the opposite way toward London. Still, every mile stretched, the radio offering no escape as songs dragged up memories she preferred to bury. Covering this story felt like a mistake, yet she had no way to explain why, so she kept going. The familiar turnoff tightened the knot in her stomach. Blackdown looked exactly as it always had, frozen in its quiet corner of the Surrey Hills. Once this had been home. Now it felt like someone else's life. She was no longer the person who had lived here. The town remained beautiful, despite the ugliness she knew lay beneath. She steered through the narrow country lanes, the ancient forest swallowing the sky. Twisted branches formed a tunnel overhead, roots clawing the steep banks on either side. She kept her eyes on the road and pushed the unwanted thoughts away. When the canopy finally opened, Blackdown still wore its neat Sunday best. Tidy Victorian cottages, mossy stone walls, white picket fences, and window boxes competing in colour. She passed the village green, the White Hart pub, the old Catholic church, then the imposing front of St. Hilary's Girls' Grammar School. She pressed the accelerator harder and fixed her gaze straight ahead so the memories couldn't catch her. She pulled into the National Trust car park and spotted the BBC crew car already waiting. She hoped they had sent a decent cameraman. The fleet of estate cars all looked identical, but the people inside them never did. How she appeared on screen depended entirely on who held the camera, and she was particular about her tools. She parked beside it. The driver's seat was fully reclined. She stepped out, peered through the open window, cold rain be damned, and recognized the man inside at once. Richard sat smoking a roll-up, 80s music drifting from the speakers. The car smelled of coffee, tobacco, and him. She climbed into the passenger seat and closed the door, deciding the awkward reunion was better faced head-on. She told him those cigarettes would kill him. He took another drag and answered that everyone had to die of something, adding that she looked well. She replied that he looked like shit. He grinned, the tension cracking if not quite breaking. He suggested she didn't always have to be quite so blunt, especially in the morning. She answered that she didn't need friends, only a good cameraman. He tapped ash out the window, then turned to her with a look in his eyes that felt slightly menacing, something she didn't remember from before. A moment later, he got out, and she realized he had simply meant they should get on with the job. He checked his camera with the same serious care he always gave his work, no matter how messy the rest of his life remained. A wave of relief washed through her. He could make any story look sharp, and make her look good, even when she felt terrible. More than that, she could almost be herself around him. They had slept together a handful of times years ago when she was still a correspondent. No one else knew. Both of them had been wearing wedding rings at the time. She had been broken then, her marriage already over in every way that mattered after they lost their daughter. The affair had been a way to feel something else, a distraction from pain that could still destroy her. The job delivered horror daily. Sometimes the only comfort was to look the other way for a while. Theirs had been nothing more than that shared need. Richard pulled on his coat, a flash of toned stomach showing as he reached for the sleeves, then dropped the cigarette and crushed it under his boot. He asked if she was ready. They left the tripod behind and walked toward the woods, dodging puddles to save her shoes. They didn't get far. A petite young woman in neat clothes stepped into their path and told them to stay behind the police tape. Her vowels were crisp, her manner that of a disillusioned school prefect. She flashed her badge, Patel, when they didn't move. A wider cordon was coming, she said. For now they needed to return to the car park. This was a crime scene. Behind the officer, lights blazed and figures in white forensics, suits moved around a tent pitched over the body on the forest floor. The young woman clearly expected them to obey. She and Richard exchanged a quick glance. He lifted the camera to his shoulder and started recording. She smiled and agreed politely, promising they would take only a couple of quick shots and leave. The lie came easily. Getting the job done sometimes required it. A man appeared beside the female detective. He looked exhausted, clothes thrown on in haste, a Harry Potter scarf looped around his neck. He ordered them back to the car park at once. Richard kept filming. She stayed put. This was the usual opening dance on any breaking story. She pointed out that the footpath was a public right-of-way, and they were entitled to film there, buying Richard time to zoom in. The man stepped forward and covered the lens with his hand. Richard warned him to watch it and lowered the camera. The detective told them to get out or he would have them arrested, then glared at her before turning back toward the tent. As they retreated, Richard muttered that they should file a complaint and get the man's name. She told him there was no need. His name was DCI Jack Harper. Richard stared at her, surprised. She paused only a second before answering that they had met before. It was the truth, if not the whole truth. Tuesday, 8:45. Seeing Anna hit him harder than he cared to admit, he replayed their awkward encounter on loop, the irritation sharpening his temper with everyone around him. He wished he had handled it better, but this was already the worst of days, and she had no business being here. A brand new shirt still hung untouched in his wardrobe, with pocket creases intact. He could have worn it had he known. Instead, she had seen him in crumpled clothes and an old jacket. He pretended it didn't bother him. It did. Satellite trucks and reporters now swarmed the area. He couldn't understand how the press had arrived so fast, especially her. The woods stretched for miles with multiple entrances and car parks. Yet Anna had been among the first. He spotted her talking to Priya, away from the pack, and fought the urge to interrupt. She had always known how to turn enemies into allies. He hoped D.S. Patel wouldn't say anything she shouldn't. Priya handed her blue plastic shoe covers. Anna leaned against a tree to pull them over her high heels, then glanced his way and waved. He turned away, pretending not to notice. Unbelievable that she had borrowed them just to keep her shoes clean in the mud. Priya appeared at his side. "I think I know who she is." He hoped he hadn't spoken that thought aloud. Lately, he had caught himself muttering in public when tired or stressed, which was most of the time living with an unhappy partner and a 2-year-old. "She's a TV news presenter," he said, the words tumbling out too fast and sounding harsher than intended. "That's probably why she looks familiar." Priya refused to let it drop. "I meant the victim, boss, not Anna Andrews." Hearing the name aloud struck him again. Priya jutted her chin defensively. "I do watch the news." "Good to know." Priya pressed on. She had seen the victim around town, though she didn't know her name yet. The rest of the team thought the woman was local, born and raised in Blackdown, still living here, but working in London for a homeless charity. Blonde hair and fancy clothes made her hard to miss. She had often carried a yoga mat along the high street. He stayed silent. Seen her, smelled her, fucked her. Rachel. She hadn't just worked for the charity. She had run it. Yoga had become an obsession after her husband cheated. He had never minded. It had benefits for both of them. Apart from their secret car park and hotel meetings, she hadn't socialized much outside work. Her Instagram was full of carefully posed pictures he had enjoyed viewing alone. Yet for someone with thousands of online followers, she had surprisingly few real friends. Maybe people were jealous of her success, or maybe they sensed the ugly streak beneath the beauty. He had chosen to ignore it, but couldn't pretend it wasn't there. The wide cordon now kept most of the press buzzing at the edges like flies. Orders had come down from above, demanding he give a camera statement, along with a flood of emails and calls pushing police social media lines. He rarely used social media, except to check on women he slept with, but headquarters seemed to value it more than actual police work. The next of kin hadn't even been informed yet. His stomach rumbled loudly. Priya offered him an almond from what looked like birdseed. He declined. When she then produced a packet of his old favorite cigarettes, surprise cut through his foul mood. The vegan D.S. Patel, carrying smokes, felt as unlikely as a nun with a dirty magazine. She shrugged and said they were for emergencies. He liked her a fraction more, snapped one in half out of habit, and let her light it. The first drag in 2 years flooded him with pure relief. His face betrayed an accidental smile. "Better?" Priya asked. She hadn't taken one herself. "Yes, much. Organize the press conference, give the hacks what they want, and hope they leave afterward." 20 minutes later, minus the Harry Potter scarf, he stood in the car park facing a wall of cameras. He sucked in his stomach self-consciously, aware he was out of practice and out of shape. He told himself no one he knew would see this, but the lie brought little comfort. He hadn't even shaved. He cleared his throat and began the carefully approved statement. Early this morning, police received a report of a body found in Blackdown Woods just outside the village. Officers attended and discovered the body of a woman not far from the main car park. She has not yet been formally identified, and the death is currently unexplained. The area remains cordoned off while investigations continue. There will be no further statements from this location, and I will not be answering questions at this time. He turned to leave, deliberately giving the press nothing more. Then Anna's voice cut through the silence. She ignored the no questions rule completely. "Is it true the victim was a local woman?" No comment. "You said the death is being treated as unexplained. Can you confirm this is a murder investigation? He kept walking. She pressed on. Is it true the victim was found with a foreign object inside her mouth? He stopped. Slowly he turned to face her. 100 questions collided in his head as he met her green eyes, which seemed to be smiling. Only he and Priya knew about the object in the victim's mouth. He hadn't told anyone else yet. Priya was discreet as a locked vault, so how the hell did Anna know? Tuesday, 9 o'clock. She ignored the other journalist's stares and hurried back to her red Mini, the cold biting harder than she remembered after standing outside for so long. She regretted not layering up, yet at least she still looked sharp. Better than Jack Harper had anyway. Inside the car, she started the engine and blasted the heater, then asked Richard to grab a few extra shots so she could make a call without an audience. The thought of the 1 o'clock news team carrying on without her in the newsroom felt strangely hollow. She believed she could still persuade the program editor to let her on air with what she had. At least then the trip wouldn't be wasted. She went straight to the top. After too many rings, Cat Jones answered with that velvety purr. Anna pictured her sitting in yesterday's chair, red hair and white smile in place, and the image sharpened a sudden thirst. She fished a miniature whiskey from her bag, twisted the cap one-handed and downed it. When she finally spoke, her own name came out strained. Cat put her on hold. The familiar BBC countdown music played, irritating now. Outside, familiar faces milled about. A few had shaken her hand earlier. She reached for an antibacterial wipe, scrubbing her fingers. The music cut off mid-note, replaced by the editor's sharp voice barking at the newsroom. He snapped at her next, asking who it was. She gave her name again. Recognition finally clicked, and he apologized for the chaos. She told him she was at the murder scene in Blackdown. He questioned whether it was actually murder, citing the wires that only mentioned an unexplained death. She insisted she knew there was more. When he asked how, she simply said she just did. He told her to call back only when she had something on the record. Today was slammed. Trump's latest tweet was melting everything down, and he had no room for what sounded like a local story. He hung up before she could finish. She sat inside her own dark thoughts for a moment. This business felt like Halloween every day. Grown adults in masks pretending. A knock on the window made her jump. Jack stood there wearing the same disgruntled expression she remembered from their last encounter. She stepped out and smiled when he glanced over his shoulder to check for watchers. He always had been paranoid, close enough that she caught the stale smoke on his breath, surprising her. He was supposed to have quit. He demanded to know what the fuck she was doing. She answered that it was her job. He pressed why the BBC would send a presenter to a story like this. She called it complicated, unwilling to admit she no longer held the presenting role. He wanted to know what she knew and why she had asked that final question after the presser. She countered by asking why he hadn't answered it. He warned her not to play games. He wasn't in the mood and would treat her like any other obstacle if she jeopardized the investigation. From his slip she confirmed it was murder. His cheeks flushed. He whispered that a woman they both knew had died and she should show some respect. When she pressed for the name, he said it didn't matter and that she shouldn't cover the story. She suggested maybe he shouldn't be investigating it either. He started to walk away, then turned back, stepping so close their faces nearly touched. He told her she didn't have to act like a bitch every time they met. It didn't suit her. The words stung more than she wanted to admit. She held the smile until he disappeared from view. Then, unexpectedly, tears came. She hated how easily he still got under her skin and hated herself more for letting him. The car beside hers unlocked with a beep. Richard opened the boot and carefully stowed his camera. He apologized for interrupting, asked if she was all right. She nodded and wiped mascara from under her eyes with the back of her hand, signaling she didn't want to discuss it. He asked whether they needed to package something for lunchtime. She told him the desk didn't want anything unless the story developed. He suggested heading back to London. She said not yet. There was more here, she could feel it. She wanted to speak to a few people in town alone. His camera would only scare them off. They could meet later at the White Hart down the road. It did a decent all-day breakfast. He paused, choosing his words. He asked if something had once happened between her and the detective. She teased whether he was jealous. He asked if he was right. She confirmed. Jack was her ex-husband. The detective stood motionless outside the crime scene tent, his thoughts circling back to Anna. His ex-wife knew more about this case than she was admitting. He had lived with her for 15 years, been married to her for 10, and still could never reliably separate her truths from her lies. Her emotional walls had always been high and unbreakable. He had sensed the marriage collapsing long before he acted on it. In his work, truth was essential. In his private life, it often felt like a glare he needed to avoid. No one at the scene knew he had once been married to Anna Andrews. He assumed none of her colleagues knew about him either. She had always guarded her privacy fiercely, a trait passed down from her mother. That suited him fine. He preferred keeping his personal life separate from the job. Over the years their "I love you" had hollowed out into routine. The words shrank first to "love you," then became little more than polite substitutes for goodbye or goodnight. They had lost all meaning. His stomach growled, pulling him back to the present and reminding him how hungry he was. As a boy, his mother had forbidden snacks between meals and banned sweets entirely. Obsessed with dental health from a receptionist job at the dentist. While other children carried crisps and chocolate to school, he received an apple or, on rare days, a small red box of sun-made raisins. The sight of those raisins, imported from California, had once filled him with sharp resentment. Even dried fruit seemed to have a more exciting life than he did. The only real pleasure from his childhood had come during his grandmother's visits, when she secretly shared squares of Cadbury dairy milk. The chocolate melted on his tongue like a private promise. Now he ate a chocolate bar every day, sometimes two when work turned sour. Yet none ever matched the taste of those childhood pieces. He had come to believe that once you finally obtain what you long for, it inevitably loses its magic, the secret no one dares voice, because admitting it would make everyone stop striving. He and Anna had reached everything they once thought they wanted. First a flat, then a car, a better job, a house, a wedding, a baby. They had followed the well-worn path laid down by generations before them. But when they arrived at the destination, they found only emptiness waiting. Their daughter had briefly changed that. For a time, she reminded them how to love each other. He would stare at the infant in quiet wonder, amazed that two flawed people could create something so perfect. She had saved them from themselves for a short while. Then she was gone. They lost their daughter, and in the aftermath, he lost his wife. Life had broken them both. When they finally admitted they no longer knew how to repair each other, they stopped trying. "The body has been moved, sir," Priya said. He blinked, realizing how long he had been standing there lost in thought. Even if no one else discovered what happened last night, he worried Anna somehow sensed it. She had always seen through his deceptions. After the tragedy, they had both fled in opposite directions. She into her work, he back to a place he knew she would never follow. Not because he wanted distance, but because he could no longer stand the look in her eyes, heavy with unspoken hurt and resentment. She had never voiced blame aloud, yet her gaze carried it fully. "Sir?" Priya prompted again. "That's good. Well done," he replied. He had ordered the team to relocate the body while he handled the press conference. Some images should never reach cameras. Priya lingered beside him, waiting. When he stayed silent, she spoke once more, but his attention drifted. She looked unchanged. Ponytail secured with old-fashioned grips, tortoise-shell glasses, polished lace-up shoes, a neatly ironed blouse. She carried herself like a page from a Marks and Spencer catalogue. Nothing like Anna, who had only grown more stylish and confident since the divorce. Anna appeared slimmer now, though he had never minded her former shape. Loneliness, he suspected, could diminish a person in more ways than one. Or perhaps she wasn't lonely at all. He had once wondered about the cameraman she traveled with on assignments, the hotel nights, the days away. Her career had always come first. After their daughter's death, they were both shattered. Yet when Anna finally landed her presenting job, their routine steadied and they spent more time together. Still, something vital was missing. They could never quite find their way back. In the end, she had been the one to ask for the divorce. He hadn't felt entitled to fight it. He knew she would always hold him responsible for their child's death. "I don't understand how she knew," he muttered aloud, without meaning to. "Sorry, sir," Priya asked. The object inside the victim's mouth. "I don't understand how Anna could have known about that." D.S. Patel's eyes widened behind her glasses. He recalled seeing her speaking with Anna before the press conference. "Please tell me you didn't share something I specifically instructed you to keep quiet." "I'm so sorry, sir," she answered, voice small. "It just slipped out. It felt like she already knew." He didn't truly blame Priya. Anna had always possessed the knack of asking the exact right question. Still, it failed to explain why his ex-wife had appeared at this particular scene. He turned and strode toward the car park. Priya hurried alongside, still apologizing, but he had already tuned her out. His gaze fixed instead on Anna conversing with her cameraman. He disliked the familiar way the man looked at her. He recognized that expression because he had once worn it himself. She climbed into the red Mini convertible she had bought after the split, likely because she knew it would irritate him, and to his surprise, she seemed ready to drive away. He had never known her to abandon a story so easily. The departure only sharpened his curiosity about her real purpose here. He quickened his pace toward his own car. "Are you okay?" Priya asked, still trailing him. "I'd be a lot better if people did their jobs properly." "Sorry, boss." "For Christ's sake, I'm not your bloody boss." He fished for his keys as the Mini disappeared toward the exit. Priya stared at him in silence now, a flicker of defiance in her eyes he hadn't noticed before. For a moment he wondered if even she knew more than she should. "Yes, sir," she replied in a tone that made him feel both old and unkind. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to snap. I'm just tired. The kid kept me up half the night," he lied. He now lived with another woman and her child. Though unlike him, the boy slept soundly. Priya nodded, unconvinced. He slid into his car before she could question him further, willing the engine to start. He wasn't sure what he was doing or why, only that instinct compelled him. He didn't normally follow his ex-wife, yet something told him he must today. There were always unanswered questions surrounding Anna. Why was she really here? Did she already know the victim's identity? How had she located the murder scene before the press briefing? Did she miss him? Had she ever truly loved him? And always loudest of all, why had their little girl had to die? Anna Andrews sat behind the wheel of the red Mini, the unanswered questions still churning inside her. Insomnia had become an unbreakable habit. Each day began backwards. She woke exhausted and only grew alert by bedtime. The guilt over killing Rachel had not caused it. The sleeplessness had started long before that night, and nothing eased it. The doctor's sleeping pills were useless. Mixing them with alcohol brought blinding headaches, yet wine remained her most reliable crutch when the ground felt ready to give way. She avoided doctors whenever possible. Hospitals reeked of illness and death, no matter how much she scrubbed her hands afterward. The staff always asked the same questions, so she gave the same practiced lies. No, she had never smoked. Yes, she drank, but only in moderation. There was no law requiring her to tell them the truth. Lies repeated, often enough, began to feel real. Her mind drifted most easily while driving, though she remained a careful autopilot driver on these quiet roads. She wondered whether the sudden police presence and media swarm would change that emptiness for long. The circus would pass. Most locals would soon return to normal. Grief struck hardest at the point of impact, but it faded for everyone else. She doubted the summer coachloads of tourists would keep coming. In her view, popularity only spoiled a place the way it spoiled a person. She felt no remorse for killing Rachel, and wondered what that absence said about her. People still looked at her exactly as they had yesterday. In the mirror, she saw no visible difference. Perhaps because this had not been her first time. She had killed before. The memory of that earlier night stayed buried. Even now it hurt too sharply to touch. One wrong decision had destroyed 2 lives, yet no one had ever learned the truth. She had never told a soul. Some might understand why she had killed Rachel if they knew the girl's secrets, might even thank her. But no one would ever understand why she had killed someone she loved so deeply, and they never would. She would never speak of it. Tuesday, 10 o'clock. Rain hammered the windscreen in fat, angry drops that blurred the road ahead. She kept driving until the crime scene, and her ex-husband felt far enough behind, then pulled into a lay-by. The wipers beat their steady rhythm, swish and scrape, whispering the same urgent command inside her head. Leave this place. When the mirrors showed the road empty, she unscrewed another miniature whiskey, let the burn fill her throat, and held the sting as long as she could. She dropped the empty bottle into her bag. It clinked against the others, and the sound pulled her back to the wind chime that once hung outside her daughter's nursery. Alcohol never made her feel better. It simply stopped her from feeling worse. She popped a mint, blew into the breathalyzer out of long habit, and pulled back onto the road. On the way into town, she passed her old school. A handful of girls in the familiar St. Hilary's uniform, royal blue with a yellow stripe, stood outside. They looked impossibly young. She remembered feeling ancient at their age. Life so often seemed to run in reverse. Children pretending to be adults, adults now behaving like children. A wave of nausea hit her as she approached the house, but it had nothing to do with the drink. She parked the Mini further down the street, unsure why she bothered hiding it. Her mother would know she was here soon enough. The guilt of not visiting for more than 6 months pinned her in the seat. She had skipped last Christmas entirely. By then she and Jack were divorced, and he was already living with someone new. She had spent Christmas Eve volunteering at a soup kitchen, then locked herself in her flat for 3 days with only wine and sleeping pills. When she woke on the 28th, she still felt hollow, but she could carry on. That had been enough. She had considered another option that night and flushed it away. Christmas, once her favorite season, was now simply something to survive, and the only way she knew how was alone. She sometimes felt as though she lived just beneath the surface, while everyone else moved above it. Trying to match their pace for too long left her breathless, as if even her lungs were made differently. She locked the car and scanned the familiar street. A bungalow had become a house. A garden had become a driveway. Otherwise, everything looked exactly as it always had, as though the last 20 years might have been a tired illusion. She had been balancing on the edge of losing her mind for some time now, but had not yet stepped over. Her feet stopped at the last cottage on the lane. The old Victorian home looked unchanged, except for the peeling paint on the window frames and front door. The garden shocked her most, an overgrown jungle of grass and heather. The 2 lines of lavender bushes flanking the path had grown crooked and woody, their stems reaching out like twisted, arthritic fingers that seemed determined to keep people from entering, or from leaving. The garden gate hung broken on its hinges. She lifted it aside and made her way to the front door. The bell no longer worked, so she knocked 3 times exactly as her mother had taught her years ago, the signal that it was her. For a long time, her mother had refused to let anyone else inside. No one answered. The welcome mat lay upside down on the step. She pushed the unkind thought aside before it could settle. Then she spotted the cracked terracotta flower pot. The spare key was still hidden beneath it. She let herself in. The detective sat parked farther down the quiet street, engine off, watching. He had lost Anna at the second roundabout. She always drove too fast, but it no longer mattered. He had already guessed her destination. Seeing her red Mini confirmed it. After all this time, he was surprised she had come here. She looked different from earlier that morning. Still beautiful, with her glossy brown hair, large green eyes, and little red coat, yet somehow smaller, as though the place itself diminished her, more fragile, easier to break. Anna had never liked returning to this house, even before their daughter died. She refused to speak about why. After the loss, she had withdrawn completely, leaving only for the newsroom. Shopping became online only. The flat turned into her hiding place. She could not even bear to hear their little girl's name. If he spoke it, she covered her ears in fury. He had erased many painful memories from his past, mistakes and people he had hurt, but not Charlotte. He still whispered her name to himself in silence. Charlotte, Charlotte, Charlotte. She had been so small and perfect. Then she was gone. Anna had treated her grief like an allergy, avoiding anything that might trigger it. She buried herself in work publicly and hid at home privately, shielding herself from the fear that other people stirred in her. She had learned to conceal her anxiety from the world, but he knew worry still ruled her. His stomach rumbled again. He had eaten nothing all day. Usually he kept sugary snacks in the car. He popped open the glove compartment, expecting chocolate or biscuits, but found a pair of black lacy knickers instead. They must have belonged to Rachel. Women did not normally undress in his car. He had no idea how they had got there. Pushing deeper, he found a box of Tic Tacs. They reminded him of Anna. She had always carried mints. He shook a few into his palm. They were not mints. Thick fingernail clippings rested against his skin. Nausea rose fast. A car door slammed somewhere down the street. He shoved the underwear and the box back inside and slammed the compartment shut, heart racing, as if hiding them could make them disappear. Someone knew he had been with Rachel last night. Someone was deliberately tormenting him. He could think of no other explanation. But who? He turned his attention back to Anna. She took her time getting out of the Mini, despite her earlier hurry. He understood her hesitation. She had every reason to be afraid of what waited inside. He knew exactly what was waiting, because he visited the house often. He had even cut his own key. Neither of them had known as Tuesday, 10:10. Anna squeezed through the front door, pushing aside a pile of unopened mail that blocked it. The house felt as cold inside as out. The air smelled wrong, as though something had died. She called out hello, but received no answer. A television murmured faintly from the back of the house. She tried the light switch. Nothing. No bulb. She pulled the cord on one of the old homemade Roman blinds. Dust exploded into the thin beam of winter light. The once cozy lounge now stood nearly empty, except for dozens of cardboard boxes, many stacked high and leaning dangerously. One in the far corner was labeled Anna's Things in thick black marker. None of this made sense. Her mother would rather die than leave this house. They had argued about it for years, until they stopped speaking altogether. Her hands began to tremble the way they always had here. Home had never been where the heart was. For her, home was where the hurt lived that had shaped her. As a child, her mother had taught her to build mental boxes and lock her worst memories inside them. She still told herself the same thing every time she came here. You are more than the worst thing you've ever done. A sharp pain bloomed at the back of her head, throbbing in time with her pulse. She needed alcohol to dull it. She found a half-empty blister pack of painkillers in her bag, popped 2 into her mouth, then fished out a miniature vodka and swallowed them down like medicine. She did not bother with a mint afterwards. Mum. Her voice sounded exactly as it had when she was small. Still no answer. She remembered her mother describing the tiny Victorian cottage as plenty big enough for the 2 of us, conveniently forgetting there had once been 3. The house looked nothing like the warm home it had once pretended to be. She squeezed past the towers of boxes, pushed open the squeaking door to the rear, and the stench grew far worse. It caught in her throat and made her gag. She passed the stairs, moved through the cluttered dining room, and entered the kitchen. Dirty plates with uneaten food and half-drunk cups of cold tea covered every surface. Lazy flies buzzed around what looked like an abandoned microwave lasagne. Her mother had never eaten ready meals. She had grown her own food and refused fast food. The smell intensified. In the conservatory at the very back, the television glowed. Her mother sat in her favorite armchair, knitting bag on the floor beside her. She looked smaller than Anna remembered, grey hair thinned, cheeks hollow. Her clothes were dirty and 2 large cardigan buttons, done up wrong, so one side hung lower. Anna recognized the faded embroidered bees. She had bought that cardigan herself years ago as a last-minute birthday gift. The television showed the BBC News channel, as though her mother had been hoping to catch a glimpse of her. She wasn't watching now. Her eyes were closed, mouth slightly open. Anna stepped closer. Memories she had locked away long ago began to stir. She shook her head, trying to silence them. The stench wasn't only from the kitchen. It came from her mother too. Body odor, urine, and something worse she refused to name. "Mum?" she whispered. No response. "Mum?" she said louder. Still nothing. She had imagined her mother's death many times over the years, not because she wished it, but because the thought sometimes surfaced unbidden. Now that it might be real, she realized she was not ready. She reached out, hesitated, then touched her mother's hand. The fingers were icy cold. She leaned close, trying to detect breath. The pain in her head spiked so fiercely, she briefly closed her eyes and felt herself slip backward in time. A scream tore out of her. It took several seconds before she understood the sound was her own. The detective remained in his car further down the street, eyes fixed on the house where Anna had grown up. His memories of the place pulled him backward, until he saw her not as the woman she was now, but as the little girl she had once been. He could have stepped out and stopped her, yet he stayed where he was. Some things had to unfold on their own. He already knew what waited inside, and the knowledge sat heavy in his chest. He watched her bend for the spare key beneath the cracked flower pot, then slip through the peeling front door. The cottage had once been the prettiest on the lane, a picture-perfect doll's house with its garden, window boxes, and white picket fence. Tourists used to stop and photograph it. Anna's mother had turned cleaning into an art. For over 20 years, she had looked after half the village's homes, including the one he lived in now. She left scented candles, fresh flowers, and sometimes warm brownies on kitchen tables. She even babysat his sister on occasion. You always knew when Mrs. Andrews had been there. Work and glowing references had never been a problem. Nothing stirred inside the house. Boredom and restless anticipation finally pulled him out of the car. He walked the street, keeping the cottage in view, then paused beside Anna's red Mini. No dents, no scratches, nothing unusual except the color. He told himself he was only stretching his legs, yet his gaze drifted to the passenger side floor. A discarded pay and display ticket lay crumpled there, the National Trust logo clear. He had seen her park outside the woods that morning, but the date on the ticket was yesterday. She had been at the exact car park where the body was found the day before the murder. He pressed his face to the glass, squinting until the printed numbers left no doubt. The realization hit hard. He glanced up and down the empty street, needing someone else to confirm what he had just seen. Then a woman's scream tore through the quiet. Tuesday, 10:15. Anna's scream cut off the moment her mother opened her eyes. For a heartbeat, the older woman looked as frightened as she felt. But then recognition softened her face. She laughed, the sound warm and familiar, as though she was still the middle-aged mother Anna remembered, and not the frail figure in the chair. The mismatch between that voice and the shrunken body in front of her left Anna disoriented. Her mother was only 70, yet life and long periods of depression had aged her far faster. Some truths about parents were easier never to examine too closely. Her mother pulled herself upright with obvious effort and asked if Anna had thought she was dead. She wrapped her in a hug. Anna, unused to being held, stood stiff at first, then slowly returned the embrace. It lasted a long time. All around them, framed photos of her as a child watched from the walls and shelves. Every single one taken when she was 15 or younger, as though her mother's mind had frozen her at that age. Her mother studied her and noted, without words, how many months had passed since their last visit. Long silences had become their family's version of normal. Both of them understood why. Anna asked about the mess, the boxes, the state of the house. Her mother answered that she was finally moving out, it was time, and offered tea. She shuffled into the kitchen, located the kettle among the dirty plates, and filled it while the old pipes groaned in protest. She set it on the gas hob, quoting her favorite saying about looking after the pennies. The silence between them stretched, awkward and heavy, while they waited for the water to boil. The house had not always looked like this. Her mother had once been obsessively neat. Everything had been spick and span. Anna suspected she had inherited that same fierce need for order. Her parents had bought the cottage for the school catchment, then paid for private education at St. Hilary's, even though they could barely afford it. Her father had worked even longer hours afterward, determined to give her the start they had never had. For Anna, it had only been the beginning of never quite fitting in. She remembered the day she turned 15. Her father had already left for good. That afternoon, her mother had promised to collect her from school but never appeared. Furious and humiliated, Anna walked home alone in the pouring rain, backpack, gym kit, and art portfolio swapping between aching hands. No hood, no umbrella. Rain trickled down her neck. Tears burnt her cheeks. Earlier that day, Sarah Healy had mocked her in front of the entire class, calling her nose Jewish. She still did not understand why it was an insult, but the laughter had cut deep. She had planned to ask her mother about it the moment she got home. She reached the top of the hill, soaked and breathless, and set her bags down for a moment. The red grooves the handles had left on her cold fingers looked like temporary scars. She rubbed her palms together, trying to warm them and erase the marks. Then she turned onto their lane, the highest in Blackdown. Back then, the view stretched for miles. Village, woods, patchwork fields, all the way to the distant sea. Their cottage sat alone at the dead end, the smallest yet the prettiest. In summer, tourists climbed the hill for the panorama, and often photographed the house too. Her mother never minded. She spent hours tending the garden and painting the front door each spring to keep it looking fresh. Anna had not bothered hunting for a key that day. It was always under the flower pot. Before she even reached the lock, she heard the television inside. She assumed her mother had fallen asleep in front of it. She stepped in, slammed the door deliberately, and shouted her name like an accusation. Wet coat and bags dropped onto the carpet. She kicked off her sodden school shoes and socks, then stomped through to the lounge. The Christmas tree stood twinkling with fairy lights, but no presents lay beneath it. Instead, her mother lay face down on the floor in a pool of blood. Muddy footprints trailed behind her across the carpet, as though she had dragged herself in from the garden. Anna tried to whisper her name, but the word lodged in her throat. When understanding finally caught up, she dropped beside the broken body and tried to turn her over. Blood matted her mother's hair to the side of her battered face. One eye was swollen shut, the other opened a fraction. "Anna?" The rasping voice sounded twisted and painful. Her mother's gaze slid past her to the old cream rotary phone on the coffee table. Anna leapt up and rushed toward it. She tried to call the police, but her mother cut her off sharply. The woman's face twisted in clear agony. Even forming that single word had cost her. Anna pressed again, asking why not. Her mother repeated her refusal. No police. Anna reached for the phone and began dialing emergency services, announcing she would call an ambulance instead. Her mother objected once more and started crawling toward her across the floor, movements jerky and unnatural, like a scene from a nightmare. Anna begged her to stop, insisting she needed help and that she would contact her father. He would know what to do and come home quickly. Her mother stretched out a shaking, bloodied hand, seized the phone cord, and yanked it violently from the wall before collapsing back onto the floor. Anna felt tears rising as she considered running to a neighbor for assistance. Her mother croaked a warning against that too. No neighbors, no police, no one at all, demanding a promise. She fixed Anna with her one good eye until the girl nodded in reluctant agreement, then let her head fall back to the floor. She assured Anna she would be all right and just needed rest, her voice barely audible. Despite her mother's firm insistence on handling this alone, Anna remained unconvinced it was the safe choice. She asked once more why she could not at least call her father. Her mother exhaled heavily, as if releasing a long-held breath. Because her father was the one who had done this to her. Tuesday, 10:15. Jack stood outside the house where his ex-wife had grown up, knowing he should not be there. Loitering felt wrong, yet some people never fully left a person's life, even after separation or loss. They lingered in quiet thoughts and unfinished dreams. He had never been one for casual relationships, more the serial monogamous type, until Rachel. He could count his lovers on one hand, but he had only ever truly loved one woman. Leaving London had seemed the right decision for Anna at the time. Real love revealed itself most clearly in loss. Most people never found it, but when they did, they would sacrifice anything for it. He had done exactly that. Now he wondered if that sacrifice had been his greatest mistake. Still, he was here, and he had just heard what sounded like a scream. As a man, and as a detective, he could not ignore it. He snapped a quick photo of the parking ticket on Anna's car, showing yesterday's date, then moved toward the house. He lifted the broken gate, glanced back to check for watchers, saw none, and continued along the cracked, weed-choked path. Instead of the front door, he slipped down the side toward the back, where he expected to find them. He paused when he caught muffled voices inside. Unable to distinguish the words and unwilling to be spotted, he leaned against the wall, debating whether to leave. The responsible choice was to return to his car and head back to headquarters. Then another sound reached him, another scream-like cry. It jolted him into action. He crept to the kitchen window and peered in. There were Anna and her mother. The older woman was lifting the kettle from the hob. That must have been the noise he had mistaken for distress. He had forgotten her old-fashioned habit of boiling water that way. Anna shared more with her mother than she cared to admit. In his experience, women fell into two groups: those fighting not to become their mothers, and those striving to emulate them. Both usually ended up with the opposite of what they wanted. He turned away, unwilling to be seen. The women inside had made a fool of him before. Anna had always insisted she needed no saving. What he had heard was probably just wishful thinking. You could not help someone who refused to admit they were lost. Tuesday, 10/18. Anna kept her suspicion that her mother might have lost her grip on reality to herself. The kettle began its shrill whistle. Her mother removed it from the heat. From the corner of her eye, Anna thought she glimpsed movement outside the kitchen window, but when she looked again, nothing was there. She turned back and took in the disarray of the house once more. Knowing her mother, she could hardly believe the state of it. As a teenager, she had sometimes felt embarrassed that her mother cleaned other people's homes. Now she felt ashamed for ever caring what others thought. Her mother had done it all for her. Jack had emailed several times recently, warning that Mum was much worse. Anna had dismissed it as an excuse to stay in contact. She had not believed him. Seeing her mother now, she hated herself for that doubt. Sometimes children had to parent their parents, and she had failed at the role. She had not merely forgotten her lines, she had never learned them. Her mother had always cleaned their own home with obsessive care, a habit Anna had inherited. The house and her mother had never looked like this before. Presentation had mattered deeply to her. Though money was tight, she had always dressed them both nicely from charity shops and never appeared without her hair and makeup done. She had been beautiful. Now she looked and smelled as if she had not washed in days. Anna asked how she had been. Her mother replied that she was fine and began opening and closing nearly empty kitchen cupboards. Jack had mentioned she was forgetting to eat and had lost weight, forgetting many things. She searched for biscuits. Anna assured her she was not hungry. Her mother then set about making tea, blending it from 2 tins in her usual way, and bringing down the old teapot that carried countless memories. Anna needed a drink, but not tea. She should have come home sooner, should have cared for her mother the way her mother had once cared for her. Self-preservation had kept her away, yet the urge to leave again rose now. Her mother caught her arm and pressed a crystal tumbler of whiskey into her hand. Anna looked at the glass, then at her mother, who smiled. It brought an odd comfort to know her mother still accepted even this flawed version of her, and seemed to love her anyway. Her mother had started drinking after Anna's father left, and, despite her denials, had never truly stopped. Anna had always attributed her memory lapses to that escape. Her mother had never been sociable. Wine and whiskey had been her constant companions. No one else knew the extent of it. She had hidden it well, and Anna had learned the same skill of silence. Like mother, like daughter. Jack had raised the possibility of dementia several times, but Anna had always brushed it off, convinced she knew her mother better. Even when he described the worsening signs, she had thought it manageable. Perhaps she had been wrong. She recalled minor forgetfulness, the milk, keys, showing up at the wrong houses. But those had seemed explainable, the sort of thing that happened to everyone. Her mother had missed her birthday a couple of times, but Anna preferred to forget that day herself. Jack claimed she had once forgotten where she lived. Anna had thought he exaggerated, but now doubt crept in. If dementia was stealing her mother's memories, it sometimes seemed to return them too. Today at least, she appeared coherent. Anna finished her whiskey and considered pouring another. She asked about the row of prescription pills on the windowsill. Her mother's expression shifted into an uneasy blend of fear and shame. She dismissed them as nothing to worry about, and quickly hid the brown bottles in an empty drawer. Her mother had never taken medication, not even basic painkillers. She had long believed pharmaceutical companies would doom humanity, one of her dramatic but deeply held convictions. Anna urged her to share whatever it was. Her mother stared at her for a long moment, weighing her words, then insisted she was fine. Anna looked around the filthy kitchen and spoke as gently as she could, saying they both knew that was not true. Her mother apologized for the mess, explaining no one had visited in a long time. Had she known Anna was coming, she would have prepared. She had been busy packing a lifetime of belongings into boxes, and the pills left her exhausted. When Anna pressed again about the pills, her mother stared at the floor before answering that people said she had been forgetting things. Sunlight from the window fell across her face. She seemed to feel its warmth, her cheeks coloring as an embarrassed smile appeared. Anna asked what people. A cloud passed over the sun, the light faded, and the smile vanished. Her mother shook her head. It had been Jack. She had forgotten to pay for her shopping a few weeks earlier and felt mortified. She did not even recall going to the supermarket. She hated shops. But security footage showed her walking past the tills with a trolley of unnecessary items. Books by authors she disliked, sirloin steaks despite decades without meat, and a pack of nappies. Anna looked away. Her mother hesitated before continuing. They had been kind but called the police. She had Jack's number in her bracelet. They contacted him, and he identified himself as both police and her son, so they allowed him to collect her. Anna stared at the silver SOS talisman bracelet on her mother's wrist, a gift from her last year, to ease her own guilt after a minor car accident when no one at the hospital knew whom to call. Now it held Jack's name and number instead of hers. She reminded her mother that Jack was not her son. He had been her son-in-law, but they were divorced, so he was no longer that either. Did she remember? Her mother affirmed she knew and was only a bit forgetful, not senile. She still thought the divorce a shame. They had been good together, and Jack had been kind to her. He had made her see a doctor. When Anna asked what the doctor said, her mother told her not to worry. There were treatments to slow dementia, though they slowed her too. She felt so tired. That explained the disorganization. Jack believed it might be time for her to move to a residential care village nearby. It sounded nice. She would have her own place with helpful gadgets and people to watch over her when she lost herself. Part of her knew she should feel gratitude, but anger swelled instead. She confronted her mother, demanding why neither she nor Jack had told her what was happening. She could have helped. Her mother replied simply that Jack had been there for her, the implication that Anna had not hung in the air. She suggested Anna go upstairs to her old bedroom and take anything she wanted to keep before the packing began, offering to finish the tea with a splash of fresh honey the way she used to like it. Anna protested there was no need, but her mother insisted she could still do this much. Reluctantly, Anna climbed the narrow staircase, stepping around clutter of dusty books and unworn shoes. Her mother had never thrown away anything she once loved. Unused Christmas gifts still sat in their boxes, an unopened mobile phone, an electric blanket, an electric kettle. The landing was the same obstacle course of cardboard. She reached the back bedroom that had always been hers with a knot of dread and pushed the door open. The room stood frozen, exactly as she had left it at 16. Dark wooden furniture, homemade floral curtains and cushions, bookshelves, the old desk propped steady by folded cardboard. Unlike the rest of the house, everything here was spotless and recently polished. The bed linen smelled freshly washed, and a faint trace of Mr. Sheen lingered. On the dressing table sat the Coty Lamont perfume she had loved as a teenager. She sprayed her wrist. The scent crashed over her with memories so sharp she nearly dropped the bottle and had to wipe away the sting of one she preferred to forget. Movement outside drew her to the back window overlooking the garden. It remained divided into the same 4 practical sections her mother had always maintained: the small reading lawn, single apple tree orchard, vegetable patch, and potting shed. She watched her mother shuffle to the far corner, lift the old beehive lid with bare hands, no mask, no gloves, and reach inside. Anna had once been terrified by it as a child, but her mother had taught her that trust went both ways with bees. She had never been stung. Her mother glanced up, saw her, and waved. She looked fine. Perhaps the pills Jack had pushed were the real problem. Anna turned back to the room. Not all memories here were welcome. Her eyes fell on the wooden jewelry box her father had given her, the last gift he ever gave, engraved with her name. She traced the letters hard enough to imprint her fingertips, then opened it out of grim curiosity. Inside lay a single red and white friendship bracelet and a photograph of 5 15-year-old girls, one of them her. She slipped the photo into her pocket and fastened the bracelet on her wrist, leaving everything else untouched. A painful thought struck her. Her mother had kept this room ready all these years in case she ever came home. The realization that her absence had hurt her mother, this deeply lodged in her chest. Her gaze caught on the old Victorian fireplace. The house had always been cold. Her mother refused central heating unless it froze, so open fires had been their only warmth. She remembered the last time she had used this one, burning a letter no one was ever meant to read. The bedroom door flew open. Her mother entered smiling warmly, carrying 2 cups of honeyed tea. The smile vanished the instant she saw Anna. The cups slipped from her hands, shattering and spilling across the floor. Her mother stared at the fireplace, then at the bracelet on Anna's wrist, then stepped back in genuine fear. She whispered the question, voice trembling. Anna tried to explain she had only been looking around the room as asked. Her mother's face twisted. She insisted Anna was not her daughter. Anna was 15, and demanded to know who this stranger was in her home. Anna stepped forward, repeating that it was her, Anna, and they had just been talking downstairs. Her mother's fear flared into fury. She warned her not to touch her, screamed for her to get out of the house or she would call the police, and kept screaming the command over and over. Anna felt tears spill. This unrecognizable version of her mother was erasing every good memory she still held. Tuesday, 10:35. Jack sat in his car outside the house, waiting without knowing exactly what for, already certain it would not be good. The place always left him uneasy. Anna had never liked coming here. This was the last place they had seen their daughter Charlotte alive, 3 months and 3 days old, dropped off for what should have been a safe night with her grandmother. He had reached the age where he understood that most things once thought important no longer mattered, but only after losing the one thing that truly did. His phone buzzed. The message sent a wave of nausea through him, laced with an excitement he immediately despised. A fist hammered on his dirty window. He barely swallowed the shout that rose in his throat, and wished he had saved one of Priya's cigarettes for this exact moment. Today was becoming a very bad day. He cranked the window down. Anna stood there, face blotchy from crying, coat clutched in her hand, as if she had left the house too fast to put it on. She demanded whether he was following her. He asked if she would believe him if he said no. She accused him of interfering with her mother's health and living arrangements. He reminded her that her mother had deteriorated steadily over the past 6 months, something she would know if she had visited. Anna insisted it was none of his business. She was her mother. He corrected her. He held power of attorney. She recoiled a step, stunned. She pressed him on what this was really about. Selling the house, tricking her mother for money now that he was on one salary? The accusation stung, but he told her she knew it was not like that. Regardless of their divorce, he still cared about her mother. She had been good to them both. What happened to Charlotte was not her fault. Anna shot back that it had been his. The words landed like a blow to the chest. She looked as if she regretted saying them as much as he regretted hearing them. He steadied himself and continued. Her mother was not well, and someone had to do what was best. Anna challenged whether that someone was him. In the absence of anyone else, yes. He described how her mother had been found wandering the town at night in just her nightdress, lost. Anna refused to believe him. Anna watched Jack's face as she denied being in Blackdown yesterday. She had not meant to blurt the accusation, but his reaction told her far more than any words would. He countered by asking why a pay-and-display ticket with yesterday's date sat in her car. She hesitated, just long enough for him to notice, and insisted she had no idea what he meant. She warned him to stay away from her, her car, and her mother, suggesting he focus on his own family and his job instead, especially after what had happened. In that moment, Jack saw their daughter's eyes and features in Anna's face. The resemblance brought everything rushing back. He could not bring himself to hurt her any more than he already had. He agreed it was good advice. She called his presence harassment and said he should not be there. He admitted she was right. She paused, surprised by his agreement. He studied the face he had loved for so long, noting the rare shape surprise gave it. Against his better judgment, he told her the dead woman was Rachel Hopkins. The words lifted a weight from him. Anna's expression remained unchanged, as if she had not heard. He asked if she remembered Rachel. She said of course, and questioned why he was telling her. He shrugged, saying he thought she should know. He waited for some emotional response, but could not yet read her lack of one. Anna and Rachel had been friends long ago. Perhaps indifference was normal at their age. Their generation had grown up without social media or mobiles, and was better at letting friendships fade. He regretted telling her almost immediately. It had been unprofessional, and next of kin had not even been informed. He already knew how much she had hated Rachel anyway. His phone buzzed, breaking the silence. He said they would have to pause their reunion because he needed to leave, already rolling up the window. She accused him of worrying the town would learn he was stalking his ex-wife. He considered staying silent, but knew she would find out soon enough. He told her they had found something that might help identify the killer, started the engine, and drove away without looking back. Tuesday, 11 o'clock. Anna watched Jack's car disappear down the street and wondered what her face had shown when he named the dead woman as Rachel Hopkins. She hoped she had shown nothing, but Jack had always seen straight through her. She had spotted his rusty second-hand car the moment she left her mother's house. Probably all he could afford now, supporting a new home, mortgage and child on one salary while living with a woman who avoided work. They had been together over 15 years. For a long time, she could not imagine life without him. She understood now that the life they shared had never been meant to last forever. Sometimes, people held on too tightly to the wrong person until letting go became necessary. She waited until his car was gone, then pulled the old photograph from her pocket. Finding it in the jewelry box had given her goosebumps. Jack's news brought them back. She still recognized every face, including her own, and remembered the night it was taken, dressing up to look older, preparing to do something they should not have done. An evening not all of them would live to regret. She stared at the younger Rachel Hopkins, standing beside her in the photo, arm wrapped around her bare shoulder, as if they were friends. They had not been. Both were smiling, but Anna's smile was false. If she had been more honest back then, she might not still be hiding behind a lifetime of lies. She wished she had never transferred to that awful school. They would never have met, and none of it would have happened. She remembered the moment she first sensed something was wrong, a few months after her father disappeared. During a double English lesson, the school secretary, with her pale face and bright clothes, had knocked and called her name. The whole class turned to stare. The headmistress wanted to see her. Anna followed in silence and waited outside the office, confused because she had never been in trouble. The warm room smelled of jam and its bookshelves made it feel safe, like a library. She had been wrong. The headmistress, with short grey hair that looked like forgotten rollers, twin sets, pearls, pink lipstick, and a large mole on her cheek, asked if everything was all right at home. Anna knew the question carried suspicion. Her father had never returned after the night he hurt her mother. Arguments and violence had been normal to Anna then. She had seen them her whole life. People hurt those they loved far more than those they hated. Since his disappearance, her mother had pawned jewelry, expanded the vegetable patch because they could no longer afford supermarkets, or drunk what little money remained. At other times, she slept in front of the lounge fire, afraid to use the upstairs bed they had once shared. Anything of her father's that could not be sold, she burned for warmth. Anna had answered that everything was fine at home. The headmistress pressed gently, mentioning unpaid school fees, unanswered letters, and missed parents' evening. Anna shook her head and insisted nothing was wrong. She had needed time to invent the right lies to fill the gaps. When she returned to class, everyone stared again. She felt they all knew secrets they must never know. She had hated being stared at ever since. It made her news-presenting career seem strange, but in the studio, it was only her and a camera. If she could not see their eyes, it was bearable, like a child covering her own. Anna slipped the photo back into her pocket and noticed the red and white friendship bracelet tight around her wrist. She had made it years ago, along with 4 identical ones. It had seemed innocent then, but it had haunted her often. She pulled the end until it bit into her skin. She deserved the pain, and felt guilty when she began to enjoy it. A noisy bird drew her gaze back to her mother's house. The place felt toxic in too many ways. She needed to leave. She climbed into a Mini, rested her hands on the steering wheel, then looked down at the bracelet again. It had left an angry red groove. She loosened it slightly and rubbed the mark, trying to erase the hurt she had caused herself. The mark on her wrist would fade, but the scar on her conscience from the first time she wore that bracelet would remain forever. DCI Jack Harper watched Anna's face remain utterly blank as he delivered the news that the dead woman was Rachel Hopkins. No flicker of surprise, no shock, nothing. He had expected something, anything. But then again, his ex-wife had never aimed for normal. That very quality was one of the things he had once loved most about her. He pulled into the garage on his way to meet Priya, the text she had sent making it clear he would need cigarettes. The empty roads let him arrive quickly. He sat in the car a moment longer, lighting one up, the smoke steadying his trembling hands. Visiting mortuaries had once been routine back in London, but this time felt entirely different. Memories of the previous night kept resurfacing, how he had left Rachel lying there. It hadn't been his fault, yet he knew others would never see it that way if the truth came out. He forced himself through the doors, fighting the imagined stench that already clawed at his throat. When he spotted Rachel's body on the cold metal table, he pressed a hand over his nose and mouth. Priya stood nearby, watching him with her usual intense gaze. He wondered, not for the first time, whether her attention went beyond professional respect. She wasn't unattractive, but he had learnt long ago that mixing business and pleasure only led to trouble. He turned his focus back to Rachel. In the woods, fully clothed among the leaves, she had looked almost peaceful, like some modern sleeping beauty. Here, naked on the slab and sliced open, the sight hit far harder. This was not how he wanted to remember her, yet he suspected this image would haunt him forever, along with the smell. At least her eyes were closed now. A thin, twisted man in a blood-spattered apron asked if he would need a bucket. Jack assumed he was the forensic pathologist and introduced himself as DCI Jack Harper, declining the offer with a polite gesture. The man ignored his outstretched hand. Only then did Jack notice the bloody gloves. Dr. Jim Level introduced himself without warmth, his messy grey eyebrows stretching across his lined forehead, while his head hair remained stubbornly black. He smiled only with his eyes, looking a little too eager for the work at hand. Spots of blood dotted his apron. Jack looked away. The pathologist announced that the stab wounds had killed her. Jack found the casual delivery almost disappointing after the drive. Still, this was his first murder case since returning to the quiet countryside. Perhaps the man was simply out of practice. Either way, he had already decided he disliked Level, and the feeling appeared mutual. He asked about the weapon. The doctor described a relatively short blade, possibly a kitchen knife. Over 40 wounds of nearly identical depth covered her chest. She had not died immediately. Jack finished the thought for him. The blood loss had been slow. Priya stared at the floor. Level continued without pause, suggesting the killer had cut the victim's fingernails at the scene and taken them, either as a souvenir or to eliminate evidence if she had scratched him. Swabs had been taken, but he suspected gloves had been worn. The attack had clearly been planned. Jack's mind flashed to the tic-tac box, filled with nail clippings he had found in his car earlier. He needed to dispose of it. He began to question the repeated reference to the killer as male. They had found semen. Of course they had, and of course it was his. He turned to Priya, asking for any update on the victim's car, needing a break from the pathologist. She reported none. Jack knew Rachel's Audi TT had been parked right next to his in the Woodland car park the night before, but no one else knew that, and the car was gone now. He kept staring at her. She confirmed no usable tire tracks remained. The rain had washed most away. What little they recovered belonged to the press or their own team, including his own car. He reminded her that failing to cordon off the car park had been a mistake, though he told her not to dwell on it. Nobody knew everything. She seemed less troubled than he expected. Priya mentioned a footprint beside the body. The lab had cast it, size 10, Timberland boot. The sole markings were clear. The trees had sheltered it from the rain, and none of their team wore matching footwear. It likely belonged to the killer. Level cleared his throat loudly. Jack glanced down at his own size 10 shoes, relieved he had chosen regular footwear today instead of boots. Priya added that she had accompanied the family liaison officer to notify the next of kin. Jack commented that it must have been difficult, guessing her parents were elderly. He knew they were, from things Rachel had once said. Priya frowned. They had spoken to her husband instead. A strange jolt hit Jack's chest, as if his heart had missed a beat. He had thought she was divorced. Priya shook her head. The husband was practically old enough to be her father, 82, bedbound, and requiring round-the-clock care. Chasing anyone through the woods would have been impossible. Level cleared his throat again. Jack turned back to him. The pathologist mentioned they had found something inside her mouth and offered to show it before running tests. He removed his soiled gloves with a sharp snap, washed his hands at length, dried them, and pulled on fresh ones, flexing his fingers repeatedly. Then he retrieved a small metal tray and approached like a macabre waiter. Jack stared down at the red and white object. He asked what it was, though he already knew. Priya leaned in closer and identified it as a friendship bracelet, the kind girls braided from colored threads. Jack pressed the pathologist, ignoring her now. Level smiled, revealing teeth that were too white and slightly oversized for his face. He looked far too pleased with his discovery. It had not merely been placed in her mouth. Jack asked what he meant. The pathologist explained that the friendship bracelet had been tied around the victim's tongue. Anna Andrews pulled her coat tighter around her shoulders against the sudden chill, then started the engine. She was ready to drive off when a white van pulled up behind her. A small, thin woman in an oversized black outfit and baseball cap climbed out, her young face etched with premature worry lines. She watched the woman lug a large box to her mother's front door and drop it on the porch without knocking or closing the gate. As the woman passed, Anna lowered her window and began to speak. The words came out before she could stop them. The woman shot her a strange glance, and gave her a wide berth, vanishing before Anna could ask what was inside the box. It stirred an old memory of arriving home to find strangers carrying things in and out of their garden gate. That afternoon, she had left school at lunchtime after the headmistress announced her fees were unpaid. She walked out without a word, feeling every eye on her. Their damp little house had never been rich, but her parents had always believed education could change everything. Private school since she was 11 made this the worst possible year to lose it. She had rushed home hoping her mother had some hidden cash. She didn't. Strange men were already hauling boxes out when Anna arrived early. She stood on the lawn as they passed, panic rising when two carried away the family's only television. Inside, her mother stood in an empty room and asked why she was home so soon. Anna answered with her own question, the habit she had perfected as a child and still used as a journalist. Her mother explained that money had been tight since Anna's father left, that most things had been bought on credit she could no longer manage alone. When Anna asked if it was because she was only a cleaner, she instantly regretted the tone. Her mother confirmed the job paid far less than her father's had had. She had taken it only because they needed the money. She wasn't qualified for anything else, and had wanted Anna to finish school for that very reason. Anna suggested calling her father for help. Her mother refused. When pressed, she reminded her daughter why that was impossible. Anna pointed out they could no longer afford even a television. Her mother promised a new one once she saved enough. Word was spreading, and more cleaning jobs were coming. Anna mentioned the school pulling her from class, the stairs. Her mother's eyes filled with tears. She apologized and said they would have to find a new school. Anna protested about her friends and exams. Her mother offered only more apologies. Anna shouted that she was ruining her life, stormed upstairs to the one untouched room, and slammed the door. Years later, she would realize her mother had been trying to save it. Now Anna stared at the box on the porch, then searched the company name on her phone. It was a cheap Meals on Wheels service. The thought of her mother, who had once eaten only organic or homegrown food, reduced to ready meals tightened her throat, but she refused to cry. The phone in her hand sparked an idea she already knew was risky, yet sometimes bad ideas worked best. Jack had not given her Rachel Hopkins's name so she could broadcast it, but if she wanted to save her career she needed to get back on air. She called the newsroom, then her cameraman. Richard answered at once, as if he had been waiting. A couple of hours later, she stood wired up for a live two-way on the program she used to present. Rachel's public social media accounts were packed with photos of herself. Anna selected several and sent them to the producer for a graphic. Richard shot footage outside the victim's home and gathered quick interviews with locals who claimed to know her. Anna had always been skilled at drawing people out, flatter them, build quick trust, find common ground, then steer the conversation before they could think twice. It never failed. They finished with a piece to camera in the woods, as close to the cordon as allowed. Police tape fluttering behind her for atmosphere. A short clip of Jack's earlier press conference completed the 2-minute package. Not bad for a morning's work. The satellite truck arrived just in time. Anna took position at the best spot on the woodland edge, where the sky was clear for the uplink. Trees and tall buildings could ruin a live shot. So could ex-husbands. She was ready when Jack's 4x4 pulled into the car park. Too late. She fixed her gaze down the camera barrel as the director spoke in her ear. The studio presenter, Kat Jones, now in the chair that had once been hers, introduced the story. The body of a young woman found in National Trust Woods in Surrey that morning. Police had named the victim as Rachel Hopkins, founder of the homeless charity. Jack stepped into view. His expression said he wanted her dead on the spot. Anna delivered her 20-second top and tail around the package, ignoring his glares and frantic arm-waving. When she threw back to the studio, he stood so close he could have knocked the camera over. Richard blocked him just in time. Once the all-clear came, Anna removed her earpiece. Jack asked if the microphone was off. Richard confirmed it was, lifted the camera, and retreated to the truck with the engineers, leaving them alone without being told. Jack demanded to know what the hell she thought she was doing. She answered that she was doing her job. He asked what would have happened if they had not yet informed the next of kin. She reminded him he had given her the victim's name, and she had reported it. He insisted he had not told her for that reason. When she asked why he had told her, he stayed silent. He glanced at the satellite truck, then leaned close, voice low. He wanted to know why she had been there the day before. She claimed not to understand. He mentioned the car park ticket dated yesterday. She still had not explained it. She asked if he really thought she had something to do with the murder. He asked outright if she had. Jack had accused her of many things during and after their marriage, but never murder. It made her wonder whether he had always seen her in the worst light, even when they were together. She told him she had been presenting a network bulletin to millions the previous day, with plenty of witnesses who could confirm she was nowhere near the woods. He pressed her about the ticket. She suggested the machine might be broken. He agreed it sounded plausible, sarcasm thick. He marched to the pay and display machine and reached into his pocket. When his hand came out empty, he looked back at her as if expecting change. She offered none. He studied the meter, stroking the stubble on his chin in that familiar way that had once charmed her and later irritated her beyond reason. Instead of walking away, he froze, staring at the ground. Suddenly he bent, swept aside dead leaves, and picked up a silver coin. He held it toward her, then dropped it into the slot. Anna's heart thudded as he pressed the green button. She fought the urge to run, but stayed rooted. The machine spat out a ticket. Jack stared at it. Time stretched while she waited for him to turn or speak. Nothing. She finally asked what it said. He confirmed it was yesterday's date. The machine was broken. She asked if that was his idea of an apology. He faced her and said no. Unlike her, he had nothing to apologize for. She should not be there. He had realized long ago that her career mattered more to her than people, more than her mother, more than him, more than... She told him exactly where he could go. Tears spilled over before she could stop them. Even as fury burned through her, part of her wanted him to pull her close, to hold her and say everything would be all right. It did not have to be true. She simply wanted to remember what that felt like. Jack said she was too close to the case and questioned whether she should be reporting on the murder. She replied that she questioned whether he should be the one investigating it. He suggested she do them both a favor and return to London, to sit in the studio she had always dreamed of. She told him she had lost her job presenting the program. Anna Andrews didn't know why she told him she had lost her job. She hadn't planned to. Maybe she simply needed one person to know the truth, but regret hit instantly. The brave mask she had worn all day slipped, and she hated the pity now filling Jack's eyes. She preferred his wonder to this. The closer people got to the real her, the more she needed to hide from them. Jack said he was sorry to hear it, and that he knew how much the job had meant to her. His tone sounded genuine. She asked about Zoe, unable to keep the resentment from her voice. His face hardened. Zoe, the woman her ex-husband now lived with, had also been an old-school friend of hers, just like Rachel Hopkins. Anna had seen the happy family photos on social media, Zoe posting them, the little girl between them, a constant reminder of what their own life might have been. She hoped they were all very happy together. The words came out hollow, even though she had meant them. Jack asked why she always spoke about Zoe as if she were the woman he had left her for. She was his sister. Anna snapped that Zoe was a selfish, lazy, manipulative bitch who had caused problems before, during, and after their marriage. The outburst surprised her as much as it did him. He told her she hadn't changed at all. She still blamed everyone else for what had happened to them. If she had ever cared about their relationship as much as she cared about what others thought, her work and everything else, things might not have ended the way they did. Anna raised her hands to block her ears before he could say their daughter's name, but he grabbed her wrist and stared at it. He asked what it was. She looked down at the twisted red and white plait on her wrist, the friendship bracelet she had forgotten she was wearing in all the chaos. She tried to pull away, but he tightened his grip and demanded to know where she had got it from, his voice no longer low. She asked what it mattered to him, He released her and stepped back, then asked when she had last seen Rachel. She demanded if she was a suspect again. He didn't answer, and the way he looked at her now felt even worse. She told him she hadn't seen Rachel Hopkins since leaving school. It was a lie. She had seen her much more recently, getting off a train less than 24 hours earlier. DCI Jack Harper knew Anna was lying. The drive back to the station passed in a blur as he tried to fit together the pieces that refused to align. He still hadn't eaten anything all day. The fingernails in the tic-tac box and the mortuary visit had killed any appetite he might have had. He was already halfway through his pack of cigarettes. They calmed his nerves, but did nothing for the guilt gnawing at him. He couldn't stop thinking about the friendship bracelet on Anna's wrist, the look on her face when he questioned her, or how she had refused to explain where it came from. It was identical to the one tied around Rachel's tongue. Anna was lying about something. He could feel it. But then, so was he. Her cameraman had reappeared before they could finish talking. Something about the man felt slightly off, though Jack couldn't place it. He didn't like the way Richard looked at her, even if he no longer had any right to care. It was easy to spot bad intentions when you carried them yourself. His afternoon disappeared into media inquiries and false leads instead of real work. The press harassed nearly every member of the team, reminding him of London and the first time Anna had shoved a microphone in his face. That was how they had met. Hate at first sight that had later changed. She hadn't remembered him from her school days, but he had always remembered her. He worked late and felt only mild irritation, not surprise, when Priya stayed behind, despite his instruction not to. Once the rest of the team left, she ordered pizza, choosing his favorite toppings and sides without asking. He wondered how she knew. Whenever she glanced his way, he fixed his eyes on his screen. The rest of the time, he watched her. She had removed her jacket and undone the top 3 buttons of her shirt, revealing her collarbone and a hint of cleavage. Her hair hung loose instead of in its usual tight ponytail. She looked different, less irritating. They ate in silence. Priya barely touched the food. He suspected she had ordered it only for him. She fetched water from the cooler without asking and placed it on his desk, standing a little too close. Her unfamiliar perfume drifted over as she rested a small hand on his shoulder. She asked if he was okay, dropping the usual "sir" or "boss." If her body language meant what he thought, he felt flattered. But he had zero interest in a junior colleague with whatever issues this was. Right now, all he could think about was Anna, and how good their life together had once been before it shattered. He didn't want to stay at the station, nor did he want to go home and face questions he had no answers for. As midnight approached, he decided it was time to leave. He stood awkwardly and said he was tired, and so must she be. He added that they should head off separately to make it clear. Priya frowned, her cheeks flushing slightly, then returned to her desk. She said she would stay a bit longer and wished him good night, sir, offering a polite smile while staring at her screen. In trying to defuse the moment, he feared he had only made it worse. Sometimes people change their expressions simply to occupy their faces. A smile didn't always mean happiness, just as tears didn't always mean sadness. Faces lied as often as words did. On the drive home, Jack noticed a light on inside St. Hilary's, the private school where Rachel and Anna had met as teenagers. It was far too late for anyone to be there, yet someone clearly was. He pulled into the car park and decided to smoke first. He snapped a cigarette in half, flicked his lighter repeatedly, but it refused to work. After shaking it and trying again with no success, he rummaged through the car and found an old matchbook in the armrest instead of opening the glove compartment where the tic-tac box waited. He lit up, took a deep drag, and felt the head rush. Turning the matchbook over, he saw it was from the hotel where he had first spent the night with Rachel months earlier. He still remembered every detail: the smell of her hair, the look on her face, the curve of her neck, the way she had enjoyed pretending to be powerless and letting him believe he was in control. He hadn't been. 2 words were written on the back in her handwriting: "Call me," along with a number. The sight of her script pushed him closer to the edge. He had been balancing on all day. He chain-smoked, craving a drink. He no longer cared who might be inside the school. After finishing a third full cigarette down to the filter, he looked up. The building was now completely dark. Maybe he had imagined the light and the shadow in the window. The matchbook caught his eye again. The thought of hearing Rachel's voice one last time brought a strange comfort. He dialed her number. A phone began ringing, but not at the other end. It was inside his own car. He whipped around so fast he nearly gave himself whiplash. The back seat was empty. He got out, still holding the phone to his ear, and walked to the rear of the 4x4. The ringing came from the boot. He glanced around. The school car park was deserted, then opened the trunk. His eyes found the glowing phone immediately. Its light also illuminated two other objects. Rachel's missing designer heels, caked in mud. He didn't understand what he was seeing. Dizziness and nausea swept over him. He thought he might be sick. Then the call clicked to voicemail, and Rachel's recorded voice filled the night. "Hi, this is Rachel. No one answers phone calls anymore, so send me a text." He hung up and slammed the boot shut. His hands began to shake as he remembered all the missed calls from her the previous night and the messages he had deleted. No one could ever find out. If they did, it would be impossible to deny he had been with her or what had happened. He had no idea how Rachel's phone or shoes had ended up in his car, but he knew he hadn't put them there. Surely he would remember if he had. The killer kept a close eye on every player in the drama they had set in motion. It felt informative, educational, and entertaining. The kind of storytelling the BBC once delivered before its controllers forgot the point. They never forgot a face or a slight, especially those who had wronged them. What they lacked in forgiveness, they supplied with patience, always noticing the small details that revealed who people truly were. Everyone carried broken mirrors. No one saw themselves as others did. Several characters moved through the story, each with their own version of events. The killer could only offer their perspective and guess at the rest. Like every tale, this one would end. A plan was now in place, and so far it was unfolding exactly as intended. No one suspected them. Even if suspicion arose, proof would remain impossible. As a lonely child, the killer had invented an imaginary friend named Harry, holding long conversations with him in a funny voice. The family had found it amusing, but to the child, Harry had been real. Two sides of the same coin. Every misdeed was blamed on Harry. Sometimes the lie was repeated so often that even the killer believed it. Several times now, the killer had almost convinced themselves they had not murdered Rachel, that someone else had done it, or that the memory was imagined. But the truth remained. They had killed her, and they were glad. Nothing decent or genuine had ever lived inside that woman. She was a serpent wearing sheep's clothing. The killer should have known better. People who played with snakes usually got bitten. Rachel had understood the difference between right and wrong. She simply rewrote the rules to suit herself. Only wrongdoing ever made her feel right. Not every broken moral compass was beyond repair. Some could be jolted straight with an ethical shake from outside. Everyone traveled alone inside their own head, yet it was possible to steer another person's intentions away from evil. People could change, most simply chose not to. Some killers craved capture. The killer did not. Ending the game would remove all the fun, and despite everything already lost, far too much remained at stake. All they wanted was for certain people to receive exactly what they deserved. They did not even think of themselves as a killer, merely someone performing a public service and the police had proved too limited and disappointing to handle. It had taken years, but the killer now understood exactly where, why, and when their own life had gone wrong. Everything traced back to this place, and the people who had crossed a line they should never have approached. It was time to finish what had been started. Anna Andrews realized she had never truly moved on since Jack left. She had been the one to request the divorce, yet he had emotionally withdrawn long before. These days the advantages of solitude outweighed its pain. She told herself it was what she deserved. The sting of loneliness faded quickly if left untouched, like a nettle rash. Still, thoughts of him, of them, of their daughter lingered. Some memories refused to die. She thought about Jack through every live interview that afternoon and evening. BBC News Channel, Radio 4, 5 Live, the 6 o'clock, BBC London, even BBC World. By the time she completed her final two-way for the 10 o'clock news, rival crews from Sky, ITN and CNN had arrived with their own satellite trucks. They all had the story now, but she had broken it first. She alone had known the victim's identity from the start, though no one else understood how. Given the late hour and the brutally early start required for BBC Breakfast, the overnight editor offered to cover a hotel for her and Richard. The engineers would return to London, replaced by the early shift. Staying locally made sense. Driving back only to return a few hours later would cost sleep and readiness. Richard agreed. She needed no reminder which hotel. The White Hart was the only one in the village, and she knew it well, a pub with rooms above. The handful of pretty B&Bs or her mother's spare bedroom were not options she wanted. Too late for dinner, Richard suggested a quick drink in the bar before last orders. Against her better judgment, she accepted. A bottle of Malbec and 2 packets of salt and vinegar crisps later, the tension began to ease. She was glad. Some colleagues felt like old friends. One could go months without seeing them and simply pick up where they had left off. She asked if he wanted another, reaching for her purse. Richard smiled. His easy jokes and conversation had made her feel young again tonight, as if she could still be fun. It was a pity he clung to retro clothes and refused to cut his hair. She sensed a grown man hiding inside the boyish act he maintained. He said it was tempting, but they faced an early start, and the bar was already closing. She glanced behind her. Most lights had been dimmed, and the staff had quietly left them alone. She called it a shame, and slid her hand across the table until it nearly touched his, suggesting they check the minibar in her room instead. He pulled his hand back and raised it, pointing to the wedding ring. The rejection stung. She heard herself say that it had never bothered him before, already regretting the words. His polite, apologetic smile only deepened the sting. He explained that things were different now. They had children, and that changed everything. Being patronized hurt worse than rejection. She already knew exactly how parenthood could alter a marriage until she had lost her own child. She never spoke of it at work or anywhere else. During the pregnancy, she had been attached to the arts and entertainment unit on the BBC's top floor. Most newsroom colleagues rarely saw her. Those who did simply assumed she had gained weight. Complications had kept her at home on bed rest for the final months. So few even realized she had been pregnant. Fewer still knew her daughter had died 3 months after birth. She wondered whether Richard knew. When he began scrolling through endless photos of 2 pretty blonde girls, eager to show her what she was missing, she decided he did not. She told him they were beautiful and meant it. His smile widened. He said they took after their mother in the looks department. The remark left her winded. She could not recall him ever mentioning his wife before, though she had always known he was married. There was nothing wrong with a man who loved his family. For some couples, children drew them closer instead of pulling them apart. Right now, it simply reminded her of everything she no longer had. She stood and wished him good night, adding for the record that a drink had been all she offered. She managed to smile. He returned it. Never wise to leave tension with a colleague who controlled how millions saw her on screen. Back in her room, she raided the modest minibar alone. The selection was limited but sufficient. She sat on the bed, eating overpriced chocolate bars and sipping miniatures, while wondering how her life had circled back here. 48 hours earlier, she had been a BBC News presenter. Private life in ruins, but career intact. Now she was reporting the murder of a girl she had known at school, right back in the village where she grew up. A girl who had hurt her once and, years later, had tried to hurt her again after the night that shattered their fragile friendship for good. Rachel had called her out of the blue not long ago. Anna still had no idea how she obtained the number. She claimed her charity was in trouble and asked Anna to host a fundraising event. Anna refused, suspecting the trouble stemmed from Rachel's own leadership. When the refusal stood, Rachel had appeared unannounced at BBC reception and waited, hinting that she possessed something capable of destroying Anna's career if it ever surfaced. Anna had still said no. She reached for another miniature, only to find the minibar empty. She decided it was time to prepare for bed. She needed to be on air again in a few hours, and sleep would help if she could manage it. In the shower, she let the water run scalding, scrubbing away the imagined stench of death that always seemed to cling after stories like this. She had no idea how long she stayed beneath the spray. When she finally emerged, the empty bottles and chocolate wrappers had been tidied into the bin and the bed covers neatly turned down. Strange. She did not remember doing any of that, and the White Hart was not the sort of place that offered turn-down service. She must have been drunker than she realized. She slipped between the sheets, switched off the lights, and blacked out the moment her head touched the pillow. Jack pulled into the drive just before midnight, relieved to find the house wrapped in darkness. After the day he'd endured, the last thing he wanted was questions the moment he stepped inside. He eased the front door open with care, only to realize the precaution was unnecessary. The lights were off, but the television glowed in the lounge. Zoe sat there, eyes fixed on footage of his ex-wife Anna reporting on the murder. The sight of Anna in his own home felt wrong, even though he knew it was only a replay. The media crews had already left the woods by the time he drove past. Zoe spoke without turning, her voice tight with frustration. She demanded to know what was going on. Jack sighed, pointing out that if she had been watching the news, she already understood the situation. He added that she and Rachel hadn't been close since school nearly 20 years ago. Her face twisted with fury and pain. She accused him of hiding the murder of one of her best friends. He reminded her they hadn't spoken in decades and insisted not everything revolved around her. The day had been endless, and he couldn't discuss his work. He had always tried to shield her from the ugliness of his job. Zoe switched off the TV and looked him over with clear disapproval. She asked why his ex-wife was covering the murder of his current girlfriend. The question hit like a punch. Jack had believed no one knew about him and Rachel. He stammered a denial, hoping she was only guessing. She dismissed his evasion sharply, and stated she knew he had been sleeping with Rachel for the past couple of months. She asked if he had been with her the previous night. When he stayed silent, she pressed again. He told her she was neither his wife nor his mother. She countered that she was his sister and repeated the question. Jack asked if she was accusing him of involvement in the murder. Zoe shook her head and began rearranging the fake fur cushions she made and sold online, her usual habit when deeply upset. Her bright red DIY dye job showed a missed streak of last month's blonde at the back. The pink pajamas looked too childish for a 36-year-old mother. She remarked that when she had offered him a place after his divorce, she meant weeks, not years. He replied that without his contribution, she wouldn't have been able to pay the mortgage. The house had belonged to their parents. With no will after their sudden deaths, Zoe had needed to remortgage it. He had moved in to help, especially with a young daughter upstairs, though he felt he had equal claim. Zoe pushed past him and stormed into the kitchen. She hadn't washed or changed clothes all day. Jack followed, watching as she took far too long to wash a single cup. The kitchen was unusually spotless, except for one knife missing from the block, the same one he had noticed absent that morning. He asked how she had learnt about Rachel. Still facing away, Zoe rinsed a wineglass with exaggerated care. Jack poured himself a drink from the cheap red on the counter. She turned and asked whether he meant how she knew Rachel was dead, or how she knew they were sleeping together. He nodded, unable to meet her eyes, and took a sip. Zoe explained she knew him well. His claims of working late didn't fit a quiet town like Blackdown. Then she had run into Rachel at the supermarket the previous week. After nearly 20 years of silence, the conversation felt suspicious. Later, she caught the distinctive perfume on him one night after another, supposed late shift. He asked why she hadn't confronted him sooner. She said it was none of her business, and that she didn't share details of her own lovers. The thin walls of the house told him enough anyway. When he commented on her active sex life, she ignored it. Zoe added she had expected him to tell her when ready. She hadn't been certain until the night before, when Rachel called the landline and left a message around midnight. She had only listened to it that morning. Jack felt the glass nearly slip from his hand. He hadn't known Rachel even had the number. Zoe crossed the kitchen to the old answering machine that once belonged to their parents. She pressed play. The recording captured Rachel's voice saying she was waiting, tired, and that her tire seemed slashed. She thought she saw his headlights approaching, and called him her knight in shining armor before laughing and hanging up. Jack stared at the machine as if it were haunted. Zoe stared at him like a stranger. She asked about the scratch on his cheek. He touched the small red mark without thinking, and claimed he had cut himself shaving. Zoe frowned at his stubble. In a near whisper, she finally asked if he had killed Rachel. The question landed heavily. A silent montage of their childhood flickered through his mind, pushing her on the swing as toddlers, family birthdays, Christmases, ending with him pushing his niece on the same garden swing just last week. This house had once held so much love. He demanded how she could even ask that. They locked eyes in a long, heavy silence only siblings could share. His heart thudded with hurt, not anger. He had always believed she would stand by him no matter what. Zoe whispered that she had a child sleeping upstairs and had to ask, though she believed him. He accepted her words, even though they offered no comfort. She said she loved him, something they rarely voiced. Jack replied that he loved her too. Jack sat alone in the semi-dark after Zoe stormed out, and for the first time since his daughter died, the tears came. Losing someone you truly loved felt like losing a piece of yourself. Not Rachel, that had only been lust, but his sister. They had never seen eye to eye on much, yet he had always believed she would stand by him no matter what. Tonight, something between them had shattered, and he doubted it could ever be repaired. He remained there a while, finishing the bottle of wine she had left on purpose. When it was empty, and the house had fallen silent again, he crossed to the answering machine and deleted Rachel's message. Sometimes it felt as though he no longer knew who he was. Wednesday, 4:30. Anna woke drenched in sweat, unsure where or even when she was. The first image that rose was her little girl. It was always her. Then the hotel room returned, along with the drink she had downed before and after the humiliating encounter with Richard. She squeezed her eyes shut, willing every memory to vanish. She had been dreaming she ran through the woods, terrified of whoever chased her. She had fallen, and a figure had loomed over her with a knife. Her throat ached now, as if she had screamed aloud in her sleep. Dehydration, she told herself. She would have given anything for a soft drink. She switched on the lamp and was surprised to find a bottle of chilled still water beside the bed. She did not remember placing it there, but she silently thanked her earlier self and drank deeply. Her phone showed a text from Jack that had woken her. The brief message, 4 familiar words, eased something inside her. At least she was not the only one unable to sleep. Still, 4 in the morning was no time for that conversation. She slipped from the bed and padded to the minibar, hoping for something stronger to pull her under again. She expected it to be empty after last night's binge, yet it was fully stocked. The waste bin beneath the desk was empty too. The snacks and solitary drinking she remembered must have been part of the dream. She cracked open a miniature scotch and knocked it back. Her gaze fell on the photograph lying on the desk, the one she had taken from her mother's jewelry box the day before. 5 teenage girls stared back, captured the night before everything changed. She had spent years trying to forget them. Now they were all she could think about. She remembered the first day they met. Her mother had insisted on the grammar school. Anna had been sharper then, before alcohol dulled her. Private fees were impossible without a father, so St. Hilary's it was. Her mother drove her on the first morning in the old white van, newly stenciled with Busy Bee's professional cleaning services. The vehicle looked ancient. Anna felt the stares as they pulled up outside the gates and did not want to get out. Yet she refused to disappoint her mother. Mum had quietly arranged the midterm place by cleaning for the headmistress and half the village. The school building loomed like a Victorian asylum, its stone name carved above the door, St. Hilary's High School for Girls. When Anna stayed in the van, her mother offered gentle encouragement about new girls simply being themselves. Anna thought it terrible advice. She had always wanted people to like her, and being herself had never achieved that. A knock sounded on the window. A smiling girl in a crisp uniform peered in. Anna's own clothes were second-hand, her shoes a size too large and stuffed with cotton wool so she could grow into them. Her mother wound down the window. "Hello, Rachel," she said warmly. The girl greeted her by name and turned to Anna. "You must be Anna. First day, right? We're in the same class. Come with me. I'll show you around." Anna wanted that more than anything. Rachel seemed kind, the sort of person anyone would follow. She slid out before her mother could kiss her goodbye. Public affection had always made her uncomfortable, and the van pulled away. Rachel talked easily, mostly about herself, but Anna was simply grateful not to walk in alone. She led her into a noisy classroom that fell quiet for a moment as they entered, then resumed its chatter. Rachel strode straight to a group by the old radiators and introduced Anna with easy confidence. This was everyone worth knowing. Herself, Rachel Hopkins, Anna's new best friend. Helen Wang, the clever one who edited the school newspaper. And Zoe Harper, the funny one who made her own clothes and pierced whatever she could to annoy her parents. Zoe flicked strawberry blonde hair behind pierced ears and lifted her shirt to display a belly-button ring by way of greeting. Anna soon learned Zoe was talented with a sewing machine. Half the girls paid her to shorten their skirts. Helen, the clever one, had sharp Cleopatra-style black hair and cheekbones that looked almost painful. She quickly lost interest in Anna and returned to stapling pink A4 sheets for the school newspaper, slamming the stapler with her full weight. The sharp, repeated clicks rattled Anna's nerves and made her think of gunfire. Rachel pulled a Kodak disposable camera from her bag. In those days, there were no digital cameras or mobile phones. The whole thing had to be sent away to be developed. Rachel took several pictures of Anna with a mechanical clickety-click, winding the film on each time and leaving marks on her thumb. She handed the camera to Helen, who looked annoyed at the interruption, and posed with her arm around Anna. 2 shots were taken after Anna blinked in the flash. Rachel snatched the camera back, saying they now had a before and after. She added that the rest of the class were losers, especially the girl sitting alone reading a book. That was Catherine Kelly. Odd, best avoided. "Stick with us and you'll be fine," she told Anna. Anna stared at the pale, almost white-haired girl with ghostly skin, ugly braces, and stained, creased clothes. Catherine tore into chocolate bars one after another, despite being skinny. Her large eyes reminding Anna of Bambi, unaware of watching hunters. Staying away from her seemed easy at the time. The disaster would come from deciding not to. Back in the hotel room, Anna took one last look at the photograph of the 5 girls whose lives would soon change forever, then flipped it face down on the desk. She no longer wanted to see their faces. She went to the bathroom, washed her hands as if the memories had dirtied them, and splashed cold water on her face. When she returned, the photo lay face up again. Someone had drawn a thick black cross over Rachel's face with a pen. Wednesday, 5:55. Jack woke to his phone ringing instead of the alarm. It was Priya, speaking too fast. His head throbbed from the cheap red wine. He had slept fully clothed on top of the bed in his old childhood room, freezing cold because the window still stood open from the cigarette he had smoked late the night before. If Zoe found out he had lit up with his niece next door, she would be furious. He made Priya repeat herself. A second body had been found in Blackdown. He asked where. She told him it was at St. Hilary's, the girls' grammar school. 2 murders in 2 days suggested a serial killer. The senior officers would swarm in soon. He told her he was on his way, showered quickly, and crept downstairs. Zoe was already up and dressed, watching BBC Breakfast in the kitchen. She slid a pot of coffee toward him without looking away from the screen and offered him some. He declined and said he had to leave. She asked casually if he had seen the nail clippers. They had disappeared from the bathroom. Jack's mind flashed to the tic-tac box. He stared at her for a long moment before saying no. He asked about his missing Timberland boots. She said they had been by the back door yesterday, covered in mud. His blood ran cold. They were not there now, he replied. Zoe told him to find them himself and asked why he was rushing out so early. He said it was work. She guessed it was because another body had been found. He stared again, noting she was fully dressed, her cheeks flushed as if from a rare run, and her car keys lay on the table as though she had just returned. It was only 6 in the morning. Nothing in Blackdown was open yet. He asked how she knew about the second body. She answered flatly that she was the murderer, without smiling. A corner of her mouth finally lifted, and she nodded at the television. His ex-wife had just reported it. Jack saw Anna on screen, already standing outside the school and delivering details about the second victim before he had even reached the scene. No press statement had been released yet. Only a handful of people should have known. He grabbed his jacket from the banister and headed for the door. Zoe followed and told him to be careful. Just because he used to be married to Anna didn't mean he should trust her. She was more journalist than wife, so he should watch what he said and not lose his temper. He asked what she meant by that. She shrugged. As he opened the front door, she added one more thing. Please don't smoke in the house. Jack drove to the school feeling like a child caught out. The entire Surrey police force seemed to have arrived before him again. Only Anna's single TV truck sat there, empty. Priya waited in the school reception with coffee and a croissant. Her hair was in a ponytail, but her face looked different without her glasses. She explained she was trying contact lenses. Jack said it looked good, then immediately regretted the compliment and clarified he meant the coffee. Her smile faded. He asked where she had found coffee that tasted this good so early. She said it was from Colombia, then smiled again and admitted she had made it at home before leaving. She had brought a thermos, but knew he preferred it in a paper cup, so she had ordered some online and poured it fresh when she saw him pull in. Jack knew it the moment. Priya handed him the coffee and croissant. She was in love with him. Middle-aged or not, he still had it. Nothing would ever happen, of course. He would let her down gently when the time was right. He bit into the pastry, surprisingly good, and decided not to ask where it came from. She had probably baked it herself, or had it flown in from France. His phone rang with his boss's name on the screen. He let it ring longer than necessary before answering. The weasel launched into everything Jack had supposedly done wrong with the investigation. Jack bit his tongue repeatedly and waited for the tirade to end, then gave the expected assurances and promised to keep him updated before hanging up. Priya looked disappointed. Jack asked what was wrong. She shrugged, but her eyes judged him anyway. She had clearly overheard the chief calling it a major fuck-up on his watch. The words stung. The whole major crime team had worked 18-hour shifts with almost no sleep, yet on some level it still felt like his fault. He asked if they should get moving. She switched back to her efficient self and led him through the corridors. Jack kept a couple of steps behind, eyes on her squeaking black brogues, oddly like school shoes and far cleaner than they had been in the muddy woods yesterday. Her ponytail swung like a pendulum, counting down the distance to victim number 2. He had no doubt the murders were connected. The building felt strangely familiar. He had been dragged here countless times as a boy to watch Zoe perform in school plays. She had never been the brightest academically, but she could act, still could. Perhaps it ran in the family. He could no longer pretend he had not been here last night, or that he had not seen the light burning in the office they were approaching. If he had acted differently then, none of this would be happening now. They stepped inside. Bright police lights turned the room into a film set with the victim center stage. Jack ordered the windows covered before the press could snap pictures online. Several heads turned toward him. Forensics had already arrived, along with the same shell-shocked response team from yesterday. The school office resembled a miniature library. Bookshelves, a huge world map, a trophy cabinet, and a large mahogany desk. The headmistress sat slumped in her chair behind it, throat slit, mouth stretched in a silent scream. A red and white friendship bracelet was tied around her tongue, exactly like the one on Rachel. Her head lolled to one side, black Cleopatra-style bob showing grey roots. Jack recognized her instantly. Helen Wang, head girl turned headmistress before 30, same year as Zoe, Anna, and Rachel. High-flying, sharp-tongued, and still friends with Rachel. If she had known about his affair, she could never tell anyone now. Her blouse was open to the waist. The word liar had been stapled across her chest in over 100 tiny silver slivers just above her bra. Jack spotted white powder on the tip of her nose and asked if they were really supposed to believe the headmistress was a coke user. Priya said the substance was being tested. When he had seen enough, Jack stepped outside and walked to the playing fields. His hands shook as he lit his last cigarette. He had been here when it happened. He must have been. Exhaustion made the last 2 days feel like a bad dream he could not wake from. Finished, he turned back inside and walked straight into Priya, waiting behind the glass door. A school bell suddenly rang. He asked what the noise was. She told him it was the bell and stared as though he might be dangerously stupid. The school was closed, wasn't it? He snapped that parents should have been told not to bring their children and reminded her what he had said yesterday about securing crime scenes. He ordered her to the secretary's office to make sure staff and parents stayed away, post uniforms at the gates, and tell the BBC team to clear the car park and report from the street like everyone else. Priya started to speak, but he cut her off and told her to just do it. She nodded and retreated down the corridor. Jack stepped back outside for air. Everyone expected him to know what to do, but this was new even for him. He stared across the playing fields sloping toward the woods. As the crow flies, they were less than a mile from where Rachel had been killed. Footsteps approached behind him. He asked if she had got it done. A woman's voice answered, "What do you mean?" He turned. It was Anna. She said Priya had sent her around this way to find him. Jack demanded what she was doing there and how she had arrived so fast. There had been no press statements yet. He would have known because he would have been the one making them. He checked they were alone, then whispered why she had been wearing that cotton bracelet yesterday. She looked as though she might laugh. He pressed her on where it had come from. She began to say it was none of his business. Jack nearly told her he still loved her, but caught himself. Love sometimes meant keeping feelings to yourself. Instead, he said he still worried about her. She smiled, but irritation had already pushed him past his limit. He warned her that if she repeated what he was about to say or reported it, she would regret it. Both dead women had been found with identical friendship bracelets tied around their tongues inside their mouths. Anna went visibly pale. He was glad the information hit her. He asked again why she had one. She claimed she had lost it. It sounded like a lie, yet she looked as though she were telling the truth. She reminded him he had texted her in the middle of the night wanting to talk. He had forgotten the drunk text. He told her it was early morning, hardly the middle of the night, and this was not the time or place. He added that she should not get too close to her cameraman. She stared, mouth forming a perfect O, and asked if he was seriously worrying about her sleeping with Richard while dealing with a double murder. Jack said he did not care who she slept with, but the man had a criminal record for GBH, and she should know. She accused him of acting unethically by looking Richard up. If she was sleeping with him, which she was not, she would not care about some trivial offense. Jack corrected her. It was not trivial. The man had been charged with grievous bodily harm. He told her he had work to do, and she needed to leave school property with her team. Priya appeared through the doors then, blocking his escape. She announced the school was officially closed. Jack asked why she had let a member of the press back here. Priya looked between them, confused, and said she thought he would want to see her. He demanded why she would think that. Priya answered that Anna was the one who had found the body. The more you practiced something, the easier it became. Killing was no different. The second murder proved far simpler than the first. All it required was patience, and patience came naturally to her. Helen Wong had always craved power more than people, and that hunger became her undoing. Smart yet isolated, she often stayed late at the school long after the other teachers had gone. The narrator slipped into the empty office while Helen stepped out, hid behind the curtains, and waited. Her feet protruded slightly underneath, but Helen never noticed. Some people filtered life the way they filtered photos, seeing only what suited them. When Helen returned, she settled at her desk and gazed at the screen with quiet intensity, as though it were a lover. The narrator watched over her shoulder, expecting schoolwork, but felt a flicker of amusement at the discovery. Helen was attempting to write a novel. After the blade opened her throat, the narrator read the opening chapter while gently stroking her hair. The prose disappointed. With cool efficiency, the words were erased and replaced with a simple, repeated message. Helen should not tell lies. Helen should not tell lies. Helen should not tell lies. An antibacterial wipe from the desk cleaned the keyboard. Drugs were placed both in Helen's nose and inside her drawer, ensuring the message would land clearly. The respected headmistress had secretly been a poor example for the girls in her care, addicted to power, illegal substances, and hidden truths. Her tailored suit suggested expense, yet beneath the blouse lay only a cheap, worn supermarket bra. The staple gun on the desk proved too tempting to ignore. The letters formed across her skin were imperfect, but legible enough. Liar. A friendship bracelet was tied around her tongue. The narrator stepped back, satisfied with the composition. Then a pen was borrowed to jot a quick reminder on the back of one hand. A call needed to be made. Wednesday, 6:55. Put the phone down, the female detective ordered, staring as though a terrible crime had just occurred. She was Patel, far less warm than during their first meeting in the woods the day before. The narrator had asked to borrow shoe covers, then only as an excuse to draw her into conversation and extract information. Repeating some of those details now clearly irritated her. The detective had spotted the reach for the landline well before speaking. The narrator replaced the receiver without protest. Obeying authority, even minor authority, had always come easily. They stood together inside the school secretary's office for reasons that made little sense. I'm due on air in 10 minutes. Your boss has my mobile. I need to call and let someone know where I am, the narrator explained. DCI Harper took your phone because you claimed someone tipped you off about the murder. We need to verify that call and the caller. Regret stirred for handing the device to Jack, yet seeming uncooperative had felt unwise. Fine, but I must tell my news desk where I am. It's been handled. Your cameraman knows you've been delayed. Delayed or detained? Am I under arrest? No, as already explained, you're free to leave any time. You've been asked to remain for your own protection and to help with the investigation. The narrator met her gaze. Small and young, the detective carried surprising confidence. No wonder Jack liked her. A slow burn of hate rose, sharper and more enduring than falling in love. The detective stepped out, leaving the door open. Voices drifted from down the corridor. The narrator quickly opened a miniature brandy from the bag, drained it, then slipped a mint into her mouth. When she looked up, the detective stood in the doorway watching. Mint? The narrator offered, rattling the tin. No, thank you. You know, I'm Jack's ex-wife, don't you? The detective's smile appeared strained and unfamiliar. Yes, Miss Andrews, I know who you are. Unease settled, fed by both the words and the odd look on the younger woman's face. The narrator had described her fear upon receiving the morning's call, yet neither detective seemed convinced. Contacting the newsroom before the police had also raised eyebrows. As a journalist, following the tip and driving straight to the school had felt instinctive. In hindsight, it looked reckless, even dangerous. But certain stories carried an addictive pull stronger than success itself. Individual murders rarely built careers, yet a serial killer narrative could keep her on air for weeks. The image of Helen's lifeless body lingered vividly. The girl from school days had become a woman barely recognizable, yet the same hair and cheekbones confirmed her identity instantly. The stapler on the desk might even have been the one from their old school newspaper. The sight of so much blood that early in the morning had driven an immediate craving for a drink. The young detective continued staring, her large brown eyes unblinking. The narrator looked away first, pretending interest in the pictures on the office walls. They stirred memories of being called into this same room as a teenager. Trouble had never followed her at the first school, but everything shifted after transferring to St. Hilary's. None of it had been her fault. It had almost always traced back to Rachel Hopkins or Helen Wang, both now dead. Rachel had taken her under her wing upon arrival, and gratitude had flooded in. Rachel was the most popular girl, beautiful, clever, and seemingly kind. She organized charity events even then, sponsored runs, bake sales, collections for children in need. At first the attention felt genuine, but soon it began to feel like another charitable project. Rachel invited her home, lent clothes, taught makeup techniques never attempted before. She painted nails in shifting colors, sometimes forming letters across the fingers. Cute, sweet, nice. People still described her that way most often. The word had soured over time, its sound twisting from compliment into quiet insult. Nice sounded like weakness. Perhaps it was. Rachel showered her with small gifts. Lip gloss, scrunchies, occasionally tighter tops and skirts meant to encourage weight loss, and once paid for highlights to match her own hair. The money's source remained a mystery, never questioned. Rachel also secured her a seat at the popular table during lunch, a relief amid the fear of sitting alone. Catherine Kelly had seemed harmless enough. She ate chocolate or crisps constantly, looked slightly odd with her white blonde hair, braces and untidy uniform, yet never troubled anyone. She spoke little, mostly reading horror books quietly. Rumors placed her family in a strange house at the edge of the woods, possibly haunted, though ghosts held no belief. Pity rose for the girl's obvious loneliness. "Should we invite Catherine to sit with us?" the narrator had asked one day, while slowly working through the lunch lady's lasagne and chips. The other girls stared as if offended. "No," Rachel answered flatly from across the table. "Are you actually going to eat all of that?" Helen demanded, eyeing the plate. She herself always skipped lunch. "Do you know how many calories are in that processed crap?" The narrator hadn't considered calories. "I like lasagne," came the reply. Helen shook her head and placed a small bottle of pills on the table. "Here, an early birthday present. We all take them. You stay slim without feeling hungry. Keep them in your bag. No one needs to know our secrets." "Why invite smelly Catherine Kelly?" Rachel pressed, shifting topics. Laughter rippled. "I just know how happy it makes me to eat with all of you," and she looked lonely. "And you wanted to be nice, right?" Rachel cut in. The narrator shrugged. "Being too nice is a sign of weakness." Rachel stood sharply, chair scraping, then grabbed her Coke and left. Silence fell. Attempts at eye contact met only lowered gazes, fixed on untouched salads. Minutes later, Rachel returned, smile firmly back in place. She set the can down, picked up her cutlery, and resumed barely eating. The others followed her lead, as always. The more you practiced something, the easier it became. Killing was no different. The second murder proved far simpler than the first. All it required was patience, and patience came naturally to her. Helen Wang had always craved power more than people, and that hunger became her undoing. Smart yet isolated, she often stayed late at the school long after the other teachers had gone. The narrator slipped into the empty office, while Helen stepped out, hid behind the curtains, and waited. Her feet protruded slightly underneath, but Helen never noticed. Some people filtered life the way they filtered photos, seeing only what suited them. When Helen returned, she settled at her desk and gazed at the screen with quiet intensity, as though it were a lover. The narrator watched over her shoulder, expecting schoolwork, but felt a flicker of amusement at the discovery. Helen was attempting to write a novel. After the blade opened her throat, the narrator read the opening chapter while gently stroking her hair. The prose disappointed. With cool efficiency, the words were erased and replaced with a simple, repeated message. Helen should not tell lies. Helen should not tell lies. Helen should not tell lies. An antibacterial wipe from the desk cleaned the keyboard. Drugs were placed both in Helen's nose and inside her drawer, ensuring the message would land clearly. The respected headmistress had secretly been a poor example for the girls in her care, addicted to power, illegal substances, and hidden truths. Her tailored suit suggested expense, yet beneath the blouse lay only a cheap, worn supermarket bra. The staple gun on the desk proved too tempting to ignore. The letters formed across her skin were imperfect, but legible enough. Liar. A friendship bracelet was tied around her tongue. The narrator stepped back, satisfied with the composition. Then a pen was borrowed to jot a quick reminder on the back of one hand. A call needed to be made. Wednesday, 6:55. Put the phone down, the female detective ordered, staring as though a terrible crime had just occurred. She was Patel, far less warm than during their first meeting in the woods the day before. The narrator had asked to borrow shoe covers, then only as an excuse to draw her into conversation and extract information. Repeating some of those details now clearly irritated her. The detective had spotted the reach for the landline well before speaking. The narrator replaced the receiver without protest. Obeying authority, even minor authority, had always come easily. They stood together inside the school secretary's office for reasons that made little sense. I'm due on air in 10 minutes. Your boss has my mobile. I need to call and let someone know where I am, the narrator explained. DCI Harper took your phone because you claimed someone tipped you off about the murder. We need to verify that call and the caller. Regret stirred for handing the device to Jack, yet seeming uncooperative had felt unwise. Fine, but I must tell my news desk where I am. It's been handled. Your cameraman knows you've been delayed. Delayed or detained? Am I under arrest? No. As already explained, you're free to leave any time. You've been asked to remain for your own protection and to help with the investigation. The narrator met her gaze. Small and young, the detective carried surprising confidence. No wonder Jack liked her. A slow burn of hate rose, sharper and more enduring than falling in love. The detective stepped out, leaving the door open. Voices drifted from down the corridor. The narrator quickly opened a miniature brandy from the bag, drained it, then slipped a mint into her mouth. When she looked up, the detective stood in the doorway watching. Mint? The narrator offered, rattling the tin. No, thank you. You know, I'm Jack's ex-wife, don't you? The detective's smile appeared strained and unfamiliar. Yes, Miss Andrews, I know who you are. Unease settled, fed by both the words and the odd look on the younger woman's face. The narrator had described her fear upon receiving the morning's call, yet neither detective seemed convinced. Contacting the newsroom before the police had also raised eyebrows. As a journalist, following the tip and driving straight to the school had felt instinctive. In hindsight, it looked reckless, even dangerous. But certain stories carried an addictive pull stronger than success itself. Individual murders rarely built careers, yet a serial killer narrative could keep her on air for weeks. The image of Helen's lifeless body lingered vividly. The girl from school days had become a woman barely recognizable, yet the same hair and cheekbones confirmed her identity instantly. The stapler on the desk might even have been the one from their old school newspaper. The sight of so much blood that early in the morning had driven an immediate craving for a drink. The young detective continued staring, her large brown eyes unblinking. The narrator looked away first, pretending interest in the pictures on the office walls. They stirred memories of being called into this same room as a teenager. Trouble had never followed her at the first school, but everything shifted after transferring to St. Hilary's. None of it had been her fault. It had almost always traced back to Rachel Hopkins or Helen Wang, both now dead. Rachel had taken her under her wing upon arrival, and gratitude had flooded in. Rachel was the most popular girl, beautiful, clever, and seemingly kind. She organized charity events even then, sponsored runs, bake sales, collections for children in need. At first, the attention felt genuine, but soon it began to feel like another charitable project. Rachel invited her home, lent clothes, taught makeup techniques never attempted before. She painted nails in shifting colors, sometimes forming letters across the fingers. Cute, sweet, nice. People still described her that way most often. The word had soured over time, its sound twisting from compliment into quiet insult. Nice sounded like weakness. Perhaps it was. Rachel showered her with small gifts, lip gloss, scrunchies, occasionally tighter tops and skirts meant to encourage weight loss, and once paid for highlights to match her own hair. The money's source remained a mystery, never questioned. Rachel also secured her a seat at the popular table during lunch, a relief amid the fear of sitting alone. Catherine Kelly had seemed harmless enough. She ate chocolate or crisps constantly, looked slightly odd with her white blonde hair, braces, and untidy uniform, yet never troubled anyone. She spoke little, mostly reading horror books quietly. Rumors placed her family in a strange house at the edge of the woods, possibly haunted, though ghosts held no belief. Pity rose for the girl's obvious loneliness. "Should we invite Catherine to sit with us?" the narrator had asked one day, while slowly working through the lunch ladies' lasagne and chips. The other girls stared as if offended. "No," Rachel answered flatly from across the table. "Are you actually going to eat all of that?" Helen demanded, eyeing the plate. She herself always skipped lunch. "Do you know how many calories are in that processed crap?" The narrator hadn't considered calories. "I like lasagne," came the reply. Helen shook her head and placed a small bottle of pills on the table. "Here, an early birthday present. We all take them. You stay slim without feeling hungry. Keep them in your bag. No one needs to know our secrets." "Why invite smelly Catherine Kelly?" Rachel pressed, shifting topics. Laughter rippled. "I just know how happy it makes me to eat with all of you, and she looked lonely." "And you wanted to be nice, right?" Rachel cut in. The narrator shrugged. "Being too nice is a sign of weakness." Rachel stood sharply, chair scraping, then grabbed her Coke and left. Silence fell. Attempts at eye contact met only lowered gazes fixed on untouched salads. Minutes later, Rachel returned, smile firmly back in place. She set the can down, picked up her cutlery, and resumed barely eating. The others followed her lead, as always. Rachel urged her to go ahead and invite Catherine over, speaking around mouthfuls of food. Anna hesitated, stomach tightening with unease, yet she pushed the feeling aside, telling herself Rachel was simply being kind the way she knew she could be. Looking back, it felt naive, but people often chose to believe the best about those they liked most. She threaded between crowded tables and chairs to the lonely corner where Catherine always sat alone. The girl's long blonde hair hung unbrushed. She tucked it behind prominent ears that flushed crimson whenever classmates called her Dumbo. Despite constant snacks and fizzy drinks, Catherine remained painfully thin. Her shirt gaped at the neck from a missing button. Her tie carried stains, and chalk dust covered the navy blazer as though she had leaned against a blackboard. Up close, her eyebrows were nearly bald from constant plucking. Anna had watched her gather the tiny hairs into piles on her desk and blow them away like wishes. Catherine pulled a doubtful face at the invitation, clearly expecting a joke. She glanced toward the popular table where the girls giggled at something Rachel had whispered. When they noticed her looking, they smiled, waved, and beckoned. Anna felt a rush of satisfaction as Catherine lifted her tray and joined them, until she spotted the folded scrap of paper slipped beneath her own plate. Before she could react, Rachel spoke up with an apology for any past hurt feelings and offered friendship, reaching across to shake hands. Catherine accepted, revealing badly bitten nails ringed with raw skin and a speck of lazine caught in her braces. Her cheeks burned red. The sudden movement knocked over her Coke can. Helen, ever quick and practical, produced napkins at once, as though she had anticipated the spill. Rachel apologized again for her clumsiness and insisted Catherine take her own untouched can instead. Catherine protested she wasn't thirsty, growing even redder. Rachel slid the drink across anyway, and the conversation flowed on. Anna kept staring at the note. It warned that urine had been added to the Coke and promised that warning Catherine would leave her eating lunch alone the next day. She already knew the decent thing to do, yet she did nothing, simply sitting and staring at the food she no longer wanted. 5 long minutes later, Catherine lifted the can, tilted her head back, and swallowed several large gulps before realizing something was wrong. Rachel announced with a wide smile that she had just drunk her piss. Laughter erupted around the table and raced across the canteen until the entire school pointed and jeered at Catherine Kelly. The girl said nothing. She simply stared straight at Anna, then rose and walked out, leaving her tray behind. Wednesday, 7:45. Jack needed Anna to come back with him. Both Anna and Priya turned at his words, but he spoke only to his ex-wife. He asked Priya to confirm that Anna had touched nothing in the secretary's office. Priya looked sheepish and admitted only the phone. Jack closed his eyes. He had already guessed. It had been his own idea to leave Anna waiting there, so he could blame no one else. He turned to watch her reaction. He explained that the alleged tip-off call to her mobile had originated from the landline in this very room. Anna stared at the old phone. She suggested they could still dust for fingerprints. Jack replied that the only prints they would likely find now were hers, with no way to prove whether they had been left earlier. Anna insisted her prints could not have been on it before this morning. Priya began to apologize, but Anna cut her off, demanding if he was accusing her of making the call herself. He answered that he was suggesting nothing yet, only gathering evidence, then asked her to come with him while Priya stayed to wait for the forensic team and ensure they examined every corner of the office. Whoever had killed Helen Wang had been inside it. He held the door open like a gentleman. Anna gave him the familiar, unimpressed look he had endured often in the final months of their marriage. They walked the silent corridors together. He sensed her fury without a word. Long-married couples developed a private language of expressions and gestures that never faded, even after separation. Eventually, she asked where they were going. He told her he was escorting her off the premises. She said she still intended to cover the story. He replied that was her decision. She asked if he thought she shouldn't. He answered that she had never cared what he thought before. She stopped walking. He felt exhausted by every argument that skirted the real wound they had never properly discussed. She asked if he believed her. For a moment, the 36-year-old woman before him became the shy, frightened teenager he had known 20 years earlier. The quiet girl his sister and Rachel Hopkins had taken under their wing for reasons he had never understood. She had never been like them. Girls had been mysteries to him then, and women still were. He reminded her that she claimed the call had come at exactly 5 a.m. She confirmed it. She had not recognized the voice and could not even tell whether it belonged to a man or a woman. She added that the caller had probably used a voice distorter. He raised an eyebrow. Interesting, he said, and asked why she thought anyone would tip her off about the murder. She shrugged and suggested it was because they had seen her reporting the first one on the news. He pressed whether she worried it might be more personal. She looked as though she wanted to say something more, then thought better of it. He had no time for games. They reached the car park. The television truck had already left. The area stood nearly deserted, much as it had the previous night when he had been here himself. A fact he had not shared with anyone, since it would look as damning as his presence at the Woods crime scene on Monday. Police and press vehicles waited at the front of the school, where he planned to take her. He asked where her team was. She explained they had gone for breakfast, unsure how long she would be held. He offered to walk her to a car, spotting the red Mini he had always disliked in the distance. She remarked that he really did want her gone. He gave no reply. They continued in heavy, awkward silence. She did not notice the broken glass until he pointed it out. Someone had smashed the car window. She stepped closer and muttered that it was just perfect while trying to peer inside. He warned her not to touch anything and called Priya to send officers over, keeping Anna in sight the whole time. He asked if anything was missing. She confirmed her overnight bag had been taken from the back seat. He asked whether she still believed none of this involved her. Someone, most likely the murderer, had phoned with the tip-off, then smashed her window and stolen the bag. She had known both victims. Did she think it was a warning? She looked up at him, face visibly paler, and asked if he thought so. Genuine fear showed in her eyes. He did not know whether he wanted to hug her or hate her. He was certain she was still hiding something. She admitted she had lied. His heart hammered so loudly he wondered if she could hear it. She clarified that she was now worried the events might concern her personally, but swore she had no involvement whatsoever and that he must know that. He told her it was all right, ready to say whatever would loosen her tongue. They both knew the tactic well. She described feeling watched the previous night. He resisted admitting he had felt the same. She added that it sounded silly, but she suspected someone had been inside her hotel room, moving things around. She had dismissed it as paranoia brought on by tiredness. He did not need her to say she had been drinking. He could smell it faintly on her breath even now. He asked if her cameraman had stayed at the same hotel. She said it had not been Richard. He pressed how she could be sure. She replied that it made no sense for him to do it. The incidents felt connected to Blackdown, to someone who had known her from before. He asked what made her think so. She asked how well he had known Rachel and whether he had seen her since moving back. He had seen her several times, in all kinds of places and positions, but he answered only that he thought everyone had noticed her. She was the kind of woman people looked at. Anna pulled a face that did not suit her. He believed he had answered without lying. She had always been able to tell when he did. Anna pressed again, asking how well Jack had really known Rachel. He felt a faint sheen of sweat threaten his forehead, but she continued without waiting for an answer, a habit she had never lost. She said everyone had thought Rachel was kind as a child, yet Rachel had hidden a dark side well, and perhaps it had never gone away. Jack asked what that had to do with her. Anna replied that Rachel had been blackmailing her over something that happened at school. When she refused Rachel's recent demand, she wondered if Rachel had tried the same with others. Jack demanded to know what had happened at school. She said it didn't matter. He pointed out that she clearly thought it might, or she would not have mentioned it. Anna reminded him that being married to someone did not mean knowing everything about them. She looked away. He struggled to shape any fitting reaction to her words. She whispered, "Oh my God," staring into the car. He asked what was wrong. She said he had kept asking about the friendship bracelet she wore yesterday. She had thought she lost it, or that someone took it from her room last night. She swore she had never seen it inside her car before. Jack bent down and spotted a bright yellow smiley face air freshener hanging from the rearview mirror, spinning gently in the breeze, and tied there with a red and white friendship bracelet. Wednesday, 8 o'clock. Anna watched the forensic team examine her car and felt physically sick. Cleaning it afterward would take forever. Jack approached holding a clear plastic evidence bag. She could not quite make out its contents. He announced loudly enough for everyone to hear that she kept a personal breathalyzer in her glove box. The team turned to stare. She replied that it was not a crime. He smiled and said no, it was just funny. She answered that she was glad to amuse him and asked for her phone back. He stared at her for a long moment before handing it over, warning that any further calls or texts must be reported to him immediately, not the news desk. She hated when he spoke to her like a child, as though he always knew best. He never had, and still did not. He had never learned to tell when she spoke the truth, and when she simply told him what he wanted to hear. What she wanted now was a drink, but she stood at the edge of the car park instead, watching and waiting. All her remaining alcohol had been in the stolen overnight bag. Only empty miniature bottles remained in her possession. She could not stop replaying Jack's face when he described the friendship bracelets tied around each victim's tongue. The moment had felt like an out-of-body experience. His expression changed when he spoke of Rachel. He believed she did not know he had been involved with her, but wives always knew such things. After the cocaine incident, Anna had not spoken to Rachel, Helen, or Zoe for several days. She sat alone in class and at lunch, ignoring their laughter that seemed to fill every corner of the school. She missed Rachel terribly, yet could not forgive what had been done to Catherine Kelly. The girl had grown quieter than ever, eyes permanently red. Combined with her wild white hair, she looked like an animal used in experiments. People had even begun joking that she belonged in a cage. Her mother noticed the bad mood and the return to coming straight home from school instead of spending time with the new friends. She kept urging Anna to invite Rachel over. Anna could not tell her what happened. She feared her mother would think less of her, so she made excuses. A week later, her mother returned from cleaning Rachel's house with Rachel sitting beside her in the van. Anna stood in the open doorway, uncertain what to think or say as they approached. Rachel announced brightly that they were having a sleepover. Both mothers had agreed. She ran up the path holding an overnight bag, smiled and hugged Anna tightly, as though the canteen incident had never occurred, as though they were friends again. Confusion and happiness flooded Anna at once. The same relief felt when recovering something precious, thought lost forever. It felt strange having Rachel in their small home. She had never visited before. Anna had always gone to hers. Her mother had barely allowed anyone inside since Anna's father left. Rachel seemed out of place there. Someone who belonged only among beautiful, perfect things. Their cottage was homely, but filled with mismatched second-hand furniture, homemade curtains and cushions. Bookshelves overflowed with charity shop rescues. Everything was spotlessly clean, yet old and tired. Rachel, by contrast, always carried a shiny new quality, bubbly and full of life, the kind of girl who always smiled. Their conversation flowed easily. Rachel was too skilled an actress for awkwardness. Even when Anna faltered, she kept the performance smooth. Her mother, unaware of any falling out, made vegetable cottage pie from their own garden produce, something she took pride in. She often declared that fast food would ruin humanity, though Anna had never shared her fear of preservatives. Takeaways had always felt like a treat after years of denial. Anna found it slightly embarrassing that they did not eat normal supermarket food, but Rachel complimented her mother warmly and praised the meal as though it were the best she had ever tasted. Once again, Anna marveled at how easily Rachel charmed people and made them like her. It seemed almost impossible not to, even knowing what she had done. Her mother offered chocolate ice cream with magic sauce that hardened when poured on top as a special treat while clearing the table. They always had dessert at home. Rachel politely declined, saying she was full. The mother turned to Anna, who also refused after catching Rachel's look. Rachel smiled once her mother left the room. She had spent weeks urging Anna to change her eating habits, to eat less and move more to lose weight. Anna had begun taking the diet pills Helen gave her, and the bathroom scales showed they were working. She had not been terribly big to begin with. Pleasing Rachel brought a warm satisfaction that made skipping ice cream and swallowing a few tablets feel like a reasonable price. With no spare rooms, Rachel slept in Anna's bed. They brushed their teeth together, spitting at the same time and taking turns at the toilet. Her mother stayed downstairs watching the late news bulletin as usual. She had earned enough from cleaning to buy a new television. She had once said Anna was named after the newsreader Anna Ford, and had not seemed to be joking. Rachel remarked that it was warm tonight and began undressing, unbuttoning her shirt and letting it drop, then unhooking her lacy bra. She always wore grown-up underwear, unlike Anna. Anna did not feel warm at all. Their house stayed freezing. Yet her mother had lit the bedroom fire, which crackled softly. Anna had never felt comfortable in her own body, even then when she had nothing to worry about. Perhaps the diet pills had started the paranoia. She changed into pajamas as quickly as possible to avoid being seen naked. Half undressed, Rachel asked to take her picture. She stood in the middle of the room wearing only knickers, disposable camera already in hand. Anna asked why. Rachel said she looked so pretty and wanted something to remember her this way. It felt odd to object about bare legs when Rachel was nearly nude, so Anna allowed it. Rachel took several shots, then set the camera aside. She showed no body anxiety herself, removing the rest of her underwear and walking the room completely naked. She examined the posters and books while firelight danced shadows across her skin. Anna lay in bed, unable to look away until Rachel climbed in beside her, still naked, and turned off the light. They lay side by side in the dark, the silence stretching between them. Anna's breathing came too fast. She tried to steady it, convinced Rachel would hear and think her strange. The harder she fought for control, the more ragged it grew, until she feared an asthma attack might seize her. Then Rachel's hand slipped inside her pajama bottoms, and the world narrowed to that single point of contact. Anna lay perfectly still, unable to move or speak, letting the unfamiliar touch continue. When it ended, Rachel drew her wet fingers across Anna's stomach, wrapped an arm around her waist, and squeezed her close like a cherished doll. She whispered something soft before drifting into sleep, her gentle snoring forming an odd lullaby. Anna stayed awake the entire night, the words echoing in her head. That had been nice, hadn't it? Wednesday, 8 o'clock. Jack hated seeing Anna so shaken, yet he did his best to steady her. A phone vibrated inside his jacket. It was not his own. He held that one already. He stepped away from the team clustered around her Mini and checked Rachel's mobile. He had tried to ignore finding it in his own car boot, but the new text made denial impossible. "Miss me, lover?" Rachel was dead. He did not believe in ghosts. Only one explanation remained. Someone knew far more than they should. He pocketed the phone and scanned the car park, refusing to show any reaction in case the sender watched. His gaze found Anna standing apart, staring at her own screen. She sensed his attention and looked up, meeting his eyes. Priya appeared suddenly at his side, offering a fresh pack of his favorite cigarettes. He asked why she had them. She merely shrugged. Her upward stare unsettled him more than the dead woman's text. He thanked her, lit one immediately, and drew deep. The rush helped, though her presence spoiled it. He told her the kindness was unnecessary. Their work was about solving cases, not gifts or constant thoughtfulness. She should simply do her job. She replied that she had an update that might improve his mood. She had instructed the tech team to trace Rachel's missing phone. He inhaled too sharply and coughed. He did not recall ordering that. She reminded him he had told her to show initiative. The phone had just received and been read a text. Its signal placed it nearby. The team was triangulating now. As long as it stayed on, they would pinpoint the location. Priya glanced toward Anna. Jack asked if she suspected his ex-wife had the phone and was involved. She shrugged and said she thought it possible. The 5 a.m. call to Anna's mobile had come from the school office landline. There was no proof Anna had not made it herself. His fingers found the power button and killed the phone. He forced a laugh that sounded hollow, even to him, and praised her thoroughness, joking that accusing his ex of being the killer was a good one. Priya gave him an odd look before walking back to the team, ponytail swinging. Someone had sent that message on purpose. He was being watched. When he searched for Anna again, she had vanished. It was a shame to smash the car window, but necessary. The Mini could be repaired. People were harder to fix. Success depended on misdirection, so the damage served the plan. No one would suspect her anyway. Such behavior did not fit the image others held of her. She was not who they believed. Like most people, she contained more than her surface suggested. Watching the scene unfold and the chosen players unravel had been delicious, realer and more satisfying than anything on television, because she had written every line. The voice changer, left forgotten in a box of confiscated school items, had proved simple and entertaining. She had kept it. One person's trash became another's treasure. She had also taken the school's drama trophy from the headmistress's office and used it to break the glass. No one had seen her. The car park was empty. The adrenaline rush of getting away with it left her feeling both invincible and invisible. She kept the trophy too. Her acting deserved recognition. She had spent years trying on new personalities like clothes, discarding those that no longer fit until she found the perfect version. People saw what they wanted, not what existed. She took the overnight bag only because it helped the picture she needed to create. Everyone tried to buy more time, yet time remained priceless. It gave what it chose, not what was earned. Emotional walls grew stronger with every brick of revenge. In the end, everyone hid behind the self they showed the world. Wednesday, 8:15. Anna watched the pretty junior detective gazing at Jack with unmistakable longing. Even though they were no longer married, the sight twisted something uncomfortable and mildly distressing inside her. She knew he must have moved on in every way since they separated, yet the urge to scratch the other woman's eyes out still flared hot and sharp. While no one paid attention, she slipped away into the woods, heading toward the exact clearing where she and Rachel used to skip lessons and hide together. Back then, she had noticed Helen Wang and Zoe Harper growing more and more jealous of the time she and Rachel spent alone. They barely hid it, though Anna hadn't cared. She had never been kissed by anyone before Rachel, boy or girl, and for the first time, she had felt genuinely pretty. Months passed, and her studies slipped badly. Too many nights staying over, shopping for clothes only Rachel could afford, or hiding in these same woods when they should have been in class. She would have done anything to keep Rachel's interest, terrified it might vanish. Then her mother discovered the F in English from a missed essay. Anna had always been a straight-A student. Her mother's fury was worse than she had ever seen. She grounded Anna for 2 weeks and cancelled the small 16th birthday party she had promised. Anna had not taken the punishment calmly. Rachel promised she could fix it and that Helen would help. The next morning before registration, she confronted Helen directly, demanding she write both their English essays for Monday along with her own. Rachel brushed a stray lock of Helen's shiny black hair behind her ear as she spoke, and a strange flicker of jealousy stirred in Anna. Helen refused at first, eyes on her maths textbook, saying she was busy. Rachel folded her arms, tilted her head, then calmly closed Helen's book and told her to change her plans. Helen snapped back that she had said no. Helen had grown crankier since Anna started at St. Hilary's, studying harder, writing more for the school newspaper, and losing dramatic weight. Anna suspected the diet pills worked. She rarely saw her eat. Rachel offered her best smile and suggested Helen think about it. To Anna's surprise, Monday morning, Helen handed over 2 essays written in handwriting that mimicked their own perfectly. When Anna asked if this was all right, Helen replied that she was sure they would get the grades they deserved, then walked away without another word. Anna had never cheated before. The whole thing felt new and uneasy. She asked Rachel if they should check the essays, but Rachel only smiled, praising Helen's skill at giving teachers exactly what they wanted, and joking that she would probably end up as headmistress one day. They submitted the essays to Mr. Richardson at the end of class. The short, bespectacled teacher, with thinning hair and little patience, collected first editions, dandruff, and teenage enemies. All the girls disliked him, and often flicked ink onto his shirt. The way he looked at Rachel while accepting her essay left Anna unsettled, like watching an old lame dog drool over meat in a butcher's window. The lunch bell rang. While the others headed to the dining hall, Rachel pulled Anna the opposite way, saying she had a private present for her. She took Anna's hand, fingers lacing together in that special way that always made Anna feel chosen. In the toilets they walked straight into Catherine Kelly, her white blonde hair tangled, skin pale, chin spotted with angry pimples, eyebrows patchy and thin from constant pulling. Rachel ordered Catherine to stand guard by the door and keep everyone out, threatening something far worse than making her drink from a Coke can if she failed. Anna disliked this cruel side of Rachel, but told herself there must be a reason. Inside the cubicle, Rachel told her to take her shirt off. Anna hesitated, aware Catherine could hear everything. Rachel insisted, saying the other girl wouldn't listen if ordered not to. When Anna still didn't move, Rachel smiled and began unbuttoning the shirt herself. Anna let her, the way she had let Rachel do so many things, even when they hurt. Rachel unclasped the bra and replaced it with a black lacy wonder bra, dressing Anna like a favorite doll. She took a photo with her disposable camera, then pushed Anna out of the cubicle. Catherine stared at the floor. In the mirror, Anna barely recognized herself. Rachel exclaimed how much bigger they looked, then frowned at Anna's chapped lips. She applied strawberry lip balm with her fingertip and asked if it felt better. Before Anna could fully answer, Rachel kissed her. Anna stayed rigid, painfully aware of Catherine watching the entire time as Rachel's tongue slipped into her mouth. Rachel told her not to worry, that Catherine wouldn't tell anyone. When Rachel kissed her again, Anna finally closed her eyes and kissed back. Wednesday, 8:45. Jack found Anna in the woods without much trouble. He approached the familiar clearing at the bottom of the valley, marked by 3 large fallen trunks arranged in a triangle around the remains of a recent fire. She looked at him as if seeing a ghost and asked how he knew where she was. He reminded her she had once told him about the spot. She seemed confused. He felt a brief pang, but kept silent about the fact that Rachel had actually been the one to describe it to him. He told her she looked a bit like her mother. When she asked who, he clarified he meant when her mother was younger, intending it as a compliment. Everyone remembered how beautiful Anna's mother had once been, like a suburban Audrey Hepburn with long, dark, shiny hair and impeccable style. He had even harbored a slight teenage crush on his future mother-in-law. Hard life and time had stolen that beauty. Anna didn't respond. He asked if she was all right, knowing it was a foolish question. She shook her head and admitted she no longer knew. The topic of her mother had always been sensitive. He apologized for interfering, explaining he had only tried to help because her mother was getting significantly worse, though he should have told Anna sooner. She said she knew, but felt she had let her mother down by letting her stay in the house she never wanted to leave. Jack stepped closer and reassured her she hadn't let anyone down. He understood why she had stayed away and what being here did to her, then gently suggested she return to London. Her body language shifted instantly. She accused him of wanting exactly that. When he asked what she meant, she mentioned the junior detective's age, sounding jealous in a way he had never heard from her before. He corrected that Detective Patel was actually in her 30s, good at her job, and not his type. She asked what his type was, now that it was no longer her. He told her she would always be his type, watching her face strain to hide a small smile. Wednesday, 8:45. Jack heard Anna quip that she would remember his words if he ever needed a blood donor. He laughed, struck by how easily he had forgotten that his ex-wife could still be funny. A magpie swooped onto the path behind them. Anna saluted it automatically, the old superstition her mother had drilled into her. He told her everything would be all right and held out his hand. She surprised him by taking it. Her fingers still fitted perfectly inside his own. Without meaning to, he drew her closer. The hug felt stiff and unpracticed. When she began to cry, he was instantly pulled back 2 years to her mother's house, holding her right after they learned their daughter was dead. The same memory must have hit her, because she pulled away. He offered a clean handkerchief. She wiped the tears and smeared mascara from beneath her eyes. He mentioned that people would start wondering where they both were. She apologized, saying she had only needed a moment alone. He reassured her that he had needed the same. They turned and started back toward the car park. His gaze caught the magpie still on the forest floor ahead. It showed no fear and kept pecking steadily at the flesh of another dead magpie. The sight turned his stomach, even after years on the job. He wondered whether Anna's superstition still read the pair as two for joy. Wednesday, 9 o'clock. Anna could not shake the image of one magpie devouring the other, nor Jack's comment that she resembled her mother. She saw no likeness herself, but even if the resemblance existed, they were nothing alike. Some apples rolled far down the hill from the tree. Being back in this corner of the woods dragged her thoughts straight to Rachel. The happy warmth in her chest after the kiss in the toilets had felt unbreakable. Rachel had seemed like the perfect friend, the kind no one else could ever match. That glow lasted until Mr. Richardson pulled both of them out of gym class in their hockey kits and ordered them to his office. Anna went in first. She perched on the edge of the chair while he informed her they had been caught cheating and that he would have to write to her mother. tears came at once. She knew they betrayed her guilt before she could speak. He told her the essays were identical, and that both girls would be punished unless he could decide who was at fault. His right hand stayed hidden beneath the desk, and a twisted smile showed how much he enjoyed watching her cry. She could not stop. The thought of her mother finding out was unbearable. He finally dismissed her and told her to send Rachel in. Anna's tear-streaked face warned Rachel it was serious. As they passed, she whispered that Helen had tricked them by writing the same essay twice. Rachel stayed perfectly calm. She told Anna not to worry, promised everything would be fine, and instructed her to wait in their secret spot in the woods. The clearing felt cold and dark, in only a t-shirt and hockey skirt. The long socks offered almost no warmth. 10 minutes later, Rachel arrived smiling. She asked if Anna had any mint or chewing gum. When Anna shook her head, Rachel said never mind. She would get some later and brush her teeth too. She hugged her tightly and announced that everything was fixed. They would both receive A grades on the essays they had not written. Their parents would never know, and she hoped Anna's mother would still allow the birthday party. Anna tried to pull back to see her face, but Rachel held on harder. When Anna asked how she had changed Mr. Richardson's mind, Rachel whispered that it did not matter. Then her free hand slid up under the hockey skirt and pushed Anna's underwear aside while the other arm kept her close. When Anna's knees began to shake, Rachel let her lie down on the forest floor. As always, Anna let her do whatever she wanted. Afterwards, Rachel asked if she felt better, stood up, brushed the dirt from her hands and knees, and pulled Anna to her feet. She said she needed a quick word with Helen before she went home, so they should head back to the changing rooms, and asked again if Anna had any chewing gum in her bag. Jack's voice pulled her out of the memory. He offered her a cigarette. The sudden recall of the day Helen had angered Rachel and lived to regret it made Anna blush. She declined, reminding him that smoking had never been her addiction. His face flickered with pity. She pushed it back at him, saying she was sorry all this horror had landed on his doorstep, and that it could not be what he had pictured when he moved to the country. He corrected her. He had not run away. He had been pushed. She changed course quickly and asked whether she would be able to use her car any time soon. He said he was afraid not, and offered her a lift. She told him it was fine. She had already texted Richard. He shook his head, clearly remembering everything he had told her about the man. She insisted that whatever Richard had done in the past, he must have had his reasons. Jack called himself old-fashioned, but said a conviction for grievous bodily harm gave him pause, especially since Richard had been staying at the same hotel, and she had thought someone was in her room the night before. She confirmed he had been at the White Hart, but insisted it was not him. When he asked what had made her think anyone was there at all, she hesitated, unsure how much to reveal. He joked that he already knew she was crazy after 10 years of marriage. They both smiled. She decided to trust him, as she once had, and told him about the old-school photograph she had found at her mother's and studied in her hotel room the previous night because of what had happened to Rachel. He stared at her, waiting for more. She described how she had left the room for only a few minutes and returned to find a black cross drawn over Rachel's face. He frowned and stayed silent for a long moment before asking to see the picture. She said it was impossible. The photo had been inside the bag stolen from her car. He asked who else was in it. She felt uneasy but answered, herself, Rachel Hopkins, Helen Wang, another girl he would not remember, and his sister. Wednesday, 9:30. Jack called Zoe the moment Anna left. He watched his ex-wife being driven away by her cameraman, an uneasy feeling he couldn't name settling over him. She had looked more vulnerable than he had seen her in years. He sometimes forgot the woman beneath the tough exterior she showed the world, the one who had once been his wife. Zoe sounded amused by her older brother's sudden concern for her safety. He didn't explain the real reason or mention the photograph. He simply listened to her familiar voice as she insisted, for the third time, that she was safe and the house was secure. He asked her to set their parents' old burglar alarm, certain only the two of them knew the code. Then he forced himself back to work. The morning dragged with a second trip to the pathologist, fresh reports, long briefings with an inexperienced team, and endless unanswered questions. The worst duty came when he had to tell a parent their child was dead. Age never softened that pain. Everyone remained somebody's child. Helen Wang's elderly mother asked who had done this, as if she expected him to know. Jack sat in her front room, untouched. Earl Grey tea and shortbread biscuits on the table. Her grey hair was styled in the same Cleopatra cut as her daughter's, and her immaculate clothes looked too youthful for her age. She lived alone now. No Mr. Wang. She had started crying as soon as they arrived, already sensing something was wrong. He spared her most of the grim details about how Helen was found at the school, but knew the press would reveal them anyway, along with the drugs discovered at her daughter's home. He could already picture the headlines: "The headmistress with a habit." Normally, he let junior detectives handle next-of-kin notifications, but he had missed key information with Rachel's husband and phone when he sent Priya before. He would not repeat that mistake. Higher-ups ordered him to deliver another scripted press statement. He prepared it outside Surrey Police HQ to keep journalists away from the school. Anna stood among the reporters, but asked no questions. Back inside the station, the office TV showed the press conference on BBC News. His ex-wife appeared on screen, staring straight at him. Later, when Priya invited him for a drink after work, he hesitated at first. He pointed out that in Blackdown there was nowhere private enough. Locals or media would eavesdrop on every word. She suggested a drink at her place instead, where it would be quieter. Her expression when he reacted made him dread what she might say next. She quickly clarified that the invitation was more for herself than for him. Everything felt new to her here. She knew no one and lived alone. After seeing 2 women brutally murdered, she simply did not want to walk into an empty house. She stared at him, then examined her short, neat fingernails. Jack felt a flicker of guilt. Priya was alone in a town that wasn't always welcoming to outsiders, and he had no one waiting at home either. He weighed his options and decided his colleague needed him more than his sister did right now. A nagging voice urged him to check on Zoe, but a louder one pushed back. Zoe had always taken care of herself. Their evenings together usually ended in arguments about money or Netflix choices, no different from childhood fights over toys or the remote. He convinced himself she would prefer the house to herself. Accepting Priya's invitation was simply a friendly drink with a colleague, nothing more, the right thing to do. 1 hour and 2 beers later, Priya cooked homemade burgers and sweet potato fries in a new-built house on the edge of town. The estate featured identical red brick homes with PVC windows, but hers was nicely furnished in stylish neutral tones. Everything stayed spotlessly clean, with low lighting and no clutter. There were no family photos or personal touches. His scruffy jacket on her fancy coat rack and his size 10 shoes in the hall looked out of place. She briefly left to fetch something she had forgotten, handing him another beer and turning on the small kitchen TV. He drank while watching Anna on the BBC News channel, unsure if it was live or a repeat. Feeling the beer and exhaustion, he did something foolish. He switched on Rachel's phone, having cancelled the trace earlier. He needed to understand how it had ended up in his car. The sense that someone was watching and framing him was wearing him down. The passcode was her date of birth, predictably simple. Regret hit instantly. The phone held countless selfies, suggestive texts to unfamiliar numbers and names, and a recent email exchange with Helen Wang, whose subject involved him. He read Rachel's final message before their last meeting. She called him a loser, but noted a friend in the force could be useful. She agreed with Helen that she would end things that night, perhaps with a goodbye shag to soften the blow. So Rachel had planned to dump him, and Helen had known. The front door slammed. He slipped the phone back into his pocket, just as Priya returned. She had been gone over half an hour and carried nothing. A lifetime with his mother, sister, and Anna had taught him when not to question a woman. It was late, and they were both tired, so despite his curiosity, he stayed silent. Priya set a plate of food before him. It looked and smelled delicious. He could not remember his last home-cooked meal. He thanked her and admitted he had not expected this. She teased him, asking if he thought she could only cook curry. The beer had loosened them both. She sat close beside him, She called the meal nothing special, just Nigella. He grinned and replied that he thought Nigella was pretty special. She gave a polite smile that left him wondering if he had somehow offended her. Women always seemed more complicated than men. He had always seen Priya as just a girl until tonight, but in her own home she appeared far more grown up and at ease. He asked where she had gone earlier. Her eyes widened as if he had accused her of something awful. She apologized, explaining she had forgotten, then remembered, then forgotten again. She left the table abruptly, abandoning her half-eaten food, and returned moments later holding a bottle of ketchup. She said she knew how much he liked drowning his chips in it, so she had gone out to buy some to make the meal perfect for him, but then forgot. She looked close to tears. He reassured her the food was delicious, and she had not needed to go to any trouble. She said she had wanted everything to be perfect. He smiled and told her it already was. He relaxed now that he understood her errand. It had been thoughtful. She seemed to unwind too. She cleared the plates and brought them both another beer without asking. Her hair was down again. He noticed she had unbuttoned the top of her shirt and caught the scent of fresh perfume. He took a large swig and decided to address the situation directly. "Priya, this has all been lovely, but I don't want you to get the wrong impression." She looked appalled and asked if she had done something wrong. He told her no, and reminded her there was no need to call him sir, especially here in her home while eating her food and drinking her beer. He apologized for not bringing anything. She insisted it was fine and used his first name, which sounded strangely intimate. He realized he had drunk more than he should have, especially since he had planned to drive home. This had been a mistake. He needed to set things straight before seeing her at work tomorrow. He began again. He liked working with her. She beamed, making it harder. He reminded himself he was significantly older and needed to take control. But her face faltered. He stared at the laminated wooden floor and continued. They worked together. He was a lot older than her, and while he thought she was terrific and a very attractive young woman. Wednesday, 2100 hours. Jack realized the final words of his speech could easily be read as harassment, so he added quickly that he did not think of her or see her that way. Priya asked if he thought she was ugly. He recoiled, denying it in a rush of panic. She smiled, and confusion flooded him. He wondered whether the rejection had unsettled her. She reassured him it was fine, and explained that she cooked for him at work simply because she enjoyed feeding people and had no one else to cook for these days. The cigarettes had been meant to help. If she sometimes hung on his every word, it was only because she respected how good he was at the job and wanted to learn from him. Nothing more. He felt confused. Her expression might have been pity. Suddenly, he saw himself as foolish, old, and delusional. Why would someone so young, intelligent, and attractive want a man like him? Priya stood, and for the first time he noticed her pretty little feet, soft brown skin, and red-painted toenails. She crossed the room, fetched 2 glasses and a bottle of whiskey he used to share with Anna, then sat closer than before. She proposed a toast, pouring generous measures to a long, happy, strictly professional and platonic relationship. He echoed the words and clinked his glass against hers. She downed hers in one. He thought it a waste of good whiskey, but drained his own too. Then he kissed her. Wednesday, 2100 hours. Anna needed a drink more than she could remember needing one in a long time. After a relentless day of back-to-back 2-ways outside the school and police station, plus filming and packaging for multiple outlets, she ached for her bed. She called to confirm early bulletins' timings for tomorrow, and scribbled the details with a black felt-tip pen she had found in her handbag, one she did not recall acquiring, but which had already proved useful. She felt cold, and her feet throbbed from hours of standing. She had grown too used to the warm studio desk for the lunchtime bulletin. The entire day had blurred into one continuous reel of stitched-together segments. Time had never felt the same since her daughter died. It began the night she left Charlotte asleep in the travel cot at her mother's, so she and Jack could go out for her birthday. He had insisted she needed to leave the house more, not understanding that after her own 16th, she had never wanted to celebrate another birthday. Motherhood had shocked her, despite every book and class. The constant responsibility had crushed her. Overnight, she became someone unrecognizable, sleepless and worried. Her life narrowed entirely to her child. She had been terrified to leave Charlotte alone even for a minute. She had been right. Since the loss, time stretched and snapped without warning. She seemed to have less of it now, days collapsing into an exhausting blur. She had not been a natural mother, but had tried her hardest. Her own mother had said the first few months were always the toughest, and those were the only ones she ever had. The heartbreak had shattered her heart into 1,000 pieces. It had broken her completely. She was no longer the same person, and no longer knew how to feel or return affection. Borrowing love felt far easier than repaying it. Richard had driven her everywhere since the police kept her car. Though normal for a correspondent and cameraman, something between them felt off. She was not sure whether it came from Jack's warning about his criminal record or from something else entirely. In the afternoon, with no fresh developments, the team took a meal break amid union mutterings. She welcomed the free time and told them she wanted a walk. Richard offered to join, but she refused. She did not want to be alone with him in any secluded part of the woods. He took the hint and went with the others. She followed a familiar footpath through the trees toward the high street. All of Blackdown's roads and paths branched outward from there, like veins from a twisted leaf stem, the whole town existing beneath a canopy of leaves and unspoken lies. The forest itself seemed to watch over every home. She found herself standing behind the house Jack now shared with Zoe. She had never liked her sister-in-law, and Jack had never known the real reasons why. Zoe had been dark and dangerous as a teenager, born with the safety off. When she and Jack first met in London, she had been a junior reporter covering a murder he was investigating. He remembered her instantly and used flirtatious blackmail to get her out for a drink, or he would complain to the BBC. She had found him attractive, as most female reporters did. But her career came first, and she had little interest in relationships. One date for possible insider information ended with her waking beside him with a hangover. Knowing what Zoe was capable of had nearly stopped her from seeing him again, yet that night led to more dates and a spontaneous weekend in Paris. She sometimes forgot how romantic he once was. Being with him had made her happy and had made her dislike herself a little less. Zoe had hidden her disapproval badly, avoiding eye contact at family gatherings, congratulating them last on the engagement, and skipping the wedding with a fake norovirus excuse while posting Ibiza photos the next day. When their daughter was born, she sent lilies, the classic symbol of death. Jack had called it an innocent mistake, but Anna knew better. She stared at the house with pure loathing for the woman inside it. Then she noticed the kitchen door stood slightly ajar. A little later, back on track though, she had lost some time. She hurried past the familiar shops and quirky old buildings that made Blackdown unique. She stopped at the cheap clothing store that had stood on the high street since before she was born and bought a plain white shirt and practical underwear to replace what her missing bag had held, paying without trying anything on. Clean clothes were not her only need. The visit to Zoe's house had left her craving a drink more than ever. The supermarket doors slid open as if they had been waiting for her. The chilled air and the unchanged alcohol aisle sent another shiver through her. No miniatures were available, but she held mini bottles of wine and whiskey against her handbag, calculating how many would still let her close the zip. At the checkout, she added a small box of mints. When she looked up, the cashier's face showed clear recognition and a judgment Anna could not afford. People so often became preoccupied with the fiction of truth. The lives we lead had to look perfect now, every surface polished for the cameras that watched from screens. Strangers scrolling past believed they knew the real person behind the images, yet no one wanted the unfiltered truth. Reality earned no likes, no shares, no follows. She understood the appeal of the illusion, but sensed how living inside it could turn dangerous. What stayed hidden could still cut deep. In the years ahead, she imagined people would crave 15 minutes of true privacy, far more than any fleeting fame. Anna slipped her purchases into the bag the moment the cashier finished scanning them. "A small gift for my cameraman and engineers after their long day," she told the woman, keeping her voice light. The cashier, older and solidly built with tired skin and sharp, disapproving eyes, forced a thin smile that revealed a wide gap between her front teeth. She studied Anna for a moment, then spoke without waiting for encouragement. She mentioned Anna's mother, how the woman had been found wandering the streets at night more than once, lost and crying in just her nightdress, unsure of her own name or location. The cashier added that Anna was fortunate her husband had stepped in to help. The older woman clearly needed proper care, perhaps even a home. Anna handed over her credit card, biting back any reply. She had always felt the sting of her shortcomings as a daughter more sharply than her weakness for drink. She glanced over her shoulder, relieved that the few other shoppers seemed absorbed in their own errands. Still, the town's habit of knowing everyone's business unsettled her. She remembered the first time she had bought alcohol in this same supermarket, years earlier. Rachel had insisted a proper 16th birthday party needed drinks. Anna had been surprised when Rachel suggested inviting Helen anyway, despite the trouble their clever friend had nearly caused them with the essays. But the gesture warmed her. It seemed another proof of Rachel's kindness. Wanting to match that spirit, Anna had invited one more person and spent hours making friendship bracelets for everyone, even though she could not afford real gifts. When Rachel saw the bracelets, she laughed and asked if Anna had made them herself. She called them sweet but childish for 16-year-olds, then shoved them into her pocket like rubbish. The dismissal hurt more than Anna could hide. Rachel noticed and softened, suggesting they steal a little money from Anna's mum for booze instead. Seeing Anna's shock, Rachel quickly dropped the idea. At her own house, she pulled out an old yellow children in need collection bucket, emptied the coins onto her bed, and counted £42.88. She brushed off Anna's protest that it was charity money by calling Anna a charity case and reminding her how she had paid for past presents. They walked to the supermarket in uneasy silence. Rachel loaded Diet 7-Up, cheap white wine, and tequila into the basket. Anna's stomach twisted with dread at the thought of her mother finding out. At the till, they spotted Helen Wang, already 16 and working Saturdays. Helen scanned the alcohol without hesitation and let Rachel slip it straight into her bag. No questions, no manager called. Anna noticed the bruise poorly hidden under Helen's makeup and asked what had happened to her face. Helen glanced at Rachel before answering that she had simply slipped. Anna recognized the lie from years of watching her own mother offer the same excuses, but she knew better than to press. She suspected a bad secret boyfriend. Rachel told Helen to come straight to the house after her shift, then pulled Anna toward the exit. When they reached Anna's house, her mother was still there, though she had promised to leave for the evening. She sensed Anna's irritation and said she was going, but first wanted to show a birthday surprise in the conservatory. Anna followed warily and found a small grey ball of fur curled on her mother's favorite chair. Rachel squealed with delight and rushed forward. Anna's mother explained the kitten came from a litter belonging to one of the families she cleaned for. It was a Russian blue, and she had brought it home despite their tight budget. She urged Anna to pick her up. Anna had longed for a cat for years, though she knew pets often vanished in Blackdown, their missing posters lining shop windows and lampposts. She lifted the tiny creature carefully. Her mother told her to choose a name. Anna whispered, "Kit Kat," the name she had always imagined. Rachel giggled at the chocolate bar reference, but Anna's mother declared it perfect. She reminded them to put the kitten back in the carrier later for a calm first night, left snacks in the fridge and crisps in the cupboard to line their stomachs, and warned she knew they would be drinking. Anna flushed with embarrassment. Rachel thanked her warmly, calling her the coolest mum and wishing her own were the same. After a goodbye kiss, Anna's mother left. Rachel immediately declared the party started. She knew the house well enough to find the old vinyl collection, selected a Carpenter's record, and played Rainy Days and Mondays, singing along as she poured drinks. She prepared tequila slammers with salt, lemon, and a sharp knife. Anna had never tried them before, but by the time the others arrived, she already felt pleasantly drunk. Helen arrived next. Rachel asked if she had brought the party treats. When Anna asked what they were, Rachel only smiled and promised a nice surprise. Zoe came soon after, looking miserable with her older brother Jack beside her. She scowled at the kitten and said she hated cats. Jack introduced himself, explaining his mother had sent him to drop Zoe off and check on things after the last incident. Anna, still new to the group, did not understand the reference. Jack seemed infinitely older with his floppy hair and easy grin. She liked him at once. Rachel appeared and invited him in for a drink. When he refused because he was driving, she pressed until he accepted a Coke. The small kitchen felt crowded. The doorbell rang again, and they all moved to answer it. Catherine Kelly stood there, unsmiling, and wished Anna happy birthday. The others stared. Rachel stepped forward, handed Catherine a glass, and told her warmly to catch up, promising nothing nasty was in this drink as she pulled her inside. Anna felt relieved that Rachel was being kind. She had invited Catherine because something cruel had happened to her the week before. Baby rats had been found in her school desk, and though everyone blamed the crisps and chocolate she kept there, Anna pitied the girl and wanted to include her. Jack announced he was leaving, reminding Zoe of her midnight curfew. Rachel quickly fetched a new disposable Kodak camera, tore open the packaging, and asked him to take a group photo before he went. As she handed it over, their fingers brushed, and Anna felt an unexpected pang of jealousy. Rachel then remembered the friendship bracelets, pulled them from her pocket, and arranged everyone in a line against the floral wallpaper. They all put the red and white cotton bands on, because no one refused Rachel. They posed with arms around one another, smiling like the closest of friends. Even Catherine in the center with her braces, wild, curly white hair, and unfashionable clothes. It was the same photograph Anna had found yesterday, with Rachel's face crossed out. Jack crossed the road at 2300 on Wednesday and realized he had taken a wrong turn. Drunk, too unsteady to drive home from Priya's, he had chosen to walk instead. The kiss they had shared still lingered on his lips, nothing more than a whiskey-flavored mistake. Yet he refused to turn it into something dramatic. He had been thinking of Anna at the time, and for now he chose not to regret it. The evening had left him feeling desired by a beautiful, intelligent younger woman, and he let that sensation warm him a little longer. He avoided examining why it had happened. Time spent with someone younger had made him feel less worn down tonight. Listening to Priya speak of her open future had reminded him his own path was not yet fixed. Her honesty proved catching. She had told him her mother died of cancer the previous year, and she was still grieving the woman who had raised her alone in a community that disapproved. She spoke openly of missing a father figure, and that pulled his thoughts straight to his daughter. Charlotte occupied his mind constantly. He rarely spoke her name because the words still lodged in his throat. It had been his idea to take Anna out for a birthday meal, just the two of them, so the blame for what followed sat squarely on him. Anna had barely left the house for months after the difficult pregnancy and birth. Once Charlotte was home, she became someone unrecognizable, her every waking moment consumed by the baby. Any suggestion of help only made things worse. He had arranged for her mother to babysit for one single night, a kindness for both women. When they returned the next morning to collect the infant, Anna's mother opened the door smelling of alcohol, eyes red from crying. Anna pushed past her and ran inside. The travel cot stood exactly where they had left it. Relief flooded Jack when he saw Charlotte still inside. But the moment Anna lifted her, he understood their daughter was dead. The coroner ruled it cot death, something that could have happened anywhere, any time. Anna's mother had panicked after finding the baby not breathing and had not called for help. Jack blamed himself. So did Anna. Her endless silent accusations tore at him daily. He had loved Charlotte as fiercely as she had, yet only Anna seemed permitted to grieve. 2 years on, he still teetered on the edge, one push away from dragging everyone close down with him. After the loss, nothing in London felt real anymore, so he had returned to Blackdown to rebuild some kind of family with the sister and niece he had left, and to give Anna the distance she demanded. They buried Charlotte here. Anna had been in no state to decide, and she still hated him for that choice too. The half-hour walk along pitch-black footpaths and empty lanes stretched ahead. No cabs existed at this hour in the countryside, and Blackdown showed no signs of life. A black cat darted across his path. He ignored the old superstition his ex-wife would have feared. He had already endured more than his share of misfortune. The cold bit deep if he paused, so he kept his hands buried in his pockets rather than reach for a cigarette. Strangely, after an evening of actual conversation, he felt no craving for one. With Rachel, it had never been conversation, only polite words wrapped around impersonal sex. They had never really talked about anything either wanted to hear. He and Anna used to talk before Charlotte arrived, but somehow they had forgotten how. Tonight with Priya, he had felt like a real person again. He decided to text her and reach for his phone. Instead, his fingers closed around Rachel's device. An unread message waited on the screen, a warning that he should have gone straight home tonight. Jack froze, scanned the darkness in a full circle, then shoved the phone away and quickened his pace. Someone had been following him. He was certain of it now. His house sat in complete darkness when he turned onto the street. Nothing unusual. Zoe would have had her usual cheap wine and gone to bed. They had never been the kind of siblings who waited up. He searched for his keys the moment he passed through the gate, but by the time the porch light clicked on halfway down the path, he realized they were not in his jacket. The front door stood ajar. A heartbeat stretched into eternity while he stood frozen, knowing something terrible waited inside and that it was already too late to stop it. He sobered instantly. The police officer in him urged a call for backup, but the rest of his family was in that house. He could not wait. Jack moved through the door, switching on every downstairs light. Each room lay empty. Doors and windows remained locked, yet the alarm had been turned off, something only possible with the code. The house appeared cleaner and tidier than when he left that morning. All the usual toddler clutter had been put away. Nothing looked forced, but his gut screamed wrong. Then he noticed the missing small knife from the block on the counter, the same one absent the night before and that morning. His own house keys lay beside it, though he had been sure they were in his pocket earlier. Next to them sat the photograph Anna had reported stolen from her car, the one he remembered taking 20 years ago. 5 girls smiled at the camera in a line against floral wallpaper. Rachel Hopkins, Helen Wang, Anna, Zoe, and the strange girl whose name he could not quite recall. All wore matching red and white friendship bracelets. 3 faces now carried thick black crosses: Rachel, Helen, and Zoe. He dropped the picture, cursing himself too late for touching it, and took the stairs 2 at a time. Olivia's room came first. She lay tucked safely under her unicorn-patterned covers, breathing steadily, so deeply asleep that his noisy entrance had not stirred her. Relief lasted only a second. Zoe's bedroom stood empty. All the bedroom doors hung ajar. The bathroom door was shut. They had never locked it since a childhood incident, and he could not remember ever seeing a key. Jack knocked gently and whispered her name. Silence answered, loud in the quiet house. He tried the keyhole, but saw only darkness. He called her name louder, then pounded the wood. When nothing came back, he stepped away and kicked the door open. Zoe lay in the bath. One eye stared at words written on the wall. The other had been sewn shut, needle and thick black thread still dangling from the lid. Red water covered her slit wrists. Jack knew at once what the scene was meant to say. Turn a blind eye. He could not move. Her head slumped at an unnatural angle, hair the same color as the motionless bloody water. From the doorway he saw the friendship bracelet tied around her tongue. Bile rose in his throat. He forced it down. The normal response would have been to rush forward, but his feet stayed rooted in the hall. He should call the police. Instead he thought of friends he might reach for help, then remembered he had none left. No one wanted to be close to the couple whose baby had died. In his shocked, drunken haze, he surprised himself by dialing Priya. Whatever he managed to say made sense, because she told him she was already on her way. He did not mention the name his sister had written on the tiled wall in her own blood before she died. Jack slid down the landing wall. Time crawled while he waited, broken only by the steady drip of the tap that had never bothered him until now. Tiny ripples spread across the red surface. He could not bear Zoe's disfigured face any longer, and fixed his gaze on the single word scrawled above the bath. Andrews. Anna Andrews stood in the woods, delivering the final piece to camera for BBC News Blackdown that Wednesday night. Once the newsroom cleared them, the engineers packed up quickly and headed back to London, leaving her alone with Richard among the trees. The day had been unrelenting, and the brief earlier walk to Zoe and Jack's house had left her shaken. Seeing the place again, knowing Zoe was inside, had unraveled her for a while. Some wrongs could never be fixed. She did not want to share a car with Richard. He had been acting strangely all evening. But without her Minnie, she had little choice. She shivered despite herself. When he noticed, she blamed the cold. Something felt off about him, yet the hotel was only 5 minutes away, so she pushed the unease aside. They drove in silence. Neither seemed interested in conversation or a drink. Anna searched her memory for anything she might have said or done to offend him, and settled on simple exhaustion as the cause. She looked forward to a hot bath and the minibar. At the hotel, the tall, slim receptionist, with a neat French plait, looked down at them, her posture slightly hunched. She had clearly eaten half a box of chocolates during her shift. When Anna gave her name, the woman said there was no reservation. Anna insisted the newsroom had booked 2 rooms that afternoon and asked her to check again. The receptionist took a long time, then confirmed no BBC corporate booking appeared on the system. Anna placed her credit card on the desk, offering to pay and claim it back later. The woman shook her head. The hotel was completely full because of the murders, 2 now, and all the press in town. Anna pressed her to check once more and asked for the booking reference. Her phone showed only 5% battery, the charger lost with a stolen overnight bag. She asked Richard to check his. He patted his pockets and bag, then said he did not have it either. Anna found the confirmation email just before her phone died and showed the screen triumphantly. The receptionist slowly entered the reference with one finger and announced the reservation had been made that afternoon for 2 rooms, but cancelled at 18:30 that evening. Anna's half-formed smile vanished. She demanded to know who had cancelled it. The receptionist could not say. Richard picked up Anna's credit card and handed it back to her. He told her there was no point arguing if the hotel was full. It was very late, and they had an early start tomorrow. He knew somewhere else they could stay. At 23:55, Jack remained frozen outside the bathroom while police sirens approached. Priya took charge with surprising clarity, despite the beers they had shared earlier. He watched colleagues move through the crime scene that had once been his home, unable to stand or think clearly. Olivia's cries from her bedroom finally pulled him out of it. Doctors were examining the toddler. They believed she had been drugged. Priya helped him to his feet and suggested he should not be there. She had found a neighbor willing to look after Olivia, someone who had done so before. A family liaison officer would handle the paperwork. Jack thought he nodded, though nothing felt okay. Priya insisted he could not stay in the house. He told her he needed to find who had done this. Priya offered to have someone drive him somewhere for the night. Jack demanded why she had not asked the obvious question yet. He pointed out Anna's name written in blood on the wall and reminded Priya they had never liked each other. Anna had been first on the scene at every murder. He asked what her instincts told her. Did she think Anna had done it? Priya looked at him with a mix of pity and mistrust. When he pressed, she noted the bathroom door had been locked from the inside, and the key found on the side of the bath. Jack snapped that if it was suicide, where was the knife or razor used to slit the wrists? He reminded her of the friendship bracelet tied around Zoe's tongue, details never shared with the press. Whoever killed the others had killed Zoe. He refused to believe she had sewn her own eyes shut. Priya said she was simply gathering evidence. Her phone rang. It was the Deputy Chief Constable. After a short conversation, she told Jack he was being taken off the case. Given the circumstances, she believed it was the right decision. The words landed hard. Jack wondered if the alcohol had given her confidence, or if she had rehearsed taking his job. A camera flash behind them jogged his memory. He pushed past Priya and hurried downstairs to the kitchen. An evidence bag already held the photograph. He snatched it and stared at the crossed-out faces. Rachel, Helen, and now Zoe. Priya followed. Jack insisted he had nothing to do with it. He had been with her most of the night. She pointed out he had left her house over an hour before calling her and asked why it had taken so long. The team had found a pair of muddy size 10 Timberland boots in the bins outside, matching the footprint near Rachel's body. She asked if they were his and where the missing knife from the block had gone. Jack felt the room tilt. He insisted someone was setting him up. The photo had been placed there, along with the keys. He listed the girls in the picture: Rachel, Helen, Anna, his sister, and said the fifth girl's name escaped him. Priya clearly did not believe him. He panicked as she began to turn away and urged her to find Anna, since Zoe had written her name in blood. Priya replied she did want to find Anna, but perhaps not for the same reasons Jack did. Jack heard Priya suggest that 3 of the 5 girls in the photo were already dead. They knew the identity of only one of the others. She believed Zoe had been trying to write a warning with Anna's name, and that his ex-wife might now be in danger. He asked what she was saying, though he already knew the answer in his gut. Priya told him she thought Anna might be next. The killer had always been fond of the number 3 and hoped this would stand as her best work. She waited until Zoe disappeared upstairs to settle the child, then emptied crushed sleeping tablets into the glass of wine left behind. Her GP had prescribed them for months, leaving plenty to spare. Last Christmas, she had nearly swallowed the lot herself when the pain of spending the day without her almost broke her, but she changed her mind at the last moment. Many people grew old without ever growing up. Zoe had remained a child trapped in a woman's body, needing her parents for everything long after they were gone. With no job, no partner, no ambition, and no hope, she drifted through an inherited house she could not afford, and a daughter she did not know how to love. The killer believed the child would be better off in the long run. She took a sip of the wine before adding the drugs. It tasted as cheap and unpleasant as the woman who had poured it, so she doubted Zoe would notice any difference. She was right. She watched Zoe carry the glass and the rest of the bottle upstairs, undress, climb into the bath, finish the drink, and close her eyes. It felt strange seeing her naked again, the curve of her breasts, the line of her spine, the sharp collarbones. The killer had seen her without clothes when they were both much younger, but now the adult skin fascinated her. People thought they knew everything when young and nothing when old. She always remembered others as they appeared in her earliest memory of them. She would forever picture Zoe as a little girl, a spoilt, selfish, evil one. Zoe's decision to bathe proved lucky, far less mess. The killer watched and waited until the woman had been still for so long she felt certain she was dead. When she cut into the left wrist the proper way, Zoe's eyes flew open in surprise at who stood over her. Zoe thrashed and spilled water, but the struggle was brief and pointless. The drugs had already drained her. She stilled again. The right wrist brought no repeat performance. The killer turned her back too soon to wash her hands in the basin. In the mirror, she saw Zoe writing on the wall. The woman stopped breathing halfway through the S, leaving a bloody trail from tile to tub. Some people made a mess in death, just as they had in life. There had always been 2 keys for that door, because of the childhood incident when Zoe locked herself inside. The girl had been creative, always acting, drawing, making things. That was why the killer chose to get creative now. Zoe's eyes remained open, and she hated being stared at. She found the sewing basket beside the ugly cushion covers. Zoe sold online, selected a needle and thick black thread. The eyelid bled a little as she sewed it shut, giving the impression of tears made of blood. It was no worse than the things Zoe had done to innocent victims. Secrets only the killer knew. She left one key inside the bathroom, locked the door with the other, then crept downstairs. She placed the old photograph in the kitchen, drew a black cross over Zoe's face, and let herself out. She had disabled the security system earlier. She intended to cut through the woods, but the old shed at the bottom of the garden caught her eye. Its door stood slightly open, banging gently in the breeze. Inside, the scratches on the wood remained exactly as they had 20 years ago. She would never forget how Zoe had locked them in there, ignoring their cries in the cold, damp darkness. They had been so afraid. Zoe deserved to die much sooner for what she did. The killer locked the shed door and tried to push the memory away. Thursday, 0:15. Anna heard the car doors lock as Richard drove them through the darkness. She asked why he had done it, keeping her voice steady so the fear would not show. He said it was instinct. Driving through these woods late at night always creeped him out, and wondered if it did the same to her. She stayed silent at first. He reminded her he knew somewhere they could stay. His wife's parents had owned a house 10 minutes away. They had died a couple of years earlier. The place needed modernization, but offered beds and clean sheets, and he carried a spare key. He asked if she wanted to risk it. Anna saw few other choices. She had no wish to take him to her mother's house, and driving all the way back to London now felt selfish. They would almost have to turn around again. She agreed, too tired for a longer answer. He switched on the seat warmers and the radio. Despite her efforts, her eyes closed for a moment. She should have learned to be more careful about where and when she fell asleep. One of the last clear memories of her 16th birthday party was Jack taking the photograph of the 5 of them. Everything after that stayed blurred. They had drunk far more once he left. Then they did each other's hair and makeup. Zoe brought her latest sewing machine creations: skimpy dresses, low-cut tops, skirts barely longer than belts. Rachel treated Catherine Kelly's face like an art class project, layering thick makeup, penciling in bold eyebrows, gluing on false black lashes. Zoe lent her a dress. Helen sprayed the whitish blonde curls with Anna's mother's ironing water bottle, blow-dried them straight, and cut out the knots instead of combing. Clumps of hair scattered across the carpet. The change was remarkable. Catherine looked almost unrecognizable and knew it, beaming at her reflection in the mirror. Lives could be swapped as easily as light bulbs. Rachel told her to smile with her mouth closed, so no one would see the ugly braces. Catherine obeyed. Rachel added that the pretty little mouth would make the boys love her, and patted her head like a pet. The new smile sat uncomfortably on her face. Anna did not know which boys Rachel meant. They never spent time with any. But she must have looked jealous, because Rachel offered to paint her nails. She held Anna's hands and spelled good on one set of fingernails and girl on the other in red varnish. Anna had already drunk more than she was used to. The room had begun to spin. Rachel, Helen, and Zoe went to the kitchen for more drinks, leaving Anna and Catherine alone in the lounge. Anna asked if she was glad she had come. Catherine blinked, the false lashes exaggerating the motion, looking so different now. She shared something Anna had never heard before. Perhaps no one had ever asked. She had drunk too much. Her words came between hiccups. She once had an older sister. They used to do makeovers together until the sister died. Their dad owned a small boat, and they sailed at weekends. That was where it happened. Before then, sailing had been fun. He taught them knots. She pulled the laces from her trainers with sudden enthusiasm and demonstrated. Square knot, figure 8, sliding knot, like the ones in the friendship bracelets, and her favorite bowline, because it let you control how tightly the loop tightened. Anna asked bluntly how the sister had died. Catherine untied the laces and rethreaded her shoes. Everyone assumed drowning because it happened on the boat, but an asthma attack killed her. She had forgotten her inhaler. Their dad blamed himself. Her parents had been deeply sad ever since. He lost his job, sold the boat, and the house was no longer a nice place. Catherine thought that was why no one spoke to her or invited her anywhere anymore, until Anna did. She thanked her. Anna whispered that she was welcome. Catherine asked if she could hold the kitten. Anna had forgotten Kit Kat sleeping on her lap in her drunken haze. She lifted the grey ball of fur and passed her over. Catherine rocked the cat in her arms as though it were a baby. Rachel appeared in the doorway, wearing a new fur coat Anna had never seen before, and announced it was time to go. Anna asked where. Rachel pointed at her, smiled, and sang the first line about going down to the woods tonight for a big surprise. Anna protested that it was late and cold. Rachel ignored her, pointed at Catherine instead, and sang the next line about going in disguise. Zoe and Helen appeared behind her. All three laughed. The woods had never frightened Anna by day, but at night they turned dark and dangerous in her childhood mind. It was supposed to be her party, yet what she wanted no longer mattered. Rachel took her mother's torch from the kitchen hook and led the way. A path ran straight from the back garden into the woods. She knew it well. Anna remembered the crunch of dead leaves under their feet, the biting cold, and the sight of 4 men sitting on makeshift log benches around a small fire ringed with white stones. The flames hissed and spat. The men smiled when they saw the girls. Anna did not recognize any of them. Even afterwards, she could never describe their faces. In her fractured memory, they all looked identical. Skinny, brown-haired, small black eyes shadowed underneath. They were much older, late 20s or early 30s, drinking beer, crushed cans scattered at their feet. She felt scared at first, but Rachel, Helen, and Zoe clearly knew them. They walked straight over and sat on the men's laps. Rachel introduced Anna as the new girl who had finally turned sweet 16 and told the men to wish her a happy birthday. The men replied with strange smiles, clearly amused by something. Rachel felt the weight of the fur coat draped over her shoulder and noticed its warmth against her chilled skin, the skimpy dress offering little protection in the night air. She eyed the coat again, wondering at its softness. Rachel asked whether she liked the new coat, mentioning that Zoe had made it for her. She explained how Zoe crafted gifts for her friends from market fabrics on her mother's sewing machine, though this fur coat seemed far more elaborate than usual. The texture looked so lifelike that Rachel couldn't stop staring. Rachel offered to let her borrow it if she came to greet their new friends who had been waiting. She took her by the hand and led her to the nearest man, instructing her to sit on the fallen tree trunk beside him. Though reluctant, she sat to avoid rudeness. The stranger reeked of body odor and beer. When she began shivering, he rubbed her bare leg with his rough hand, claiming it would warm her. Catherine Kelly settled next to her, her face mirroring the same fear. A bottle of vodka circulated, followed by oddly scented cigarettes. Fresh logs fed the fire as dance music played, though no one moved to dance. She suspected the men owed Rachel money when they pulled out wallets and handed over cash. It seemed tied to the pills Rachel produced from her purse, but clearly not the full reason for their payment. Rachel approached and offered them each a small white pill. Catherine refused at first, and she shook her head too. Rachel pressed Catherine on whether she wanted to join their gang. After a long stare, Catherine accepted the pill and washed it down with vodka. Rachel then turned to her, asking if she wanted to remain the odd one out. She took the pill as well. Rachel smiled, then kissed her deeply in front of the group, tongue pushing inside, leaving her wondering if it was only to ensure she had swallowed. The men clapped and cheered at the display. Rachel removed her trainers, tying the laces together before tossing them high into a tree. The shoes dangled from an unreachable branch, drawing fresh laughter. She didn't like the way they stared. Rachel whispered that now she couldn't run away. They danced until dizziness overwhelmed her, and she collapsed to the ground. Even lying motionless amid dirt and dead leaves, the woods spun around her. Exhaustion hit suddenly. She struggled to keep her eyes open. Rachel pulled down the top of her dress and pushed up the bottom, followed by the repeated clicks of her disposable camera. Next came Rachel's kisses and strokes while the others watched, all smiling, including Catherine. A strange happiness washed over her, making her unconcerned. When her eyes opened again, Helen knelt before one man with his hand gripping her black hair. Another had his hand under Zoe's skirt while she stood bare from the waist up. Catherine lay passed out as a man stripped her clothes away. Rachel turned her face and kissed her again, fingers sliding between her legs. The sensation felt good at first, until rougher hands replaced hers. The man from earlier squeezed her breast while touching himself. A cry rang out. She realized it came from Catherine, now naked and face down with one man on top and another waiting. The man demanded she stop teasing and at least perform oral, reminding her they had paid good money to celebrate her birthday like a good girl, referencing the words painted on her nails. She looked down at the lettering. When she whispered for him to get off, Rachel insisted this was what their gang did, and that she had funded the new clothes and hair highlights this way. Rachel urged her to grow up, calling it just sex that would hurt at first, but then be fine, and to relax. Fear surged through her body, quickly turning to anger. She slapped the man, shoved Rachel, and scrambled to her feet, screaming for them both to get off. The man demanded his money back from Rachel, who suggested he use the other girl instead at a discount, glancing toward Catherine. He joined the others, and any sense of order dissolved. She knew she should have helped Catherine. She had invited her, after all, but terror kept her frozen. She watched in horror for a time while searching for her clothes as Rachel photographed the scene. Ashamed, she did nothing. As soon as she found something to cover herself, she ran home barefoot without looking back. "We're here," Richard announced. She stirred, unsure if she had slept or merely closed her eyes. The engine was already off. Staring into the surrounding darkness, she saw only trees. The car felt cold, as if parked for some time, and she had no idea how late it had grown. She asked where they were, and reached for her phone to check the time. The battery had died completely. The realization that she stood in the middle of nowhere with no way to contact anyone sent panic rising. Richard noticed her expression. He explained it was his wife's parents' house, and joked that he hadn't brought her into the woods to murder her. She didn't smile. Given the stories they had covered recently, the remark held no humor. He apologized for his poor sense of humor, and admitted he was exhausted too. He pointed out the driveway. She asked whose car sat parked outside. He identified it as his wife's. When she questioned whether he knew his wife would be there, he denied it, saying he wouldn't want his wife meeting someone he once cheated with. It was late. They had an early broadcast, and he assumed she had gone to bed. With 2 young children, she likely wouldn't even be seen. She pressed why his wife would be here. He suggested they had discussed her sorting through her parents' things to sell the place, and recent news about Blackdown might have prompted the trip. She expressed how awkward it felt. He reassured her that no lights were on, and his wife probably slept already. He reached for the door, but she remained frozen in her seat, sensing danger. She admitted feeling uncomfortable about meeting his wife, despite the years past. He reminded her that she had already met. One final task remained. Bringing her to this isolated old house in the woods had proven challenging at first, yet a single phone call had solved it. Simple answers often resolved complex problems. Fatigue weighed on her now, but as her mother once said, if something must be done, it should be done properly. She intended to finish the job. They all deserved to die. Rachel Hopkins had used sex to gain what she wanted, then turned to using others when that fell short. It began with grooming school friends, taking semi-naked photos and selling them to men at the local pub. The images never showed faces, those she reserved for blackmail. The ventures brought money and a bad reputation, leading to more. When men tired of one girl, so did she, shifting her attention and affection elsewhere. Her photography grew bolder. Teenage girls received alcohol and drugs until they willingly stripped and posed with half-closed eyes and spread legs. No male faces appeared in the photos she found, only occasional hands, grubby fingers touching, holding, scratching, pinching, invading what they shouldn't. Rachel stored the pictures in a shoebox in her wardrobe. That was where she discovered them, and she hated what she saw. She had witnessed terrible things in her lifetime. Humans inflicted unspeakable misery on themselves and others, and many sights she wished she could forget. Police and journalists faced inhumanity daily, but those horrors were reported for the world to know and justice to follow. The world did not need to learn what happened in Blackdown years ago, yet the responsible parties had to be punished. None of the other girls matched Rachel's level. She brought out their worst selves. Still, they allowed it. They could have refused. There was always a choice. They had chosen wrongly. At midnight, Jack wondered if he had misread everything, perhaps from the alcohol, the exhaustion, or the raw horror of it all. When Priya suggested Anna was in danger, he knew she was probably right. He had to find her, but had no idea how or where, and every colleague seemed to be watching him. Sideways glances followed as they moved in and out of what had once been his home. Seeing himself through their eyes looked damning. No sign of forced entry, a kitchen knife missing, his connection to every victim, and a photograph of them with faces crossed out, covered in his fingerprints. He had never been honest about his relationship with Rachel Hopkins, or about being with her in the woods the night she died. He had thought only Zoe knew, but Helen Wang had known too. Now both were dead. It didn't look good no matter how he turned it. Even he was starting to doubt himself. As a boy, he had invented an imaginary friend and blamed him for every wrong, but plenty of children did the same. It didn't mean he was faking innocence now. He had not killed his sister. When his parents died, he had pushed the memory away for years, and still did sometimes. Yet he could never erase the image of Zoe lying in a bathtub of bloody water, wrists slit, one eye sewn shut. Whatever she had done or not done, no one deserved to die like that. Whoever was responsible was a monster, and he intended to find them and settle it his own way. But first, he had to know Anna was safe. He dialed her number for the 10th time. It went straight to voicemail again, as though the phone was dead or switched off. After 10 years of marriage, he knew Anna never turned her mobile off. He needed to reach her, yet his own car was still at Priya's. Spotting Zoe's keys in the hall dish, he headed for the front door. Priya appeared suddenly and asked where he was going. He told her he was just stepping outside for fresh air. She nodded, stepped aside, and warned him not to go too far. Even she seemed to suspect him now. He walked out to the front garden, swallowing deep gulps of cool night air in an effort to sober up. He lit a cigarette and caught Priya watching from the window. Only after he gave her a half-hearted wave did she retreat and let the curtain fall. The moment she vanished, he climbed into Zoe's car and reversed out of the driveway as fast as he could. He stopped first at the hotel. The receptionist slept behind the glass door, head on her arms, long brown plait draped like a rope. He knocked louder until she glared, stood, and approached with obvious reluctance, keys in her skinny hand. She told him they were closed and full, speaking slowly behind the glass. He wondered whether it was her limited English or her assumption he wouldn't understand. He held up his badge and she let him in. He needed to speak to one of her guests on urgent police business. She looked horrified at the idea. She wasn't sure she was allowed to wake people in the middle of the night, her forehead wrinkling into uneasy lines. He said she probably wasn't, but he was. Anna Andrews. She beamed as though she had guessed the right answer. Anna had been there earlier. Great. Which room? She wasn't there. The hotel was full. Patience already thin. He raised his voice without meaning to. He didn't understand. She had just said Anna was there earlier. She had been, about an hour ago. She thought she had a reservation, but someone had cancelled it, so they left. They? A man had been with her and seemed to know somewhere else to go. The dodgy cameraman, no doubt. He had known something felt wrong about him. He thanked her. She had been very helpful. He drove around town twice, hunting for the ugly blue crew car he suspected they were using, since Anna still had none of her own. He stopped at the first red light, but ignored the second. With no better idea, he headed for her mother's house. She hated going there, but if the hotel was full, she might have decided to stay the night. He knocked and waited for a light in the front bedroom. Anna's mother was many things, but not yet deaf. No answer came. No sign of life. The key was missing from beneath the flower pot. Luckily, he had made a spare a few weeks earlier. His odd habit of collecting extra sets of keys had finally proved useful, especially with her memory failing so quickly. After a few tries, the right key turned, and he was inside. He flicked on the light and stared at stacks of boxes everywhere, Her mother had always declared the only way she would leave the house was in a coffin. He had once assumed she clung to it for sentimental reasons, memories of her husband, but Anna had insisted the marriage ended badly. Her father had simply left and never returned. Neither Anna nor her mother ever spoke of him. There were no pictures. It had been so long ago that Anna wasn't even sure she would recognize her own father if she passed him on the street. He tried the light switch, but nothing happened, so he used his phone torch to pick a path through the clutter toward the back of the house. In the kitchen he stopped, shocked by the mess. Dirty cups and plates everywhere. In the darkness, he noticed the back door and the broken glass on the floor. Someone had smashed their way in. He ran upstairs. Her mother's room was empty, the bed neatly made and unslept in. He closed the door, careful to leave everything as he found it, then moved along the landing to the bedroom that had once been Anna's. It was empty too. He was about to leave when he heard footsteps crunching over broken glass downstairs. He slipped behind the bedroom door and stood perfectly still, listening as the intruder moved slowly from the kitchen through the dining room and up the stairs. He felt in his pockets, but found nothing to defend himself with. The first bedroom door creaked open. Footsteps crept along the landing toward him. The moment they stepped inside, he slammed the door into their face, threw them against the wall, his height giving him the advantage, and watched them fall hard. He switched on the light and froze in complete shock at who lay on the floor. He knew them. At 1:05, Anna asked what he meant that she knew his wife, her disbelief plain. Richard stared at her, face full of astonishment, and asked if she was serious. She confirmed she was, instantly regretting the unfortunate word. He shook his head and laughed. He sounded amazed that she never seemed to know what was happening in other people's lives. Was she really that self-involved? They had known each other for years, had slept together. How could she know nothing about him? She knew some things. He talked about his kids non-stop, and she had seen endless pictures of them. Who was his wife? Kat. Kat who? Kat Jones, the woman who presented the 1 o'clock news, the same job she herself used to have. She had just returned from maternity leave. They even shared the same surname, though he admitted it was common, a bit like him. She was married to Kat Jones? He noted that Kat was a little out of his league, but there was no need to sound quite so surprised. Why had he never told her? He had simply presumed she knew. Everyone else did. It wasn't a secret. Half the newsroom was either sleeping with or married to someone else in it, and she had never been good at office gossip. Yet this still felt hard to believe. It was Kat's fault she was even here. Not only because Kat had taken the presenting job back, but because Kat had suggested, in front of the whole team, that she should cover this story. Kat had insisted, as though she knew Anna didn't want to return to Blackdown. But she couldn't possibly have known about her connection to the place. Nobody did. She never discussed her personal life at work. Perhaps that was why she rarely knew anything about anyone else's. Richard insisted she must have known about him and Kat. Kat had had a stalker. He had found the man in their back garden not long after their first daughter was born. He had thought the whole newsroom knew the story. The intruder had been trespassing, trying to photograph Kat breastfeeding. When he punched the man a couple of times, he had been charged with GBH. She didn't know whether she believed any of it. She didn't know what to think about anything anymore. All she knew right now was that she did not want to go inside that house. She asked if she could borrow his phone for one quick call. A sudden, strange urge to speak to Jack had come over her. He reminded her that at the hotel he had told her he couldn't find his mobile. He suspected Kat had tried to call and say she was driving down, but he never received the message. Either he had lost the phone or someone had stolen it. In any case, he still had his charger, so she could use it once they were inside. He climbed out, walked around to her side, and opened the passenger door. Was she coming, or did she prefer to sleep in the car? She gave no answer, but reluctantly followed him toward the house. It was difficult to see where they were going in the darkness. A thin crescent moon offered only half-hearted light as they crunched over dead leaves and twigs. The path was impossible to find. The garden looked as though no one had swept or tended it for years, as if the place had stood abandoned for a very long time. Richard remarked that it was strange. What was? There was another car here. She saw the sports car he meant, but said nothing. Everything about this situation already felt strange. They continued along the path until Anna gained a clearer view of the house. It resembled something from a horror film, an old wooden building draped in ivy, its windows shaped like staring eyes. Everything behind the glass lay pitch black, fitting for the late hour. Richard opened the front door, and they stepped inside. He switched on the lights, bringing her a wave of relief when they worked. He unzipped his bag and handed her his phone charger. He said he was going to check on Kat and hope they hadn't woken her. He told her to make herself at home, if that was possible in this dump, and promised he would be down soon. He mentioned something edible in the freezer and drinks in the wine cellar, his father-in-law had maintained, even if he avoided DIY. He was trying to make her feel welcome. It wasn't his fault the hotel booking had been cancelled. She felt ungrateful and began to apologize for being so tired. He interrupted, saying it was fine. She had been a busy bee. The phrase sent a shiver through her. She tried to lighten the mood, replying that bees weren't as busy as people thought. They could sleep inside flowers for up to 8 hours a day, curled together in pairs, holding each other's feet. He asked who had told her that. Her mother. Thinking of her mother brought a wave of sadness. Richard replied that he had forgotten her mum kept bees, then disappeared up the old wooden staircase. It struck her as odd. She didn't remember ever telling him that. Then again, there had probably been a few drunken conversations over the years that she had forgotten. She stood in the hallway, unsure what to do or where to go. Spotting a loose socket, she risked plugging in her phone. It began to charge, and she felt a little steadier. She stepped through the first door into an old, dusty lounge that looked untouched since the 1970s. A Gothic fireplace showed recent use, with a few logs still smouldering. She moved closer for warmth and noticed the silver-framed photos on the mantelpiece. There was a family portrait of Richard and Kat, her shiny red hair cut in a sharp bob. Anna stared at the pretty, heavily made-up face, big eyes, and perfect smile as Kat posed beside her husband, holding their 2 little girls. She now recognized the children who had visited the newsroom a few days earlier, the same faces from Richard's phone pictures. She felt foolish for not seeing it sooner. Many photos showed their daughters and an elderly couple, presumably Kat's parents who once lived here. Then she spotted a framed picture of a teenage girl she recognized. Long, wild, curly white blonde hair, pale skin, sticky-out ears, patchy eyebrows, ugly braces. 15-year-old Catherine Kelly stared back at her. Anna looked between that photo and the glamorous image of Kat Jones, feeling physically sick as the realization hit. They were the same person. The faces differed. Clearly work had been done, not just to pin back the ears, but the eyes matched perfectly. Catherine had never returned to St. Hilary's after that night in the woods. Only the 4 of them knew what had happened, yet rumors had spread at school, including stories that she had killed herself. None of them had seen her again. At least, Anna had thought so. Catherine must have known exactly who she was when they first met in the newsroom. Anna hadn't changed her name or her appearance much since school, unlike her. She tried to stay calm, but this was no coincidence. She didn't believe in them. Panic surged through her body, making it hard to move or breathe. She needed to get out. She needed to call Jack. Her shaking hands searched her bag for her phone, but it wasn't there. She remembered leaving it charging in the hall. When she ran back, the phone had vanished. Someone had taken it. She spun around, expecting someone in the shadows, but she seemed alone, for now. Her social safety net had too many holes. She had never been good at collecting friends. Still, the only person she wanted to call right now was her ex-husband. She still knew Jack's number by heart. She remembered seeing an old rotary phone in the lounge, like the one from her childhood. She rushed back, dialed as fast as she could, despite the dust. But when she held the receiver to her ear, the line was dead. Then she heard footsteps upstairs. Someone walked across creaking floorboards and stopped directly above her. It was probably her. Perhaps she could see her. Or it might be him. Richard could be involved too. She had to get out. She didn't know where she was, but the path must lead to a road. She hurried toward the front door, but before she reached it, the most terrible scream rang out. Sometimes it was too easy to predict how others would react. Too easy. Perhaps because people were all the same. An energy connected them all, flowing like electricity. They were all just light bulbs. Some shone brighter, some guided the lost, others were too dull to matter. Some burned out. They were the same but different, trying to shine in the darkness. Yet the connecting light could sometimes grow too faint to see. When a bulb began to flicker, it was best to act before it died. Nobody liked being left in the dark. At 1 o'clock, Jack had switched on the light, but still couldn't believe who he was, staring down on the floor of his ex-wife's childhood bedroom. Priya's nose bled from the door slamming into her face. She sat quivering against the wall, but suspicion filled him instead of sympathy. He demanded what she was doing there. She reminded him she had told him not to leave his sister's house. He didn't seem to understand. He was now a suspect in his own murder investigation. He understood that, which was exactly why he had to find who was framing him. She still hadn't answered. How did she know he was here? She had followed him. He knew when he was being followed. The streets had been empty when he drove. She was lying. His mind raced over the last few days. Evidence planted in his car, text messages on Rachel's phone, the constant feeling of being watched. Then he thought of his sister in the bloody bath. His missing house keys had been in the jacket Priya had hung on her coat rack. She could have taken them before she disappeared earlier. He asked if anyone else knew she was here. She shook her head. She had simply left without telling anyone? She was supposed to be leading the investigation now that he had stepped aside. She said she had been worried about him. She didn't know what to do. She trusted him, but the way he had taken his sister's car and left the scene looked really bad. People were starting to talk. She thought if she could just find him and bring him back. That still didn't explain how she knew where he would be. He crouched until his face was inches from hers. She asked what he was doing, voice small, eyes wide. He told her to relax. He was only checking if her nose was broken. Stay still. A fresh trickle of blood escaped her right nostril. Then she shook her head, and the apology tumbled out. Sorry, sir. She just kept getting things wrong. He felt appalled with himself when she started to cry. She looked like a frightened little girl, and he had done this. He didn't want Priya scared of him. Her tears shifted his view. Maybe he was wrong. He felt like a paranoid old fool. Her body flinched as he reached into his pocket, but she attempted a smile when he offered a clean handkerchief. He asked if she knew he wasn't involved. He wouldn't harm his sister. He wouldn't hurt anyone. She touched her nose and winced. He took the silent point. He hadn't known who was coming up the stairs. He was sorry. He would never knowingly hurt her. He believed whoever killed the others might want to kill Anna too. He had come here looking for her, but the house was empty. Someone had smashed the glass in the back door. Maybe Anna realized the danger and had taken her mum somewhere safe. Priya asked if he had tried calling her. Several times, he said, then helped her up. He found his mobile and tried Anna again. It went straight to voicemail, just as before. Either she had switched it off, or someone else had. Priya said there was something she needed to tell him. He tried not to react, though it felt like a small bomb had gone off in his head. One of the uniformed officers had recognized the unidentified girl in the photo found at his house. He swore he knew her as a kid. Her name was Catherine Kelly. Did that name mean anything to him? It didn't. He had never been great with names. Jack answered, that the name Catherine Kelly meant nothing to him. He had never been good with names. Priya explained they now knew she was married and likely living in London, though they still lacked a current address. When she had lived here, it was with her parents at a property deep inside Blackdown Woods, an old gamekeeper's lodge from a century ago that had fallen into dereliction. Her parents had since died, and the place stood empty. He suggested it might be worth checking. Priya agreed, but reminded him this was now her investigation. If they went, they should go together. He decided it would feel better not to face it alone. He answered, "Yes, boss." She smiled. They descended the stairs in silence, both gathering their thoughts. Near the bottom step, he heard movement. A second door in the kitchen opened onto a small lean-to that Anna's mother had once used as a garage and now as storage for her homegrown vegetables. Someone was creeping around inside. Priya heard it too. He motioned for her to stay behind him, tiptoed to the door, and flung it open. The light revealed a pair of startled eyes. A large fox snatched one last bite from a bag of carrots and bolted through a hole in the wall. Priya laughed, and so did he, the sound easing some of the tension. She asked about the old white van parked there. He smiled. It was the one his mother-in-law had driven for her cleaning business, Busy Bee's Professional Cleaning Services, its sides painted with bumblebees. She had only retired a couple of years ago after much persuasion, but he doubted the van would start now. He told her his mother-in-law used to clean for half the village. Priya replied she would never have guessed, eyeing the clutter as they stepped back inside. He explained that his mother-in-law had not been well. Priya said she had noticed the cancer drugs in the kitchen, the same ones her own mother had taken, though they hadn't helped. She read the shock on his face and apologized, assuming he already knew. He hadn't. They should get going, she said, and he knew she was right. They walked out to the car. The empty street lay in total darkness. He wondered whether Anna knew about her mother's illness and worried again about where both women might be. His thoughts drifted to the cameraman and his criminal record. He had Richard's number saved. After running a full check, there was little he didn't know about the man. Married to another BBC presenter, 2 young children, none of which ruled anything out. On the chance Richard might still be with Anna or know where she was, he dialed. He heard the phone ringing on the line. But he also heard it ringing right beside him, as though Richard was standing in Anna's mother's garden. Too dark to see anything, he ended the call and switched on his torch. The beam caught Priya holding a phone that did not belong to her. At 1:10, Anna knew the scream had come from Richard. A voice inside her own head screamed at her to get out of the house. Her fingers hovered over the front door handle, yet she could not simply leave. What if he was hurt? What if she could help? Jack had been right. She always ran from her problems. Perhaps it was time to stop. Telling herself this was not a horror movie, she turned back toward the staircase. She climbed the first step and gripped the banister as though it alone kept her upright. Facing her fear did nothing to lessen it. The smell of damp mixed with something sharper turned her stomach, but she forced herself onward. She called Richard's name. No answer. On the first floor, she reached a long, cobweb-covered landing. Every door stood closed except the one at the far end, which hung slightly ajar and leaked a thin blade of light into the darkness. She tried the wall switch. Nothing. She called his name again. Silence. She made herself take another step. The old floorboards creaked under her weight. She could not imagine growing up in such a place. It felt like a fairground haunted house, only real. No wonder Catherine Kelly had seemed odd at school if this had been her childhood home. The boards continued to groan. She reminded herself that Catherine Kelly was Cat Jones. Nothing about any of this felt right. The voice in her head screamed once more to turn around and run. She kept walking, each step reluctant, until she reached the door. She paused, gathered what courage she had left, and pushed it open. She could not move. Cat Jones hung from a ceiling beam, a St. Hilary's school tie knotted around her neck like a noose. Her eyes were closed. She still wore the white dress from that day's lunchtime news. Bare legs and feet dangled beneath, shoes missing. One foot balanced oddly on a chair tilted against the wall. The frayed ends of a red and white friendship bracelet protruded from her slightly open mouth. The woman she had become looked so different, yet Anna could still see the child she once was just beneath the surface. Things were always clearer once she knew what to look for. She took a step toward her and nearly tripped over something on the floor. Richard lay face down in a small pool of blood. A concave crater dented the back of his skull where he had been struck. Stab wounds covered his back. She froze. She was afraid to touch him. Her hands shook. She bent down and pressed her fingers to his neck. Relief flooded her when she found a pulse. He was still alive. She needed an ambulance, but her phone had been taken, and she knew whoever had done this was still in the house, still upstairs. No one had left since the scream. Goosebumps rose across her skin. She would have seen, or at least heard anyone pass her if they had fled the room. The house had fallen eerily silent, as though her own fear had swallowed every sound, everything except the slow, creaking swing of the body above her like a pendulum. She wished the noise would stop. Pieces began to slot together despite the gaps. Cat Jones must have attacked Richard and then killed herself. She could think of no other explanation. Then she spotted her own phone on the dressing table beside a kitchen knife. She leaned close to Richard's ear and told him she was going for help and would be as quick as she could. He did not open his eyes, but his lips moved. He whispered that he was alive. She promised she knew and that she would come back. He tried to speak again, the words slurred and unclear. She had to hurry. He was running out of time. She stood and stared at her phone on the table just behind Kat. She would have to pass the hanging body to reach it. The lifeless form still swung slowly. The sound was worse than the sight. Creak and squeak, creak and squeak, creak and squeak. She took a step, eyes flicking between Kat's face and the phone. Richard groaned in obvious pain. Another step brought her almost close enough. She could see the school tie was definitely the same one they had all worn at St. Hilary's. Creak and squeak, creak and squeak, creak and squeak, creak and squeak. Richard moaned again. "Get out," he whispered. She heard the words clearly because the swinging had stopped. When she looked up, Kat's bloodshot eyes were wide open. She had pulled the chair closer with her feet and now balanced on it, standing on tiptoes. She began loosening the tie noose from round her neck. Anna flashed back to their school days, remembering how Catherine had once demonstrated sailing knots with her shoelaces. Her mind raced, struggling to process what she was seeing, and landed on the only conclusion that fit. This was some kind of sick trick. But why pretend to hang herself? Why attack her own husband? Unless she had known about the affair. Anna stood perfectly still, frozen in place, while Kat continued to work the knot loose. The other woman stared at her the entire time with pure hatred in her eyes. Anna's fingers trembled as she frantically searched the damp leaves and mud, her heart hammering against her ribs. When she finally closed around the phone, the screen lit up, revealing a single precious bar of signal. She stabbed at the contacts and dialed Jack's number, whispering urgent pleas for him to answer. Relief flooded through her when the call connected. The words spilled out in a desperate rush as she explained her terror. She told him she was in trouble, that she knew the killer's identity. The fifth girl from the old photo was Cat Jones, the BBC presenter who had once been her schoolmate. Something terrible had happened 20 years ago on her birthday, and now Cat had killed them all and was hunting her through the woods. She begged him to hurry, her voice cracking with panic. A calm female voice replied instead, identifying herself as D.S. Patel and explaining that Jack was driving. The officer sounded far too composed, as though Anna's frantic confession had barely registered. Anna shouted and cried at once, demanding to speak to Jack immediately. A branch snapped somewhere behind her in the darkness. She spun around, but saw only the eerie silhouettes of dead trees. The detective urged her to stay calm. They were on their way, but needed a precise location. What could she see? Anna blinked back tears and peered into the gloom, but there was nothing but endless woods. She wiped her face with her jacket sleeve, frustration and fear tightening in her chest. Then she turned. Kat stood right behind her, dressed in white, her eyes fixed and unblinking. Earlier, at the house, Priya had stared at the phone, then back at Jack, her expression tight. He had demanded to know why she had the cameraman's mobile, silently hoping her explanation would ease the growing dread in his gut. She claimed she hadn't realized it belonged to Richard. It had simply been lying on the ground near the shattered glass outside the back door. Jack listened, but suspicion had already taken root. He no longer believed her. If she was involved, the only smart move was to play along and let her lead him toward Anna. He suggested Richard must have been there. Someone had smashed the glass to break in, and he was certain the cameraman was mixed up in all of it. He admitted he had ignored his instincts about the man for too long. Priya cut him off, insisting they knew nothing for certain yet. It was the first time she had interrupted him. When he pressed her on why else the phone would be there, she urged him to stay calm and stop jumping to conclusions. He noticed she had dropped sir or boss, calling him Jack instead. Another thought pushed forward. He asked about the fifth girl in the photo, the one Priya had said was married. Who was her husband? Priya slipped Richard's phone into her pocket and pulled out a notepad, flipping through the pages. She asked for the cameraman's surname, still scanning her notes. Jack doubted she had truly forgotten. She never forgot details. He answered, Richard Jones, trying to keep the mistrust from his voice. Priya stopped turning pages and stared at her notes. A soft, "Oh my God," escaped her. Then she delivered the revelation that instantly shifted every ounce of Jack's suspicion away from her and onto Richard. The fifth girl was married to Anna's cameraman, Richard Jones. Thursday, 1:20. Kat Jones slowly pulled the tie-shaped noose over her head and let it drop to the floor. She rubbed the raw red marks circling her neck with one hand, while carefully removing the friendship bracelet that had been tied around her tongue with the other. Her gaze stayed locked on Anna as she examined the bracelet, then looked up again. Anna snatched her phone from the dressing table behind Kat and began backing toward the door. In her white dress, the woman looked like a ghost rising from the grave. Survival finally overpowered fear. Anna turned and ran. She didn't glance back as she raced through the creaking hallway and down the stairs. She tripped near the bottom, twisting her ankle painfully and collapsing in a heap on the floor. Clutching the still-working phone, she felt a surge of hope when the screen lit up. Enough battery remained for a call, but there was no signal. Behind her, Kat spoke her name in a strangled, haunting voice that sounded barely human. Anna pushed herself up and hobbled to the front door, her shaking hands struggling with the handle. Footsteps approached from behind. She couldn't resist looking over her shoulder. Kat stood at the top of the staircase, head tilted at an unnatural angle, as if her neck were broken. She began descending with slow, deliberate steps, her unblinking eyes never leaving Anna. Anna yanked the door open and stumbled out into the night, sprinting into the woods. Branches whipped across her face and twigs clawed at her clothes while uneven, boggy ground kept tripping her. Pain flared in her twisted ankle, but she pushed on until she fell hard against an old tree stump, the impact knocking the wind from her lungs and sending the phone flying from her grasp. As she later scrambled in the darkness for the dropped phone, old memories flooded back unbidden. When Catherine Kelly never returned to school, rumors of her suicide had spread. Rumors started by Rachel, who feared Anna might reveal the truth about that night. Rachel had even planted a naked photo of Anna in her locker as a warning, complete with a threatening note in black felt tip on the back, dated to Anna's 16th birthday. The message made it brutally clear: stay silent or the whole village, including her mother, would see copies. Anna had obeyed, but it hadn't been enough. One day, she had come home to find her mother crying in the conservatory. Kit Kat, the kitten they both adored, had gone missing. They searched the streets and woods, asked neighbors, and put up their own missing posters like so many others in Blackdown. Then a parcel arrived, addressed to Anna. Inside lay a black felt hat with grey fur trim. She recognized Zoe's messy stitching and the fur. The realization had sent her rushing to the bathroom to vomit. Her mother assumed she was simply ill and let her stay home. Once alone, Anna had dressed quickly and taken the shortcut through the woods to Zoe's house. When no one answered, she slipped around back. An old shed at the far end of the garden drew her attention. Perhaps tools inside could help her get in. As she approached, the terrible sound of cats crying reached her ears. The shed door was padlocked. She smashed it open with a rock. Inside, the wooden walls were covered in desperate scratch marks. 10 or more skinny, starving cats huddled there. Horror washed over her as the pieces clicked into place. The fake fur coat Zoe had made for Rachel had never been fake at all. Some of the cats matched the missing posters around town. Zoe had been stealing pets, returning them for rewards, keeping the rest for her sewing projects. The cats bolted out, leaving only one behind in the corner. Kit Kat, thin, terrified, and missing her tail in a bloody stump. Anna had carried her home in tears, placed her safely in the carrier, then gone to her bedroom to write a letter. Guilt over Catherine Kelly had never left her. She blamed herself for inviting the girl that night. Convinced she deserved to die instead, she had written everything down so her mother wouldn't blame herself, planning to use her school tie to end it. In the end, she couldn't go through with it. She tore up the note and burned it in the bedroom fireplace. After that, she had thrown herself into studying, earning straight A's, as in her GCSEs, and a scholarship to a distant boarding school. It had broken her mother's heart, but Anna never explained the real reason she needed to leave. Now, back in the present, Anna's fingers closed around the phone in the dark. The screen glowed, 1 bar of signal. She dialed Jack again, whispering desperately for him to pick up. Thursday, 1:30. Priya told Jack that Anna had hung up. He demanded her location and every word she had spoken while pushing Zoe's car faster along the twisting dark lanes. He felt steadier behind the wheel and still mistrusted Priya. She had seized his ringing phone instantly, as if she hadn't wanted him to answer, and had checked her seatbelt repeatedly during his reckless speed. She reported that Anna had mentioned only the woods. Jack snapped that the detail was useless in a town ringed by trees. Priya insisted she was simply repeating the message. He asked if it had definitely been Anna. She confirmed it had. He ordered her to call the tech team for immediate signal triangulation, then redial Anna herself. Priya obeyed, but Jack heard only a half of the headquarters exchange. Her tone altered toward the end. When she hung up, he asked what was wrong, yet she stayed silent. He glanced at her for a split second. In that moment, a stag appeared directly ahead, eyes blazing in the headlights, antlers lethal and unmoving. Jack braked and swerved, missing it, but slamming the car into an old oak. For one frozen heartbeat, he believed he was dead. Priya cursed softly and rubbed the back of her neck. Jack apologized, quickly checking himself. No injuries, though his chest burned and his knuckles whitened on the wheel. The stag had vanished. Priya asked if he was all right. He thought he was. She reached into the footwell, retrieved her phone, and tried Anna again. Jack realized he had been wrong not to trust her. She was helping him even after he had nearly killed them both. She told him Anna's mobile went straight to voicemail. Perhaps the battery had died or signal had failed. Jack finished the thought, or someone had switched it off. Priya added that Catherine Kelly's old house lay only 5 minutes away on foot according to her map. She unbuckled and touched her neck once more. Jack asked if she could manage the walk. She said they would find out. They abandoned the wrecked car, dented bonnet, warning lights flashing, and hurried into the woods. Priya moved ahead with surprising speed, threading between black branches as though she had walked the path before. Jack's chest throbbed with every breath. He suspected a cracked rib, and his wheezing grew louder with each step. Priya halted suddenly and whispered whether he had heard it. Someone running in the opposite direction. Jack heard nothing but ordinary night sounds. She stood perfectly still, head turning slowly, eyes wide and unblinking in the gloom. He reassured her it was probably just an animal and they should keep going. She reached inside her jacket, drew a gun, and flicked off the safety. Jack stepped back involuntarily and asked why she carried it. She answered that it was for self-protection, gaze fixed over his shoulder. He turned. An old wooden house emerged from the darkness, pine trees standing guard. Lights glowed inside. The door and windows formed a face with yellow eyes. Closer, they spotted Richard's BBC crew car and Rachel's Audi TT parked outside. Priya whispered if that was the missing vehicle. Jack confirmed it was. At the front door, Priya studied the ancient lock. Jack wondered if fear had finally reached her, but she calmly removed a hairpin from her ponytail and slid it into the mechanism. He expressed disbelief. Without looking up, she suggested he try the back. Jack circled the house, testing every locked door. Curtains mostly, drawn yet lights burning within. When he returned to the front, Priya had vanished. He scanned the surrounding darkness, listening. The front door creaked open. Relief swept through him as Priya appeared, offering a strange smile. She had opened the lock with the old hairpin trick. She heaved the heavy door just wide enough for him to slip inside. Jack noticed she already wore her blue plastic gloves. She never wasted time. Priya remembered smashing the kitchen door glass earlier to enter the cottage. She hated leaving any mess. The hidden key beneath the front flower pot had been missing, so she had no choice. Every other break-in, at homes, cars, public buildings, had been meticulous. Gloves on, everything tidied so no trace remained. She had never fitted neatly into any category, but the older she grew, the less it troubled her. Ordinary people bored her. She slipped her fingers into her pocket and felt the final friendship bracelet, sometimes worn like a ring. She would miss releasing it. Everyone lived behind a curtain. The only difference was who drew it aside. Those girls had never been true friends. They deserved to be silenced forever. Rachel Hopkins had been a two-faced slut, beautiful outside, rotten within, a vain, selfish creature who stole charity money and other women's husbands. Removing her had been a service to the world. Helen Wong had lied her entire life, pretending to be someone she was not. The headmistress had craved drugs and admiration, always needing to be the best no matter the cost, unfit to lead any school of girls. Zoe had been a monster since childhood, stripping naked and screaming on the floor if denied, tantrums witnessed by the whole village. She grew into a despicable woman whose cruelty to animals could not go unpunished. She had always looked the other way when bad things happened. The other one was no different in Priya's eyes. 20 years had passed since that night in the woods, but she had been there too. Anna stared at the woman standing before her in the moonlit woods, time seeming to freeze. Fear melted into relief, then twisted into confusion. Her mother wore a white cotton nightdress embroidered with bees and matching bee-shaped slippers, looking small, old, and as terrified as Anna felt. "Mum, what are you doing here?" Anna asked. Her mother shook her head, appearing lost, with fresh scratches and bruises on her face and arms as if she had fallen. She glanced fearfully over her shoulder before whispering through tears that someone had smashed the kitchen window and broken into the house. Terrified, she had hidden, then fled into the woods, certain they had followed her. She trembled, more fragile than Anna had ever seen. Anna tried to stand, but her twisted ankle collapsed under her weight. She pressed for details. Who was following her? Who had been in the house? Her mother described a woman with a ponytail she had glimpsed while hiding in the potting shed. Anna didn't know what to believe. It could be another symptom of her mother's dementia. Jack and even the woman at the supermarket had mentioned her wandering black down in her nightdress, but Anna had refused to accept it. She had always boxed away regrets and painful memories, just as her mother had taught her. Denying truth never changed facts. She had been in these woods the night Rachel Hopkins died. She had watched Rachel walk along the station platform after leaving the train, the clickety-click of her heels reminding her somehow of a camera shutter. After losing her presenting job, Anna had drunk heavily at home, then stopped, blown into a breathalyzer. It had shown Amber, still safe to drive, and driven to Blackdown. It was the anniversary of her baby girl's death, as well as her own birthday. She had needed to be near her daughter. Jack had chosen to bury the child here, and Anna still resented him for it, though the hilltop cemetery with its views was peaceful. The only path from the station car park led through these woods. She had sat in the dark for hours, speaking to her daughter the stories she would never tell her in life. Guilt still lingered that she had stayed silent when Rachel passed her car that night. Perhaps if she had spoken, Rachel would still be alive. A distant sound snapped her back. Whether Cat Jones was still hunting her or not, Anna refused to wait. She needed to get herself and her mother out of the woods to safety. "Come on, Mum, we need to go. It's cold and dangerous out here." Her mother asked with sudden happy optimism if she was coming home. Anna said yes. Her mother promised they would reach the house in less than 10 minutes, then make honey tea just the way Anna liked it. Anna asked if their house really lay only 10 minutes away. Her mother pointed confidently through the trees. Though the woods looked identical in the dark, Anna trusted her. Her mother knew these paths better than she knew herself, despite her forgetfulness. Anna took her small, frail hand, and they hurried forward as fast as her injured ankle allowed. Every rustle of leaves and snap of twigs made her glance repeatedly over her shoulder, though darkness would hide any pursuer. Her mother spoke again, sounding confused. She thought the woman knew. Anna urged quiet until they reached home. Her mother mentioned the woman had a badge, so she had let her in. When Anna asked who, her mother repeated that the woman knew, leaving her unsure what to do. She glanced back again, heightening Anna's nerves. The mention of a ponytail and badge pointed toward the female detective who had answered Jack's phone. Anna asked what her mother thought the woman knew. Her mother answered that she believed the detective knew she had killed Anna's father. Anna's feet stopped moving, despite the danger chasing them. Her mother asked if she remembered coming home from school to find her on the floor beneath the Christmas tree. Without waiting for an answer, she continued. Anna's father had returned early from a work trip, drunk and beaten her, for no reason beyond years of abuse that began after Anna's birth. She had stayed for Anna's sake and for financial security, lacking qualifications or money of her own. She had planned to endure until Anna finished school. That day he had beaten her so badly she feared she would die, then threatened to hurt Anna. Something inside her snapped. She struck back for the first and last time. He died. She had hit him repeatedly in the face with the cast-iron Christmas tree stand, then buried him in the garden under the vegetable patch, planting carrots and potatoes over him the next spring. She had stayed in the house, believing he would never be found. But now she thought the woman with the badge knew, and if Anna was to learn the truth, she wanted her to hear it from her own lips. Emotions churned inside Anna like liquid mercury. She wanted to reject the confession as dementia or confusion, yet part of her believed it. Whatever had happened years ago, they still had to escape now. She urged her mother forward. It wasn't safe, and they needed to reach home. Her mother worried the woman might be waiting there. Anna asked who. Her mother replied it was the woman who knew. The trees seemed to bend and blur. Dizziness and nausea washed over Anna. She pressed her mother to remember what the badge on the woman at the house had said. Her mother squeezed her eyes shut like a child, then opened them and whispered the name, Priya. Thursday, 1:35. Jack asked Priya how she knew how to pick locks. She shrugged, still holding her gun, and closed the heavy wooden door behind him, saying she had watched a video online. It wasn't difficult. He pointed out that, strictly speaking, what she had done was illegal. She asked if he wanted to find Anna or not. He stayed silent, absorbing the house's interior. It resembled a horror movie set. Gothic furniture, ancient peeling wallpaper, creaking floorboards, and a grand staircase dominating the hallway, all draped in thick dust and cobwebs. The atmosphere unsettled him more than he expected. They moved quietly down the hall into a huge formal lounge, filled with furnishings that looked borrowed from a palace. Wall lights flickered. Jack glanced at unfamiliar faces in mantelpiece photos, then tripped over the fireside tools, catching them before they clattered. Priya suggested they split up. She would finish checking downstairs while he searched upstairs. He agreed and picked up the metal poker for protection. He climbed the stairs with extreme caution, not wanting to alert anyone if the killer was present. The house lay silent, except for his own labored, painful breathing. His chest still ached from slamming into the steering wheel during the crash. His gut warned that something felt deeply wrong. On the red-carpeted landing, all doors stood closed, except one at the far end. He checked each room, heart pounding. Most were empty, except for dust and cobwebs. One, however, was spotless, and held 2 small beds with pretty pink sheets. A nightlight projecting moving stars across the walls and ceiling, dolls on the pillows, glasses of water, and a copy of Little Red Riding Hood. Children had been there tonight, but were gone now. Trying not to think of his own daughter, Jack stepped back onto the landing and approached the final door. The floorboards creaked louder with every step, as if warning him away. An iron poker suddenly felt inadequate. He hesitated, then kicked the door fully open. The cameraman lay dead on the floor in a spreading pool of his own blood, head bashed in. Jack stared, unable to look away, then scanned the rest of the room to ensure no one hid in the shadows. Priya's voice cut through the silence from the doorway. She ordered him to drop the weapon. He spun around. Despite the noisy floorboards and perfect quiet, he had not heard her approach. Initial relief faded as he saw her gun, the one she claimed was for self-protection, pointed directly at him. He asked what she was doing. She glanced at the dead cameraman, then at the iron poker still in Jack's hand. He began to protest, but she repeated the command to drop the weapon and put on the restraint she now held. Thursday, 1:40. Anna stared at her mother, who seemed to have drifted beyond hearing. She asked again when the policewoman had come to the house and what she had wanted. Her mother answered that she had visited several times, always asking questions. When Anna pressed about the subject, her mother squeezed her hand and looked up, saying the questions had all been about Anna herself. Anna reassured her that she believed her, but they had to reach home now. Her mother nodded. They pushed forward through the woods, Anna dragging her along as quickly as her injured ankle allowed over roots and fallen trees that threatened every step. Cat Jones could still be out here hunting them. Every few paces Anna checked her phone for signal, desperate to reach Jack. But the memory that Priya Patel was with him made trust feel impossible. Thursday, 1:40. Jack tried to reason with Priya that these situations made trust difficult, but she cut him off, ordering him once more to drop the weapon. She glanced from Richard Jones's body on the floor to the iron poker still in Jack's hand. Seeing the scene through her eyes made him want to run. He insisted he hadn't done it. She repeated the command. When he began to protest again, she told him it was over. She explained that when she had asked the tech team to triangulate Anna's phone, they had revealed someone had cancelled the identical trace she herself had placed on Rachel Hopkins's mobile the day before, and it had been him. Boots matching the prints near Rachel's body had been found in his bin. He had connections to every victim, and witnesses had described a car resembling his parked outside the school the night Helen Wang was murdered. Jack protested that someone was framing him. Priya asked who. He admitted he didn't know. She reminded him there was no such thing as coincidence. He had taught her that on her first day. She took out her phone and said backup was coming while the tech team traced both mobiles. Rachel's had just been switched on again. She offered to call it. She pressed the button. Seconds later, a phone rang inside Jack's pocket. He spoke over the ringing, explaining he had Rachel's phone only because someone had planted it in his car and had been sending him cryptic messages ever since. He urged her to think. Catherine Kelly was the 5th girl in the photo. Now Cat Jones, the presenter who worked with Anna, was married to the dead man on the floor and owned this house. There were no coincidences, so where was Cat Jones now? Priya hesitated, her face twisting again. She repeated that he should drop the weapon. Jack would have laughed at her continued use of "sir" if the moment had not been so lethal. He knew the real killer was still loose and Anna was in danger, but he saw no clear way out. Then movement caught his eye outside the window, something light shifting in the dark among the trees. Priya began the formal arrest, charging him with murder and reciting his rights. Jack interrupted, insisting someone was outside in the woods. She suggested it was probably backup. He countered that they could not have arrived so fast and repeated that the killer was still out there. Anna was in danger, and he intended to save her. She could shoot him or help him catch the murderer. Priya shook her head, looking deeply sad. She said she wanted to believe him, but could not anymore. She did not think he even realized what he had done, yet that did not mean he was innocent. Jack told her she knew him, and deep down she knew he was telling the truth. She kept the gun raised, but her eyes filled with tears. Jack took a step toward the door, his mind fixed only on Anna. He had let her down once, and could not do it again. As he passed her, Priya flinched. Trained for exactly this, Jack seized her wrist before she could react. She fired, punching a hole in the wall. He slammed her against it. She slid to the floor, eyes closed, head having struck hard, but she would live. Backup would arrive soon to help her. There was no time to wait. He whispered an apology, then left the house and ran into the woods. Priya loved the woods at this hour. The sounds, the smells, the screams, especially in the dark. This was her place, where she ran when the world grew too loud. Nothing satisfied her more than crunching dead leaves underfoot, breathing cool country air, and feeling herself move from one moment of life to the next. The journey mattered more than the destination. People spoke of having made it, but being on the way was far better than arriving. Early success left nowhere else to go. Life was about moving forward, never looking back. She was running out of time to find Anna. Most of the plan had gone smoothly so far. She had dumped Rachel's car here a couple of days earlier after enjoying the drive. It had been her first time in a sports car, reminding her of all the small luxuries others took for granted. Growing up poor had meant working for everything she possessed, but the hardship had made her stronger. Now she only needed to finish what she had started, locating Anna before anyone else could. Anna was supposed to be dead by now. Finding people was simple once you knew the tricks. Police and journalists used the same tools, and it was shockingly easy to uncover everything a person wanted hidden. Her job had made it almost effortless. People trusted someone like her. They never suspected who she truly was, what she had done, or what she was capable of. From the beginning of this journey, she had meant every word when she said she was going to kill them all. Thursday, 1:45. Anna gripped her mother's arm, whispering that everything would be all right, even as the lie burned in her throat. A distant gunshot cracked through the night. She saw the same shock flash in her mother's eyes. They needed to hurry. She asked if they were heading the right way home and pulled her mother forward. Her mother whispered agreement, fear finally sharpening her understanding of the danger. Only a few more steps passed before the sound of running feet echoed behind them in the silent woods. Branches snapped sharply, the noise carrying far. Distance was impossible to judge in the blackness, but the pursuer was closing in. Anna's mind raced through grim possibilities, none offering escape. They could not outrun whoever followed. Hiding was their only chance. She dropped low, yanking her mother down beside her. She whispered an apology and urged her to stay perfectly still and silent. Her mother nodded. The running footsteps halted nearby. Anna held her breath, willing the stranger to turn away. Instead, the sounds drew nearer. Her fingers scrabbled desperately across the forest floor for any weapon, finding nothing. Dread settled heavy in her chest. This might be the end. Torchlight sliced between the trees and swept over them. The beam blinded her. A familiar voice called her name from the darkness. She shielded her eyes, blinking until she recognized the figure. Relief surged through her. Never had she been happier to see her ex-husband Jack. He called again, advancing carefully. Anna answered with raw gratitude. Jack smiled as he approached through the undergrowth. Safety felt suddenly certain. He would get them out. Then she spotted a shadowy silhouette moving behind him. Jack turned too late. Gunfire cracked. He collapsed to the ground. For a frozen moment, the woods fell deathly still. Primal instinct took over. Anna hauled her mother up and shouted the only word that mattered. Run. They bolted. Her mother moved with surprising speed despite her age, outpacing Anna's twisted ankle. Footsteps pounded closer behind them. Branches whipped their faces. Moonlight flickered through the canopy, but the forest floor stayed treacherous and dark. Anna struggled to keep her mother in sight as fear drove them both forward. When her mother vanished ahead, Anna halted, too terrified to call out. Disoriented, she spun in place. Screams suddenly pierced the night, her mother and another woman shrieking at each other in a frantic, wordless clash. She rushed toward the sound and arrived to see her mother crumple to the ground. Cat Jones stood over her, bloody knife in hand, huge eyes wild. Cat shook her head and began to cry, accusing Anna of ruining her life in a hysterical voice. She stepped closer, knife still raised, sobbing that Anna had pretended to be her friend, followed her to London, tried to steal her job and her husband. Another gunshot rang out from behind. Anna whirled, but saw only darkness. When she turned back, Cat had vanished. She rushed to her mother and felt overwhelming relief upon finding her still alive, though blood stained her nightdress and hands. Her mother whispered she was okay. Anna slipped under her arm and helped her hobble away from the snapping twigs in the distance. They stumbled onto a road and nearly fell against an abandoned car, its driver's door open and keys in the ignition. The vehicle had clearly crashed into an old oak tree. Anna eased her mother into the passenger seat, fastened the belt, then climbed behind the wheel. Her mother pressed hard against the stomach wound as fresh blood spread. She asked if Anna could drive. Anna said they would soon find out. The engine caught. Hope flared. She reversed away from the tree, shifted gears, then heard distant sirens. Her mother's face lit with the same recognition. Anna asked if they should wait for help. Her mother's expression twisted into horror as she screamed. Cat Jones stood directly in the headlights, blood on her white dress, knife glinting, face twisted with madness. There was no time to think. In desperation, Anna stamped the accelerator, forgetting the gear was now in drive. The car lurched forward with a heavy thud, slamming Cat backward and pinning her against the tree. Horror choked Anna. The years peeled away, and she saw Catherine Kelly in those same woods 20 years earlier. She felt the weight of responsibility and stepped out despite her mother's protest to stay inside. Cat's eyes were closed, blood trickling from her mouth. Anna approached the broken body and reached to check for a pulse. Cat's eyes snapped open. She seized Anna's wrist and raised the knife. Anna struggled, but the nails dug deeper, pulling her closer. The blade flashed toward her face. She squeezed her eyes shut. Another gunshot rang out. Priya Patel stood behind the car, gun still aimed. When Anna looked back, a dark red stain bloomed across Cat's white dress. Her eyes remained open, but she was gone. Friday, 14:30. Anna opened her eyes to find Jack standing at the foot of her hospital bed. He whispered that he had missed visiting hours, but they had let him in anyway. Relief washed over her at seeing him alive. He assured her it took more than a bullet to the shoulder to stop him. Apart from her twisted ankle and scratches, she was fine. Though she hated hospitals and worried about occupying a bed, others might need more. Doctors had insisted on 24 hours of observation. Jack took her hand. They shared a quiet understanding that needed no words. She asked about her mother. He promised she was fine, stitched up and moved to another ward, doing well, considering everything. Then he hesitated before revealing that her medical records showed she had been diagnosed with aggressive cancer a few months earlier. He was sorry to be the one telling her. Anna sat stunned. Their relationship had been strained for years, yet the secrecy still hurt. Jack suggested her mother might not have wanted to worry her, or simply had forgotten, due to her worsening dementia. She had not forgotten what her mother confessed in the woods about her father. She believed the violent man's death had been an act of protection, but some secrets she would carry alone, even from Jack. She asked about Priya. Jack said Priya had done what was necessary. Though she had shot him, she had also saved both Anna and her mother. Evidence at Kat's house linked her clearly to all the murders, including childhood diaries filled with graphic hatred, especially toward Anna, whom Kat believed had betrayed her after pretending friendship. The knife had not yet been found, which seemed strange, but the woods were still being searched. Forensics believed the same weapon had been used in every attack, and Jack was confident Kat had acted alone. Anna struggled to accept that Catherine Kelly had grown into Kat Jones and orchestrated such calculated revenge against her former bullies. Jack's steady gaze pulled her back. She expressed sorrow about Zoe. He looked away, face tightening. He asked how she knew before it had been released. She admitted overhearing hospital staff. He admitted he did not know how to tell his niece her mother was dead. Anna reassured him he had been a wonderful father and would be a strong uncle. Olivia was lucky to have him. They both thought of their own daughter in that moment. Jack said he planned to move back to London, sell his parents' house, and return to the Met on a part-time basis to care for Olivia. She was the only family he had left now. The words reminded Anna of her own responsibilities. She apologized for not listening earlier about her mother needing more help. She would look at the care home he had suggested and try to cover the cost herself so her mother would not have to sell the house. He teased lightly about getting the apology on record. She managed a small smile. Jack took her hand again. The simple warmth brought tears, hopeful ones this time. He suggested they could help each other. She agreed. She knew what he meant without him saying it. She felt the same. Friday, 14:45. Jack kept hold of Anna's hand as fresh tears slipped down her cheeks. The sight of her lying in the hospital bed pulled him back to the day their daughter was born. The weight of years and old wounds lifting for a moment, leaving them in a place before everything had fractured. Plans had sounded certain when he spoke them, yet inside he felt only uncertainty about what came next. Perhaps life already held its own design, and people only drifted when fear or pain made them resist. Their daughter's death had shattered them both. Sometimes broken things could still be repaired if given enough time and patience. He let go of her hand, confusion stirring inside him. She stared at her fingers as though the touch had pressed too hard, and he wondered whether he had always gripped too tightly without realizing. Days without sleep left him raw. He refused to risk making anything worse by saying or doing the wrong thing now. He told her he should leave, reminding her about visiting hours and his own rule-breaking. She nodded, but her eyes saw straight through the excuse as they always had. She looked away from him, then asked whether he would come back later. He answered without hesitation that of course he would. He brushed the lightest kiss across her forehead and walked out without turning around, even though the promise had left his mouth before truth could catch up. Friday, 1500 hours. Anna watched Jack disappear down the corridor, dried her face, and pressed the call button. A middle-aged nurse arrived within minutes. The woman's pixie cut and smudged green eyeliner made her look older than the photo on her badge. The nurse asked if everything was all right. Anna said she needed to discharge herself and leave the hospital right away. The nurse's expression tightened while her mind caught up. She advised against it in a condescending tone that instantly cooled Anna's opinion of her. Anna insisted anyway, thanked her for the care, and asked for the forms to sign herself out. She knew the routine. Hospitals had always sickened her with their smell of death and despair, and she had urgent matters that could not wait. The nurse offered to fetch the doctor. Anna lay back on the pillows while she waited. Persuasion would be useless. Once her mind locked onto a decision, nothing, not even herself, could shift it. Besides, a drink would steady her nerves. The instant the nurse stepped out of sight, Anna reached into the bedside locker and pulled out her bag. No alcohol remained inside, but that was not what she sought. Relief steadied her when she found the knife, the one that had ended every life, still safely hidden there. It had been essential to appear as the perfect victim, so everyone would accept her version of events. The timeline fitted perfectly. She had been present in the woods when Rachel died, at the school when Helen was killed, inside the house the day Zoe was murdered, and there when Richard was beaten to death. Cat Jones being crushed against the tree and then shot had never been part of the original design, yet it had served the purpose flawlessly. Coincidences did not exist, but they had all believed her without question. Her performance in the hospital had been so flawless she had almost convinced herself. The lies people told themselves were always the most dangerous, born from the raw instinct to survive. Humans were creatures of deception by nature, rearranging facts until they formed a prettier story. Truth lost every time to a more convenient fiction. She had simply done what was required. 6 months later. Jack admitted that raising a toddler alone was far harder than he had imagined, yet he was managing. In the first difficult weeks, he had leaned on neighbors and the kindness of strangers who had known his niece through nursery and her mother's old classes. Their help had been invaluable, and slowly the new routine began to feel like home. The first step after Zoe's funeral had been selling his parents' house. Buyers had been reluctant because of the murder in the bathtub, but it sold eventually, for far less than its value, to a developer who would likely tear it down. Starting over had been the only real choice. Work had been understanding, granting compassionate leave before offering a part-time role back in London that he suspected his former boss had quietly created for him. Tragedy made people kinder when it struck someone they knew. He had needed to leave Blackdown behind for good this time. Priya had earned the promotion to lead the MCT unit and would handle it brilliantly. Not every day was easy. Shadows still crept in, carrying memories that would stay with him for life. He tried not to dwell on everything he had lost. For now, he simply took each day as it came and held tight to what remained. Sometimes losing almost everything was the only way to remember how much was still left. Anna smiled for the camera, tapped her papers on the desk, and waited for the red light to vanish. Once off air, she sat through the debrief, listening politely as the team discussed the show. She felt truly happy to be back, presenting the lunchtime bulletin. No one here cared about her past. Only who she was now mattered. Old versions of a person faded like yesterday's news. These colleagues had become her surrogate family, yet after everything, she had remembered she still possessed a real one too. As soon as the meeting ended, Friday afternoon meant everyone was eager to leave. She grabbed her bag and headed out. She took a cab to save time. Home was no longer where it used to be, and she could no longer walk there. She had begun to think home was less a place than a feeling. There was always a way across any divide if one decided to find it, by bridge, tunnel, or learning to swim. She had sold the flat near Waterloo and bought a small house in North London with a garden and driveway for the new SUV. Living north of the Thames still felt strange at times, but the fresh start had been necessary. She had sold the Mini too. She paid the driver, walked to the porch with key ready, and stepped inside. The moment she closed the front door, footsteps sounded behind her. Someone was there, but that was exactly as it should be. Her niece rushed forward, grabbed her hand, and pulled her to the kitchen window. "Anna, the bees are alive, come see," the little girl cried. Anna looked out at the tiny garden and the white wooden box her niece pointed to. It was the only thing she had kept from her mother's house, the beehive. Specialists had moved the bees from Blackdown to London during winter while they slept. Despite the cost and risk, the hive had survived. Now in spring, with cherry blossoms on the trees and her niece living here, faint activity buzzed around the slats, more than a handful of bees dancing in and out. They had endured a difficult journey and were starting anew in a brand new home, much like Anna and her family. Jack entered the kitchen carrying a suitcase. "You're back," he said, kissing her cheek. It was still early days. Jack and Olivia had moved in only a few weeks ago. He had taken a part-time, office-based police job in London. Spending so much time together had made moving in the natural next step. They felt like a family again. No one could replace their daughter, But Olivia was a beautiful child, and Anna felt proud to help raise her. Jack said they should leave soon to beat rush hour traffic. Anna agreed and went to gather her things. She paused in the doorway, watching them both point at the bees through the glass. Together, they had built a small sanctuary in the city. The past no longer mattered. She had done what she had to do. Choosing to forget was often far less painful than choosing to remember. Jack sat behind the wheel as they drove toward Blackdown. The idea of returning filled him with heavy dread, but he knew it mattered to Anna. It would be only a quick stop before they continued to Dorset for a weekend by the coast. Olivia loved the seaside and felt more like a daughter to him every day. Getting back together with Anna was what he had always wanted. Terrible events could tear people apart. They had experienced that before, but this time the crisis had pulled them together instead. He glanced at Anna beside him and saw the only woman he had ever truly loved. He had let her down once. He would never do so again. They had almost everything they had ever dreamed of now. He would do anything to keep her happy and safe. Anything. They pulled up outside her mother's old house. A for rent sign stood out front. Viewings began tomorrow. Despite clear fear on her face, Anna insisted on going inside alone. She had spent recent weekends alone here, packing her mother's belongings and redecorating. She had cleared the back garden months earlier. No more bees, potting shed, or chaotic vegetable patch. Then laid a new circular patio of dark grey bricks with a single round centre stone carved with a bee. She had done every bit of the work herself. Jack waited 10 minutes, then followed her inside to hurry her along. The house smelled of fresh paint. The kitchen looked brand new. The whole place was nearly unrecognizable. He found Anna outside on the wooden bench her mother had loved, staring at the transformed garden. A neat lawn now led down toward the woods. "It looks really good," he said, closing the kitchen door gently behind him. She shrugged and quickly wiped away a tear. She explained it was better for the rental market, low maintenance and easier for tenants. He agreed she had done a fine job. She admitted it no longer felt like their home. He reminded her that was the point. Another family would live here now, but the place would always hold special meaning for her, and it had spared her mother from selling. He kissed her forehead and promised everything would be okay. Besides, she had a new home now with him and Olivia. Anna had never imagined her mother leaving the old house. She had sworn she would rather die than move. But once Anna understood the real reason, she knew what had to be done. She had not fully believed her mother's confession about killing her father until she dug up the vegetable patch and began finding bones. No one would discover anything now. The past lay buried forever beneath the new patio. She felt no guilt. Her father had deserved what he got, and her mother had acted to protect them both. The lengths people went to for those they loved had no limits. The retirement village Jack had arranged was beautiful. It cost a fortune, but money left from selling the Waterloo flat had helped, and the coming rental income from the house would cover the rest. Her mother's cancer was aggressive. She looked surprisingly well and happier than Anna could remember, though doctors said she did not have long. "Wow!" Olivia exclaimed from the back seat as they drove up the long private driveway. The communal gardens were immaculate, with fountains and coordinated flower beds. The reception resembled a 5-star hotel, with restaurants, a library, pool and spa. Her mother had a ground-floor apartment and her own private garden overlooking Blackdown Woods from across the valley. Anna hugged her mother tightly, breathing in her familiar perfume. She looked well, had gained a little weight, and her hair and clothes were neat. Someone else now handled cleaning and delivered medication twice daily, though Anna suspected her mother did not always take it. Emergency buttons were everywhere. Meals could be ordered or cooked fresh with recipe cards. Her mother still missed her vegetable garden, but seemed to be adjusting slowly. The apartment was minimal and neutral, yet it held some familiar items from home, including old photos of Anna at 15, and a newer framed picture of Anna, Jack and Olivia that warmed her heart. Her mother no longer clung only to the teenage version of her. She saw Anna as she was today, and still loved her. Her mother insisted on making tea and disappeared into the kitchen. Anna listened to the comforting sounds of cupboards opening, cups on saucers, and teaspoons on china as the old kettle boiled on the stove. A brief, involuntary shiver ran through her when it finally screamed. Mum shuffled back into the room a few moments later, silver tray trembling in her unsteady hands. She had brought organic honey in a squeezable bottle along with milk and sugar. Anna smiled at the small gesture of normalcy. Her mother was managing, yet confusion still flickered in and out. Olivia squealed at the sight of the honey, thrilled from their recent Winnie the Pooh stories. She announced that the bees now lived with them in London and had emerged from the hive today, beaming at her nanny. Mum stared at Anna and asked whether the bees had survived the journey. Anna confirmed they had. Then her mother asked if they had found the knife inside the hive. Anna had hidden it there after leaving the hospital, unsure what else to do with it. She knew her mother was the only person bold enough to reach into a hive, but everyone else dismissed the question as dementia. She kept her face calm, picked up the knife from the table, and used it to slice the shop-bought chocolate cake. She explained lightly that bees did not need knives to spread honey and offered slices around. Olivia shouted for one immediately. Mum requested only the smallest piece, though Anna could tell she had no real appetite. She should have removed the cake from its box and pretended to have baked it herself. Mum set down her fork and mentioned that the woman with the ponytail had visited her again. Anna's own fork paused mid-air as worry tightened inside her. She asked if Mum meant Priya the detective. Mum nodded. When Anna glanced at Jack for explanation, he shrugged, unconcerned, suggesting Priya was simply checking that Mum was all right after everything that had happened. Anna forced agreement, though doubt lingered in her mother's eyes, and in her own. Mum smiled, pushed the untouched cake aside, and took a sip of tea instead, adding another generous squeeze of honey. She told them not to worry. She could take care of herself. There were always at least two sides to every story. Mum preferred her own, and perhaps it was better that no one else ever learned the full truth. No one would believe a frail old woman with dementia could have killed anyone. Her memory had never truly failed her. She had simply chosen to forget certain things over the years. The cancer diagnosis, however, had been real. It meant she would leave the house one way or another, and someone else might discover what she had buried in the garden. The thought of anyone knowing what she had done to her violent husband all those years ago had been unbearable. Bad stories clung like honey, and she refused to be remembered that way. Most of her life she had been good. She had acted in self-defense, not murder. Regret was not the same as apology. She felt none. Burying him beneath the vegetable patch had seemed clever. No one would ever look there. She had even found his wedding ring once while digging potatoes. Anna had now taken care of the evidence with the new patio. The past lay sealed forever. For years, Mum had believed Anna left home at 16 because she had somehow known the truth. She had found her mother bloodied and muddy that afternoon. Anna had barely returned after finishing school, and Mum had accepted the distance, thinking her daughter hated her for it. She had contented herself with old photos and later with watching Anna read the news on television, grateful for the rare visits and calls. When Jack suggested she look after baby Charlotte for one night so he could take Anna out for her birthday, Mum had been delighted. She hoped it would draw them closer. Charlotte's death had not been her fault, yet Anna seemed to blame her anyway. The drinking returned after that, numbing the pain. When locals mistook her drunkenness for dementia, she saw an opportunity. She pretended to be forgetful, wandering the streets in her nightdress. Jack insisted on a doctor, which was how she learned about the cancer, though she never told anyone the full truth. While clearing the house, she had saved Anna's old bedroom for last. Everything remained exactly as her daughter had left it. Noticing soot around the unused fireplace, she reached inside with her cleaning brush. A singed, torn letter fluttered down. She pieced together the fragments of Anna's handwriting and read the suicide note. It described the horrors of Anna's 16th birthday, the drugs Helen had given her, the men Rachel tried to force on her, the way Zoe mutilated their cat as a warning. Mum remembered that night clearly. She had left Anna alone with the girls from St. Hilary's, believing they were friends. Anna had been so excited, making friendship bracelets for each of them with the red and white thread Mum had provided from her sewing basket. She still kept the photograph Rachel had given her weeks later. Anna and the 3 girls together. Mum had cleaned all their houses. She still possessed the keys. No one changed locks in the village. That photograph had told her everything. She finally understood why Anna had fled Blackdown, not because of her, but because of them. They had to pay. Jack had abandoned Anna after Charlotte died, and Mum hated him for it. She hated him even more after following Rachel from the station and seeing him with her in his car. She had planned to frame him completely, wearing his oversized Timberland boots stuffed with cotton wool, planting evidence in his home and vehicle, using her knowledge of the woods for silent movement. But then she saw Jack and Anna together again and realized they still loved each other. They only needed a gentle push to find their way back. She had slipped into Anna's hotel room one night. Cleaning that place for years had given her the key, and found her daughter asleep, drunk and fragile. She had tucked her in, tidied the mess, and left water by the bed, aching to fix what was broken. The plan would help Anna's career too. Catherine Kelly was the only one who had left town. Searching her parents' old house in the woods, Mum had been shocked to recognize the newsreader in the family photos, the woman who had taken Anna's job. Killing Rachel had brought her daughter home. Killing Helen and Zoe had kept her close. Killing Cat Jones had given Anna back the 1 o'clock news slot, so Mum could watch her little girl on television every lunchtime again. When Anna had called on her birthday in tears about losing her presenting job, Mum had barely spoken, but she had understood perfectly. For the first time in years, her daughter had needed her, and she would not fail her. Punishing those who had hurt Anna in the past was the way to secure her a happier future. She had killed them all, for her. She had ensured Cat Jones came straight to Blackdown, the moment the message left Richard's stolen phone. Earlier, while he and Anna filmed in the woods, she had slipped the unlocked device from his car and typed the warning herself. She knew exactly what Cat had done with those men 20 years ago, had seen the photos, and feared the entire BBC would see them soon. To save their marriage, Cat must bring the children to her parents' house that night so they could talk. She ignored every frantic reply, every call, every voicemail. Hours later, Cat arrived at the old house in the woods, worry carved across her pretty face. The 2 little girls pressed close beside her. The rest unfolded without resistance. While Cat tucked the children into bed, she took them. She would never have harmed them, but Cat had no way of knowing that. When Cat discovered they were gone, she listened to the woman ripping through every room, screaming her husband's name as though he had stolen them. Only in the main bedroom did the search fall silent. She had left the old photos and the note waiting on the bed. Richard was not coming. She had the children. He did not know what Cat had done 20 years ago and never needed to. Neither did the girls, provided Cat did the right thing. The pictures would be destroyed, and the children returned to their father the instant Cat hanged herself with the school tie, dangling from the ceiling beam. Any call to the police or to anyone meant the girls would not be found in time. The longer Cat delayed, the longer they stayed in danger. Whatever happened, Cat would never see them again. But if she obeyed, she had her word they would live. Cat's phone showed no signal. Just as she had known, it never would near the house, and Cat would never abandon her daughters. She listened to the pacing, then the renewed searching. Once Cat accepted, the girls could not be found. She burned the note and the photos in the downstairs fireplace before returning to the bedroom. She had not been certain Cat would go through with it, yet most mothers would do anything for their daughters, and Cat had. She had needed Catherine to kill herself so everyone would blame her for the murders. No one had a stronger motive after what those girls had done to her. She hid beneath the bed, knife ready in her hand, and listened. Chair dragged into place, shoes slipped off, soft crying. But she could not see. It took Cat a long time to settle the noose around her neck. Only later did she learn Cat had altered the knot, a sailing trick her father once taught her. As far as she knew then, the plan held. She heard Kat step off the chair, the beam creaking as the body swung. Then Richard burst in, the greasy cameraman, unexpected, so she killed him too. He screamed like a girl at the sight of his wife hanging there. She stabbed him before he could turn, then crushed his skull with the cast-iron paperweight from the dresser. He was never meant to be there. Neither was Anna. She had cancelled their hotel rooms, only because she believed Anna would finally come home to her. That was all she had ever wanted. She stared up at Kat afterward. The noose still circled the neck, eyes closed. She was convinced the woman was dead. But Kat had been a gifted actress, prepared to do whatever it took to save her children, exactly as she herself would have done. Kat must have glimpsed her face without her realizing, because later she recognized her. Fear had spiked through her when they met again in the woods. Kat could have told Anna and the police everything. Instead, she screamed like a madwoman, demanding her daughter's whereabouts. When she refused to answer, Kat stabbed her with her own knife. The girls were perfectly safe, of course, lightly drugged and sleeping in the shed. Police found them soon after. She would never hurt a child. She was not a monster. Sometimes she wondered whether Anna already suspected she had killed those women as well as her father. She could think of no other reason why Anna had snatched up the knife Kat, dropped in the woods and hidden it in her handbag. Anna must have recognized it. After all, she had borrowed the blade from Jack's house, from the set she once gave them as a wedding gift. Olivia stepped into her bedroom, pulling her from the daydream. Her mind wandered often now, not from dementia, but simply because she was old. She never swallowed the pills the doctors prescribed. She planted them in the soil like seeds instead. When her time came, she would go gracefully, but not yet. Priya Patel's questions had nothing to do with kindness and nothing to do with coincidence. Loose threads always needed trimming before they spoiled the pattern. The child crossed the room and climbed onto her lap, gaze locked on the nearly finished friendship bracelet. She closed her fist around the red and white strands, hiding them, startled once more by the liver spots and tissue paper skin. Then she slid the bracelet into the old wooden jewelry box that had belonged to Anna. She knew Olivia had seen it. Children always noticed more than adults wished. Olivia said it was pretty. She agreed that it had been. The girl asked with a cheeky grin whether it was meant for her. She told her no, it was for someone else on their next visit. Olivia's face fell. She reassured her not to worry. She had something for her too. She lifted the bumblebee costume from the wardrobe. Olivia squealed with delight. Anna and Jack looked equally pleased as the child bolted from the bedroom, through the lounge, and out into the garden, spinning in frantic circles. She had sewn it herself in the textiles class here. She was still rather good with a needle and thread. She told Olivia she missed her busy bees, watching from the doorway. The girl laughed, danced, and chanted the same words again and again. To her ears, they reshaped into something else entirely. Happy family, happy family, happy family. She smiled at them all, because she had finally secured exactly what she had always wanted. The end. Thank you for listening all the way to the end. Your time and curiosity mean a lot. His and Hers came from Alice Feeney's 15 years at the BBC as a reporter and producer. The idea hit her while walking her dog. Two ex-spouses, a newsreader and a detective, pulled back together by a murder in their old village. Feeney wrote the first 3 drafts in just 3 months, crafting a twisty tale of unreliable narrators where someone is always lying. The book, published in 2020, explores toxic teenage friendships, buried trauma, grief, and the fragile nature of truth through alternating his, hers, and an anonymous third voice. Feeney faced the usual doubts and pressure of following her earlier hits like Sometimes I Lie, but trusted the strong voices in her head. The novel's sharp, fast-paced style and clever misdirection quickly became her trademark. She later explored similar themes of secrets and unreliable minds in books like Rock, Paper, Scissors and Daisy Darker. In January 2026, Netflix released a 6-episode limited series starring Tessa Thompson as Anna and John Bernthal as Jack. The story moved from a quiet English village to Dahlonega, Georgia, adding a sultry southern feel. The adaptation stays faithful to the core twists and competing perspectives, but streamlines some backstories, expands a few supporting roles, and slightly shifts the emotional balance between the leads for television pacing. It keeps the psychological tension intact while making the drama more visual. Adapting the book brought challenges, turning inner thoughts and unreliable memories into compelling on-screen moments, and capturing the right mix of suspense and darkness. William Oldroyd directed the first episode and helped shape the creative vision, bringing his precise, character-driven style, seen in his earlier work like Lady Macbeth. Thompson and Bernthal delivered intense, layered performances that added real chemistry and history to the fractured ex-spouses. A few fun details. The red and white friendship bracelets became one of the story's most haunting symbols, and Feeney found it surreal yet thrilling to visit set and see her characters come to life. While the series is gripping, the original novel offers deeper access to fractured minds and quiet dread that only the page can deliver. If this retelling hooked you, I encourage you to read Alice Feeney's book. It holds extra layers worth discovering. If you enjoyed this, a like and subscribe would be greatly appreciated. It helps create more story retellings. Drop a comment. Which narrator did you trust most? Did the twists surprise you? All thoughts welcome. Feel free to share this with someone who loves clever psychological thrillers. Stories like his and hers remind us how easily truth can bend. Thanks again for listening. May your next read be just as impossible to put down. Take care.